Chapter 2308. To think that celestial court would place us here. Humph, where else do you want to be placed? In celestial court? Everyone, the situation is already set in stone. Since we have already joined celestial court, we have no other way out. Any infighting is a foolish act. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Liang Jingjing, Granny Skeleton, and the other Grotto Heaven Gu immortal leaders gathered together. Some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After joining Celestial Court indeed used a method to relocate their immortal aperture, even though their Grotto Heavens had devoured immemorial 9 heavens fragments before. But these 2 heavens Grotto Heavens suffered huge losses because of the forced relocation. And after the relocation, they were all concentrated in the 2 heavens above their respective races. According to Celestial Court's notice, their Grotto Heavens had to resonate with Central Continent's starry sky calculation formation. They were the formation cores of this formation. Fellow immortals, how have you all been? Qin Dingling smiled and flew over. The Grotto Heaven lords were expressionless, some even snorted coldly. Eventually, Old Immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing welcomed them together. Qin Dingling understood the emotions of these rank 8 Gu immortals. After these people joined Celestial Court, not only did their Grotto Heavens suffer huge losses, they were also immediately used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the formation cores of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. This meant that when the 3 Venerables fight and someone tries to break the formation, these Grotto Heavens would be the first to be attacked. They would become the first line of defense against the enemy. They could be sacrificed if they were careless. Qin Dingling smiled as she conversed with Old Immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing. Before her tone turned cold, she said in a reprimanding tone, "Everyone, we have already explained. Celestial Court's justice has a price. If we did not take action and remove the Heaven Vein Node status from your Grotto Heavens, would your homeland still exist?" The other immortals' expressions changed. Qin Dingling's attitude had not been revealed at all when she had tried to recruit them. Now that it was exposed, the Grotto Heaven Lords could only endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under the eaves. Especially Granny Skeleton and the other Gu immortals, their Grotto Heavens were located in immemorial Black Heaven. They were instigated by the situation. They joined Celestial Court together with Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest. Looking at the other variant human Grotto Heavens left in the immemorial 2 heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only destroyed the Grotto Heavens in immemorial White Heaven. He did not attack the Grotto Heavens in immemorial Black Heaven. Granny Skeleton and the others were naturally frustrated, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? After reprimanding these Grotto Heaven lords, Qin Dingling saw that the immortals had respectful expressions. She snorted coldly. "It seems that everyone has recognized the truth. Now, follow me to pay respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer in the Celestial Court. She refined all of the Wisdom Path Tao marks in the Celestial Court, and used Wisdom Path methods to conceal the great amplification formation that had already been constructed. She left the Grotto Heaven and started to refine the natural Wisdom Path Tao marks of Central Continent. But because of the lack of immortal essence, the immortal aperture origin cores could not produce enough immortal essence to keep up with the expenditure. She spent her free time helping the Central Continent immortals construct the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Under Qin Dingling's lead, the 2 heavens human Grotto Heaven Lords met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in the sky above Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She personally engraved Wisdom Path and Star Path Tao marks, using the surrounding 10,000 li as a piece of cloth to weave and paint. After the Fate War, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's trump card was obtained by Fan Yuan. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she started to modify and repair Embroidered Tower. Right now, Embroidered Tower was not only complete, it was even more powerful. Seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mystical methods, the 2 heavens Grotto Heaven Lords were shaken. They paid their respects to her. Seeing them kneeling in the air, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects who were setting up the formation saw this. These members of the Celestial Court became excited. Their morale rose greatly. Star constellation immortal venerable looked down, and sensed the complex emotions of the two heavens human grotto heaven lords. Most of them felt uneasy, but there were also some who felt resentful. Star constellation immortal venerable consoled them expressionlessly. Everyone, you are all humans, leaving Eastern Sea Demon Cave is part of humanity. Since ancient times, the Celestial Court has been the sacred land of all humans in the world. It is the highest homeland. No matter what reason your ancestors once hid in the immemorial two heavens, Celestial Court will let bygones be bygones, let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, Celestial Court treats everyone equally. From now on, anyone who makes contributions will be rewarded fairly by Celestial Court. In fact, in the future, the glory of joining the Heavenly Court and becoming one of them will also fall on the shoulders of you and your juniors. Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were still kneeling. After hearing these words, they expressed their gratitude and praised the righteousness of Celestial Court, expressing their loyalty and confidence towards Celestial Court. Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan looked at the rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe of Heavenly Secret Goo and let out a breath of air. This Immortal Goo recipe was different from before. The original rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe of Heavenly Secret Goo came from the truthful floating ice. It was Limitless Demon Venerable's own foundation. He had digested the chaos in outer space. That was to say, according to the current Heavenly Tao, there was no rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. In order to seek eternal life, Limitless Demon Venerable digested the chaos in outer space. He had many achievements that surpassed the current Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was one of them. This was indeed a great achievement, but there was still room for improvement. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago. Even if he revived, he was not a refinement path venerable. In terms of refinement path, Fan Yuan was the number one person in history. The other venerables could not compare to him. Thus, Fan Yuan used his own refinement path attainment to modify this Immortal Goo recipe. It was even better than before. It was so excellent that it was beyond the limits of the heavens. Right now, Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Secret Goo's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Goo worm, but Fan Yuan had once thought that it was a Wisdom Path Goo worm. This Immortal Goo was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He already had Heaven Path attainment back then. Afterwards, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was refined by one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, Inkstone, but it was destroyed in the Battle of Etian Mountain. Eventually, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was refined by Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan still remembered that he used the Refinement Path Killer move Heavenly Light Will back then. Activating Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo could detect the thoughts of providence, it could probe the contents of calamities and tribulations, it could allow the Goo Immortal to ask heaven and earth for answers. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. As the saying goes, heaven and earth know, you and I know. Being able to leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Goo Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. But Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo had a flaw in its usage. 8 out of 10 times of activating Heavenly Secret Goo would fail. Once it failed, one would suffer a backlash and lose 10 to 70 years of lifespan. This flaw was a manifestation of people's misunderstanding of Heavenly Secret Goo's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Only those who cultivated Heaven Path had enough Heaven Path Tao marks to use it normally. Activating Heavenly Secret Goo not only required immortal essence, it also required a certain amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. Like Fan Yuan's obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, it expended Heaven Path Immortal materials. Without using Heaven Path Immortal materials, Heavenly Secret Goo could barely be activated, but the price was that the Heaven Path Immortal materials needed would be expended, it would be delayed until the next time it was used. This was the weakness of the Goo cultivator losing lifespan after the backlash from failure. Lifespan Goo belonged to Heaven Path. The lifespan of a Goo cultivator was actually Heaven Path Tao marks. Looking back, Old Man Inkstone did not recognize Heavenly Secret Goo's essence back then. However, this situation was very normal. Sects were constantly developing, and the nature of Goo worms was also gradually explored when they were being used. Understanding things required a process. With this immortal goo recipe, I can officially refine heavenly secret goo. Fan Yuan did not lack heaven path immortal materials. This was all because of the fusion of the two heavens. An unprecedented amount of heaven path immortal materials was produced. Xinshang, who was in charge of collecting heaven path immortal materials, was working very hard. Because earlier, Fan Yuan clearly wanted to collect his human path cultivation results, he only handed over a portion of them. This made him very uneasy. For the sake of the clan, and also for himself, he needed to perform better. As long as I refine rank 9 heavenly secret goo, obscured heavenly secret killer moves power will rise sharply, the two venerables will continue to be deceived. But before that, I need to make an announcement. Almost all of the two heavens human grotto heavens had joined celestial court. The variant human grotto heavens left in immemorial white heaven were all destroyed by spectral soul demon venerable. Regarding this, Fan Yuan had to make a statement. Friends of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, I am great love immortal venerable. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you who joined Celestial Court. Don't worry, I will not pursue this matter. How can I, great love immortal venerable, be such a person? I am very sorry about the destruction of the grotto heavens in immemorial white heaven. Not long ago, I was ambushed by star constellation immortal venerable. I could not fight spectral soul demon venerable personally. I have already mobilized people to evacuate the grotto heavens. I firmly believe that the world needs love and harmony. War hurts everyone. Not just humans, but variant humans and all living beings as well. Why can't we live together in peace and happiness? Precisely because of this belief, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entrusted all of his inheritance to me. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was established with this belief in mind. It is not a super force to fight for supremacy, it is everyone's home, it is an attempt to allow everyone in the world to coexist peacefully. The actions of the 2 heavens grotto heavens have made me reflect deeply on myself. I know I was wrong, but my thoughts are still restricted by history and tradition. I have decided. From today onwards, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will open its doors. We will abolish all binding agreements. Everyone can join and leave freely. I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, swear to the world that I will not pursue this matter. I will still refine goo for those who did not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. This is a fair transaction. Those who join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will receive a 20% discount on goo refinement. Yes, 20%, a full 20% discount, you did not hear wrongly. As for how to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, it is simple. You just need to pay a joining fee. Furthermore, this joining fee will still be yours, it will be converted into contribution points for the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. When you refine goo in the future, you can use these contribution points to exchange for large amounts of goo refinement resources. O Liang Jingjing, I am not greedy for your light heaven. Your light heaven will be converted into contribution points for the Great Love Alliance. Fellow human goo immortals who join Celestial Court, I hope you will be well. I also welcome you to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. I will not mind your identities. Because the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance has always been free, open, and peaceful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The 2 Heavens Human Goo Immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies. Chapter 2309. In the sky above Central Continent, the starry sky calculation formation was taking shape. Large numbers of Central Continent goo immortals were moving around. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Little Swansea set up the formation as he muttered, clearly thinking about the problem. Sister Bai Qing, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing wore a white dress with a green jade sash around her waist. She smiled. Kai Xian, are you moved? How can I not be moved? There is a 20% discount, and there are no restrictions on entry and exit. Such a huge benefit. If I were not a member of Spirit Butterfly Valley, I would have joined long ago. Is sister not moved? Han Kai Xian said. Colorful butterflies flew around Han Kai Xian, placing countless goo worms at the designated locations. Fairy Bai Qing pondered. Even though she was a goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a good relationship with Han Kai Xian. They were close in nature, they called each other sisters in private. She knew why Han Kai Xian was asking her, because Fairy Bai Qing's daughter was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had a closer relationship with Celestial Court. Fairy Bai Qing shook her head. I am not sure about this, maybe we can ask He Feng Yang. If it were before, Fairy Bai Qing might have directly said her opinion, but after Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioga's betrayal, Fairy Bai Qing could only act cautiously. Little 9, get to work. After setting up this star path immortal goo, we will leave immediately. Far away, He Feng Yang transmitted to 9 Palace Crane Little 9. He had had enough. Ever since Fan Yuan made the announcement, all the goo immortals in the world knew that joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance had huge benefits. They could enter and leave freely without any restrictions. He Feng Yang became the target of all the immortals' gazes and questions. After all, He Feng Yang had received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions to trade immortal goo with Fan Yuan publicly. Forget about what the members of Celestial Court were thinking. Just the goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were moved. Who did not lack immortal goo? Especially after the 5 regions were unified, the realm walls disappeared, the chi tides swept through the world, and the earth veins and heaven veins were all connected. All kinds of immortal materials overflowed, simply gushing out. Among them, Earth Path, Chi Path, and Heaven Path were the most powerful. The goo immortals had more immortal materials. Transactions in jewel yellow skies became more frequent, but the goo immortals still did not have many immortal goo. Everyone had their own specializations. If one was not a refinement path goo immortal but another path, the chances of success in refining immortal goo were too low. From ancient times until now, in the 3 million years of human race's rise and dominance, it was all the blood and tears of goo refinement. Countless heroes and heroes had sunk into the bitter abyss of goo refinement. The radiance of just a few refinement path great experts could not shine on everyone. The goo immortals were all heartbroken by goo refinement, but they had to try again and again. It was unbearably bitter, but there was nothing he could do. But now, a refinement path venerable had appeared, and this refinement path venerable was different from other goo immortals. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and even conducted public transactions in jewel yellow skies, conducting immortal goo refinement businesses. This made all the goo immortals who were tormented by goo refinement see hope. They felt a sense of warmth. Most of the goo immortals were moved. No matter how fake Fang Yuan's declaration of great love was, the benefits were right in front of everyone. But the identity of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was a form of restriction. These goo immortals were worried about the Celestial Court's thoughts. Thus, they asked He Feng Yang about it. Because He Feng Yang was the first goo immortal of Central Continent's righteous path to conduct public transactions with Fan Yuan. According to rumors, he had even received instructions from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He Feng Yang had indeed received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but what could he say? Some things could be allowed to happen, but they could not be said out loud. Once it was put on the table, the nature would change. Thus, He Feng Yang could only give vague answers. The more vague he was, the more others would want to get to the bottom of it. For example, now, Vicious Lightning Fiend took the initiative to ask. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level, and he had been famous for a long time. Compared to him, He Feng Yang could only be considered a minor character in the past. But now, because of his transaction with Fan Yuan, He Feng Yang became famous in Central Continent and was the focus of attention. Facing Vicious Lightning Fiend, He Feng Yang naturally had to lower his head. He Feng Yang spoke vaguely, hinting at him repeatedly. However, Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a clear answer. He Feng Yang was under a lot of pressure. Right at this time, another goo immortal asked. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time, and now, there were rumors that he was about to advance to rank 8. When Feng Jioge was still in Central Continent's righteous path, immortal Monkey King Shirley was an expert second only to him. Brother He Feng Yang, is it true or not? Tell me directly. Shirley was very direct. This time, He Feng Yang felt even more pressure. Fairy Bai Qing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine transmitted at the same time. Fairies, I don't know either. He Feng Yang felt a headache coming on. Brother He Feng Yang, why don't you ask him? Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Feng Yang wanted to cry. Brother, please forgive me, I am just a pitiful person. Vicious Lightning Fiend chuckled. You have been in contact with Fan Yuan for a long time, your relationship is different, how could I not know? He Feng Yang was extremely depressed, he almost wanted to roar out loud. I really don't know this demon. He Feng Yang was still thinking of a way to reply to Vicious Lightning Fiend without offending him. On the other side, Shirley urged. I have a good idea, brother. If you join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now, I am sure Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. He Feng Yang's eyes rolled, he would rather faint on the spot. He Feng Yang was in a difficult situation. Liang Jingjing was also going through a test. Her divine sense had already entered jewel yellow skies, communicating with Fan Yuan's will. After knowing that Light Heaven had been exchanged for a large number of Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance contribution points, she felt very conflicted. She felt very uncomfortable. Because this amount of contribution points was huge, it would be very painful for her to give it up. Liang Jingjing had 2 Gu immortals with her. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was already destroyed. In her current situation, she needed cultivation resources even more. But Celestial Court would not support her for no reason. She needed to save every cultivation resource and start from scratch. Thus, the contribution points that Light Heaven had been exchanged for became the greatest temptation. Liang Jingjing was not worried that Fan Yuan would go back on his words. After all, Fan Yuan had already announced it to the world. If Liang Jingjing joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again, Fan Yuan would definitely do his best to protect her and announce it to the world. Liang Jingjing was worried about Celestial Court and the other Gu immortals in the world. She had just betrayed Fan Yuan and joined Celestial Court. Now she wanted to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. What would Celestial Court think? What would the world think of her? At this moment, Liang Jingjing had to admit that she was a little regretful. Of course, her hatred and anger towards Fan Yuan was still the main factor, it did not waver. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan started to refine Heavenly Secret Gu. This was his 3rd rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was much more confident in this Gu refinement than before. Because for this Gu refinement, he had made the most ample preparations in his life. While refining Gu, Fan Yuan thought about the big picture. Now that he had lowered the requirements for joining, it had already caused a huge commotion, the impact would become more obvious in the future. Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable, I am Shang Beggar Fan, I wonder if I can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. A southern border Gu immortal contacted Fan Yuan's will who was inside jewel yellow skies. Actually, during this period of time, many Gu immortals had contacted Fan Yuan's will, but this was the first person who expressed his desire to join the alliance. You can join as long as you pay a fee. Fan Yuan's will replied plainly. Naturally, the entry fee for joining a guild alone and a guild with a superpower would be different. Shang Beggar Fan asked. Is it possible to join secretly? Fan Yuan's will nodded, expressing his agreement. Then I am willing to join. Shang Beggar Fan agreed. He made an agreement with Fan Yuan's will about the time and place to exchange the resource points. That's right, the fee to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was resource points. Shang Beggar Fan is a marginal character in Shang Clan, but this time, he was sent by Shang Clan as a representative to join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Fan Yuan immediately understood, Shang Clan was behind this. The resource points that he requested earlier were already beyond Shang Beggar Fan's capabilities. But Shang Beggar Fan agreed, it was clear that he had the support of the entire Shang Clan. Even though southern border Shang Clan is not as bold as Wu Clan, their thoughts are very flexible. Fan Yuan smiled. This was just the beginning. Soon, as Fan clan continued to provoke them, and Wu clan continued to take the lead, more super forces would come to probe them. These super forces would probably do the same thing as Shang clan. They would send one person in first to make use of the benefits of being a member of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But all of this was within Fan Yuan's plan. He would let them have a taste of the benefits first. When these super forces could not stop themselves, Fan Yuan would start to restrict the number of Gu immortals they could refine. Next, these super forces would send even more Gu immortals to join secretly, or even their entire clan. Of course, Fan Yuan would not restrict them. They could leave the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance at any time. While refining immortal Gu, Fan Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how have you been? Fan Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied. I am fine, but dirty water fell from the sky and landed on me. Great love, do you have anything to say? Fan Yuan laughed loudly. To speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to help you. I heard that you have been working hard recently, setting up a super formation that covers the whole of Central Continent. A formation of this scale will definitely need many immortal Gu. And in this aspect, I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, am most proficient. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and enjoy a 20% discount? That is the best way to save money. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing out of anger. Chapter 23:10. Towards Fan Yuan's shamelessness, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was convinced. She had no choice but to admit, Fan Yuan's declaration of taking action was a brilliant move. Fan Yuan lowered the requirements for joining and leaving the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to the lowest level. He did not care about the loyalty of these members. He immediately opened up a whole new situation. He used benefits to fully display the advantage of refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not stop him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain. Right now, all the Gu immortals in the world were restless. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were considering whether to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could order these Gu immortals not to join this Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, she could not change their minds. People's hearts were fickle. But what did Fan Yuan lose in this? Almost nothing. Originally, the subordinates he recruited in Eastern Sea and the two heavens did not have much loyalty. It was only because of the situation that they had no choice but to join Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could not hope for them to attack Central Continent and other places in the future. From the fact that Qin Dingling successfully incited a large number of Grotto Heaven forces to defect, these people's loyalty towards Fan Yuan could be seen. If Fan Yuan was the only venerable in the current world, everyone would be loyal to him. But now, there were 4 venerables and 3 venerables. These Gu immortals had a choice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart. She knew that Fan Yuan purposely contacted her. It was not just to show off his strength. Fan Yuan's suggestion of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was just a joke. He was clear that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to build up support for him. Fan Yuan's true motive was to threaten Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the moment, Zhongzhou State was carrying out an unprecedented formation. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal made a move, it would be easy for the formation to fail. Fan Yuan has little immortal essence. He does not want to destroy the Starry Sky calculation formation, nor does he want us to succeed easily, so he contacted me. Fan Yuan had been acting crazily. He did not mind using immortal Gu to exchange for resource points, as if he was trying to increase the foundation of his immortal aperture origin core to increase his immortal essence. Star Constellate Immortal Venerable had also investigated, but like Giant Sun Immortal, she could not find anything wrong with Fan Yuan. Thus, in her mind, Fan Yuan lacked immortal essence all along. This left a deep impression. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised that Fan Yuan contacted her. She agreed to transact with Fan Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain, and immortal materials in exchange for Fan Yuan refining immortal goo for Heavenly Court. Star to Star Khans tell immortal goo to do the transaction. Star to do celestial sect into exchange would be clan's great deal. Fan Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was protecting their formation. This was also within Fan Yuan's expectations. According to the current incomplete formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not out of the ordinary. It was within the range that Fan Yuan could endure. Fan Yuan gave up on attacking and destroying, in exchange for a peaceful deal that was more beneficial to himself. It was a win-win situation. Especially now that he was refining Heavenly secret goo. At this juncture, Fan Yuan could not resort to force at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used primordial domain as a bargaining chip. It was a small surprise. Fan Yuan had been negotiating with the Celestial Court for the origin domain all this time. Primordial domain's value to him was much higher than to Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not relented, but now, she finally revealed a small portion of primordial domain to tempt Fan Yuan to accept this transaction. Maybe in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's view, I have not taken back the primordial domain in jewel yellow skies because I lack the method to do so. Thus, giving me a portion of primordial domain in a short period of time will not give me an advantage. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would give me primordial domain first, I thought that I would obtain this breakthrough in the blood path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal. Fan Yuan thought of this and got distracted. He contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is making such a huge move. The formation that she wants to set up must be extraordinary. She is the #1 wisdom path goo cultivator in history. If she has the help of the formation in the future, we might not be able to detect it even if we fall into her trap. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, replying, "What do you think?" Fan Yuan said directly, "I am willing to work together with Giant Sun to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom path is no small matter. It can be seen from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cannot let her set up the immortal formation smoothly." Giant Sun Immortal said ambiguously, "This is a good suggestion." "Then, great love, have you considered Heavenly Lord Baizu's suggestion?" Fan Yuan chuckled. "That can be discussed. I have many blood path research results and blood path immortal goo." Giant Sun Immortal had been looking to purchase blood path resources. Now that Fan Yuan took the initiative to give in, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, immediately contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has just contacted me. We are going to attack your formation together. I wonder what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinks." Giant Sun Immortal directly sold out Fan Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart, using the same method to transact with Giant Sun Immortal. The three Venerables negotiated and schemed against each other. As a wisdom path goo cultivator, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was superior. She had the initiative. Eventually, she gave up on a portion of the benefits, and settled the issue between Fan Yuan and Giant Sunday. "We finally managed to stabilize these two. But if our formation was stronger, it would not have been so easy to deal with." It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have stronger immortal formations, but she could not set them up. Once she set them up, the two Venerables would destroy them. There was no agreement. The Starry Sky calculation formation was carefully chosen by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was above the bottom line that the two Venerables could accept. The two Venerables would rather let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the immortal formation so that they could exchange for some benefits. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis of the three Venerables. Of course, the main reason is because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that the two Venerables were cheating because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Compared to spectral soul demon venerable, star constellation immortal venerable's formation was not worth mentioning. The three venerables were paying close attention to spectral soul demon venerable's movements. As they expected, after spectral soul demon venerable got rid of the white heaven grotto heaven that he could sense, he charged towards the sun. In the mixed two heavens, spectral soul demon venerable's mountain-like black figure charged towards the sun. This was within Fan Yuan's observation. He thought about it. Back then, I expended white heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral soul demon venerable could not directly control immemorial white heaven. He only has black heaven's heavenly spirit. He can only represent immemorial black heaven to annex immemorial white heaven. Right now, among the two heavens grotto heavens, white heaven grotto heaven no longer exists. The heaven vein nodes in the grotto heavens were all destroyed by spectral soul demon venerable. As for longevity heaven and celestial court, they are heavily guarded. Spectral soul demon venerable is not in a clear state of mind. He cannot investigate them. Therefore, his only remaining target is the sun. Spectral soul demon venerable charged towards the sun. This time was different from before. He roared and shouted with unprecedented determination and killing intent. However, the closer he got to the sun, the more obstructions he faced from fire path and light path down marks of a terrifying scale. Spectral soul demon venerable's body started to melt like wax. Small flames started to appear on his body. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the immemorial two heavens. He had been paying attention to this matter. He evaluated. The sun has existed since ancient times. It has immense power. It is the largest heaven vein node in the world. It is also the largest light vein and fire vein node in the two heavens. Even in my previous life, when I was at my peak, I could not deal with the sun. Now that spectral soul demon venerable is not in a clear state of mind, it will be even harder to deal with. In the previous life, Giant Sun Immortal was invincible in the world. He was invincible in the universe. He could naturally destroy the sun. But there were no benefits to doing so. It would cause great harm to all living beings. Giant Sun Immortal did not do that. Spectral soul demon venerable finally charged into the sun. Countless pitch-black pillar-like arms grabbed at the sun. His mountain-like body rampaged in the sun, creating huge currents of light and fire. But at the same time, he suffered even greater damage. His body quickly melted. A vast number of light path and fire path down marks were engraved on his body. The soul path down marks that he had accumulated were collapsing rapidly. Spectral soul demon venerable's three heads roared in pain. Their gazes were filled with even more anger and hatred. Following his instincts, he activated a defensive killer move. His entire body was covered in a layer of eerie light. Pitch-black smoke surged out crazily, resisting the boundless power of the sun. Spectral soul demon venerable stabilized his footing for now. Star constellation immortal venerable stayed in embroidered tower, watching from the window. The sun is only a lump of heaven path, light path, and fire path down marks that has a form but no substance. It can be seen as a tribulation, but this tribulation has lasted for countless years. It has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. Thus, even if it is not a chaotic tribulation, it is not easy for venerables to deal with. This time, when spectral soul demon venerable fights the sun, both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be time for me to make a move. If spectral soul demon venerable can be eliminated, it will be greatly beneficial to our celestial court. By then, we can even compromise with the other venerables. Star constellation immortal venerable knew the principle of being flexible. For celestial court, spectral soul demon venerable was a huge threat. Because celestial court was located in immemorial white heaven, it had the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that celestial court was concealed by star constellation immortal venerable's wisdom path methods. Spectral soul demon venerable did not sense it. However, at the next moment, a change occurred. A giant beast the size of a hill, with a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo, escaped in panic. There is a legendary immemorial desolate beast inside the sun? And a rank 9 immortal goo? Star constellation immortal venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal stared with wide eyes. No, not just one rank 9 immortal goo, there is another one. Under the three venerables' observation, the rank 9 wildfire goo inside the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable reached the center of the sun. He stretched out his remaining dozens of arms. Ignoring the intense pain, he sucked the fire goo into his hands. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head opened its mouth and swallowed the fire goo. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable screamed in pain. His left head immediately burned like a torch. Without the support of two goo, the sun self-detonated with a loud sound. Heaven and earth could hear it. At this moment, all living beings looked up in fear as the sun turned into countless lumps of light and fire, scattering in all directions. The sun was gone! Chapter 23:11. This change happened too quickly. Even the three venerables were unable to act in time. The original plan of the three venerables was to wait for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the sun to fight until both sides were heavily injured. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable followed his nature, he had survival instincts. Once they were heavily injured, they would retreat. At this time, the three venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, while they were both heavily injured. In the confrontation of three venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still a huge variable. They could not completely eliminate the possibility of him regaining his consciousness, so the three venerables had a tacit agreement to eliminate this variable first. Like in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to eliminate all the pseudo-venerables first. What surprised the three venerables was that the sun was the first to collapse. Different from what people thought, the truth was that the sun was actually hiding two rank 9 immortal goo and a mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast. The foundation of the sun was far beyond their estimation. According to this foundation, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not have sentience. It would be even harder to deal with him. He would definitely lose first. However, the legendary primordial desolate beast hiding in the sun was scared away. It was fine if it was scared away, but the important thing was that it took away a rank 9 immortal goo. Once this immortal goo left, the sun lost its core, its stable state disappeared and it collapsed. Even the strongest and sturdiest goo house can be easily destroyed from the inside. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. A saying of the goo cultivation world appeared in her mind. This sudden change had disrupted her plans. Among the three venerables, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the most. Because she was the clearest about the threat Spectral Soul Demon Venerable posed to the Celestial Court. Originally, she wanted to make some sacrifices to lure the other two venerables to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and eliminate him. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Fire Goo was a legendary immortal goo recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was a rank 9 immortal goo, but was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This could be ignored for now, but that mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast also had a rank 9 immortal goo. This meant that they had to give chase. This concerned a rank 9 immortal goo, and a legendary immemorial goo was not a problem for venerables. Precisely because it was too easy to succeed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to seize every second. There were three venerables in the world. She did not want this immortal goo to be obtained by another venerable. Be careful, there are flames coming like a storm. Fairy Bai Ching warned. Oh heavens, what do we do? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine looked up at the sky and saw countless fireballs falling down. The level of these flames was too high. Bright Splendor Ring Fire occupied the majority. This was one of the three fires in the world, Heavenly Fire, a rank 9 Fire Path Immortal material. Those who were not rank 8 Fire Path Goo Immortal experts could not deal with it. However, there was a huge immortal formation in the sky above the central continent. The central continent Goo Immortals had to defend the formation. They had to deal with these flames. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please give the order. Shirley shouted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She left behind a portion of her will and rank 9 immortal essence to control Embroidered Tower and control the situation here. As for her main body, she resolutely abandoned this place and rushed straight for the two heavens. East Sea. Fan Yuan was currently using his investigative techniques to observe the entire 5 regions. The sun disintegrated, turning into countless immortal materials that scattered in all directions. Among them, most of the light path resources are still scattered in the 2 heavens, while most of the fire path resources are in the 5 regions. The fire rain is mostly in Western Desert, while Eastern Sea has the least. The reason was simple. Conflicting Dao marks. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had more water path Dao marks, while Western Desert had more fire path Dao marks. Thus, the fire rain favored Western Desert more. These flames are all high-level resources. After collecting them and accumulating to a certain extent, we can create fire path resource points. Especially bright splendor ring fire, this rank 9 immortal material can only be found by chance. It is very rare. This time, their numbers have increased sharply. This is a good opportunity. We need to grasp it. Fan Yuan immediately gave the order to send Gu immortals to various places to collect these fire path resources. Regretfully, he had the most water path Gu immortals under him. He did not have many fire path Gu immortals. There were also very few rank 8 Gu immortals. Regarding this, Fan Yuan used the will in jewel yellow skies to announce, "Good news, good news! The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding a new activity. As long as you collect fire path immortal materials and come here to trade, you will be able to exchange for a certain amount of Alliance contribution points. After accumulating a certain amount of Alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will no longer be resource points. And after joining, the contribution points that can be exchanged with immortal materials will still be there." Fan Yuan's will tossed out a list with the details of the various exchanges. Bright Splendor Ring Fire was at the top of the list. It could be exchanged for the most contribution points. Gu immortals in the world heard this news and became restless. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now, they only needed to collect these fire path immortal materials. For most Gu immortals, the difficulty of joining the alliance had fallen again. Fan Yuan's will revealed, this activity will only last for a short period of time, first come first serve. Once the fire path immortal materials are collected, this activity will stop. Fire path immortal materials? Unfortunately, other than Bright Splendor Ring Fire, the other fire path immortal materials I collect cannot compare to the heaven path immortal materials. In these 2 days, Shinshan continued to search for resources. Are we not going to chase after Fang Clan? Chase for what? Let Celestial Court's Zhou Xiong Xian chase after them. Quickly gather these fire path immortal materials, use a portion and sell the rest to Great Love Immortal Venerable. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. More and more Gu immortals in Western Desert started to move around. Southern border. Wu Yong led a large group of Wu clan Gu immortals and started to move. It was a swift and decisive action. Benefits were the main attraction. At once, countless Gu immortals of the 5 regions were mobilized by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan himself was also heading towards the 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Destructive Sun also affected his plan. Originally, he was thinking that if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Sun were both heavily injured, if he succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Gu, he would be able to take action in time and gain some benefits from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, he had to refine Heavenly Secret Gu while continuing his disguise. Thus, he had to enter the 2 heavens and act like he was chasing after a rank 9 immortal Gu. This was the most normal behavior and reaction. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were very astute. Fan Yuan had to do this to not expose any flaws. The sun was extinguished, the entire world of the 5 regions dimmed. The mortal Gu masters were shocked, the other living beings were also panicking. Panicked beasts' roars and bird cries could be heard everywhere. This was an unprecedented change. It was inevitable that it would cause a large-scale panic. Starlight flickered, a legendary immemorial desolate beast broke out of the encirclement, while bathed in blood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the first to arrive. she waved her hand as the remaining blood chi and scales in the air flew into her hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her Wisdom Path Killer move and deduced. It is Yu Tianguang? She quickly deduced the origin of this legendary immemorial beast. She could not help but feel shocked. Yu Tianguang and Zui Yivui had once wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, creating a bloodbath. They were very crafty and often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. But eventually, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable conquered the world and killed Yu Tianguang. This was recorded in history. But Yu Tianguang is still alive now. Did he fake his death? Could he fake his death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Or is this also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement? At once, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of many things. The situation immediately became a little confusing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chased as she analyzed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's backup plan. According to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revived and became venerable using Heaven Path, he would have a huge advantage in the 2 heavens. Especially after he refined the Heaven Path down marks of the 2 heavens, he would be able to control all of the Heaven Vein nodes. By then, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would face a huge threat from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The Sun was also a Heaven Vein node. Back then, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable purposely placed Yu Tianguang in the Sun, he was clearly planning to subdue the Sun. Thankfully, Paradise Earth died and did not revive. From this, it seems that I should thank Fan Yuan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just thought of Fan Yuan when Fan Yuan appeared in her vision. Star Constellation, we meet again. Fan Yuan smiled as he greeted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind, but she nodded with a smile on the surface. She was very graceful. The two had a warm attitude, but their movements were not slow at all, they moved even faster. The 2 venerables were on guard against each other as they chased after Yu Tianguang. This Yu Tianguang was also in human form. He had a hunched back, his forearms were long, he had a horn on his head, his body was covered in scales. They were like countless mirrors, shining brightly. Under the pursuit of the 2 venerables, Yu Tianguang actually managed to escape time and time again. As I expected, this Yu Tianguang took away rank 9 light goo. And it has not been refined by him, it is still a wild immortal goo. Fan Yuan saw some clues. He grumbled internally. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Heavenly's secret goo's refinement had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to snatch this rank 9 light goo. Once he obtained it, he would face the frenzied attacks of the other venerables. A rank 9 immortal goo could completely break the balance between the 3 venerables. Nobody wanted such an immortal goo to fall into someone else's hands. But Fan Yuan still had to say what needed to be said. Yu Tianguang, your master, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and I were good friends. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, he gave all of his resources to me. As for you, I did not have the time to tell you. Quickly leave with me. I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yu Tianguang coughed out blood as he cursed. Paradise Earth, that old scoundrel. I was almost killed by him. I had to hide under the sun to recuperate. After sleeping for so many years, I finally regained my senses. He caused me so much trouble. I will not surrender to him. That means it was not Paradise Earth's arrangement. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came to a realization. She could clearly sense Yu Tianguang's emotions. He was not lying. This Yu Tianguang can fake his death and escape from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He is quite capable. Light Emperor, who was hiding in a corner, sighed. He was hiding in the black clouds. He did not want to shine at all. Chapter 23:12 Immortal Killer Move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Fan Yuan's body shook as 100 evil dragons appeared around him. The evil dragons flew and surrounded Yu Tianguang in groups. He had already used this compound killer move. If he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a risk of it being broken or countered. But now Fan Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang. The evil dragons pounced at Yu Tianguang from all directions. Some opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, some used their claws to tear, and some even opened their mouths to roar, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianguang also erupted with legendary immemorial level strength. He waved his arms as his body moved like lightning. The horns on his head were extremely sharp. After fighting for a while, 3 evil dragons were cut in half. He had killed several evil dragons with much difficulty, but these evil dragons produced dragon souls and modified the battlefield. The more evil dragons were sacrificed, the more dragon souls there would be, the more soul path Dao marks there would be on the battlefield, the stronger the dragon souls would be. The situation was getting more dangerous. Yu Tianguang charged left and right, fighting a bloody battle, but he could not escape from the evil dragons. Sensing the danger of its host again, the wild rank 9 light goo on Yu Tianguang burst out with power again. Piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. At the next moment, it was about to bring Yu Tianguang away. Earlier, when Fan Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, they were stalled by this move. They failed repeatedly. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew and instantly enveloped Yu Tianguang's body. Rank 9 Wild Light Goo's power was mostly restrained by the starlight specks. It caused Yu Tianguang's escape to fail. Yu Tianguang was heavily injured instead. Rank 9 Light Goo was still wild. It did not cooperate well with Yu Tianguang. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found a flaw. But this was normal. Even though Yu Tianguang and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo had been together for so many years, Yu Tianguang was almost always asleep. Even if he was awake, with his Rank 8 cultivation level, he could not refine a Wild Rank 9 Immortal Goo. Back then, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became venerable, she spent 100 years to refine Wild Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Giant Sun Immortal tried to refine Rank 9 Love Goo, but he still failed. Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. The enemy he was facing was too strong, and his injuries were too heavy. His entire movement slowed down. But he was still struggling. He was fighting for the glimmer of hope that remained in his heart like a mirage bubble. Don't come over, don't come over! Light Emperor Lord hid in the dark clouds and watched Yu Tianguang approach him. He grew increasingly anxious and terrified. The direction in which Yu Tianguang was fleeing was coincidentally in his direction. Could this be where my opportunity lies? Light Emperor's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal's words. He instantly realized that his fortuitous encounter was with Rank 9 Light Goo. But, Dad, you've gone too far this time. Light Emperor quickly took a glance at Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at these 2 venerables for too long, lest they discover him. Light Emperor Lord's bald head subconsciously shrunk into his neck. All along, his body had been shining with radiance, but he had concealed it with all his might. Only a thin layer of light was left on his body now. But Yu Tianguang was escaping crazily. He was almost coming straight for him. At this moment, Light Emperor hated this huge fortuitous encounter like never before. What he did not know was that Fan Yuan also had similar emotions. The timing is not right. If this happens after I refine Heavenly Secret Goo, I might be able to fight for this Wild Rank 9 Light Goo with all my strength. Fan Yuan chased after Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Thankfully, he had spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. Using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool and the help of other hairy man refinement path Goo immortals, Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement continued in an orderly manner. Next is the most difficult part. But at this time, I have to chase after some Rank 9 Light Goo. Sigh. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. As for the Rank 9 Light Goo, he did not covet it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's value to Fan Yuan was much higher than Light Goo. But now that things had reached this stage, Fan Yuan had to show an intense competitive intent. Fate Goo is destroyed. This situation should be caused by the entanglement of the luck of the other 3 venerables. Fan Yuan had a vague understanding. Once Fan Yuan succeeded in refining heavenly secret goo, his strength would rise again. It would not only bring the convenience of obscured heavenly secret, it would also bring many other benefits. This way, Fan Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so, the other three venerables were greatly threatened by Fan Yuan. The three venerables themselves might not have sensed it, but their luck was already resisting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck, and Giant Sun Immortal's luck were entangled with each other. They mixed together and attacked Fan Yuan. Thus, at the crucial moment of refining heavenly secret goo, Fan Yuan encountered a huge change. Four venerables coexisting, three facing each other, this is the crucial point of a qualitative change. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo, I cultivate Refinement Path as well as Heaven Path, Obscured Heavenly Secret. All these factors have given me a huge advantage. My luck is equal to the other three venerables combined. The sum of the three venerables here was unknown to them. They had expended a lot of effort to reach the same level as Fan Yuan. Once the venerables understood the situation and saw through the truth, they would work together and reduce the internal conflict. By then, the three venerables' combined luck would rise rapidly and surpass Fan Yuan's. Without the three venerables knowing, once I get past this obstacle and obtain rank 9 heavenly secret goo, my luck will be higher than the three venerables combined. After the qualitative change, I will not face this difficulty in refining other rank 9 immortal goo. After Fan Yuan analyzed, he realized that this was a crucial battle. If becoming a refinement path venerable was the foundation to fight against venerables, then, after successfully refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, Fan Yuan would be able to shorten the gap between him and the other venerables. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo would shorten the gap again. It would also deepen Fan Yuan's refinement path specialty. And now, refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo could be said to be the turning point of the three venerables' confrontation. Once he got past this crucial point, Fan Yuan would vaguely surpass the other venerables. He would have a true advantage. The star mist rose and blocked Yu Tianguang's path forward. Evidently, this was the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use a battlefield killer move to trap Heavenly Light and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo before making her move. Fan Yuan had never seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable use a battlefield killer move. He hesitated. Was he going to destroy it? It was not impossible for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take Wild Rank 9 Light Goo. It was difficult to refine Rank 9 Light Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Light Path. After obtaining it, before the refinement, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's positive luck would fall sharply. And looking at the situation, to prevent Fan Yuan from destroying her plans, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely give more benefits to Fan Yuan. This was very advantageous to Fan Yuan. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan immediately activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light, Wood Paths Jade Light, Water Paths Light Blue Light, Fire Paths Red Light, Earth Paths Brown Light, Wind Paths Green Light, Lightning Paths Dark Blue Light. These 7 paths lights intertwined and shot out in a spiral towards Heavenly Light. Heavenly Light immediately faced a fatal crisis. If he was hit by this attack, he would die for sure. The rank 9 light goo on him would also be destroyed. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already on guard against Fan Yuan. What are you trying to do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shouted. Starlight flew out and formed into a stardust veil. It was like a huge wall that blocked Fan Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. Fan Yuan's thoughts were almost dried up. He had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while maintaining his defensive killer moves and movement killer moves. He had barely managed to activate 7 kills rainbow earlier. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He did not show any flaws on the surface. Star Constellation, you want to obtain rank 9 light goo, aren't you thinking too easily? On the surface, Fan Yuan looked like he was not going to give up. He was going to pester her. But he had already made up his mind. Destroy this wild light goo first. If he failed, it did not matter if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained it. With Fan Yuan's current condition, he definitely could not snatch it. First was to destroy rank 9 light goo, second was to let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable get it, and last was to let Giant Sun Immortal get it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not light path goo cultivators, but if Giant Sun Immortal obtained rank 9 light goo, the scale of his luck would rise sharply. This was very advantageous to Giant Sun Immortal. He was very skilled in the aspect of luck, he would be able to gain a huge boost. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal has not arrived yet, is it really good for us to fight like this? Fan Yuan smiled coldly. What's not good about it? If I don't make a move now, wouldn't I be letting you obtain this rank 9 Immortal goo? Fan Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought. Fan Yuan dealt with the incomplete Star Fog Battlefield Killer move at times, he attacked Yu Tianguang at times, while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at other times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed a Wisdom Path Venerable. Her mind was filled with thoughts, she took care of all aspects, and defended herself well. Even though the situation was in a deadlock, it was clearly tilting towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In the fight between the Venerables, Yu Tianguang was already heavily injured. Rank 9 Light Goo tried to break out of the encirclement, but was obstructed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Seeing that the Star Fog was about to close and form the complete battlefield killer move, Light Monarch could not sit still anymore. Shine for me! He suddenly attacked, using his most powerful technique at the moment. Dazzling white light filled the entire battlefield. Light Monarch risked his life and created a hole in the Star Fog. Escape, escape, escape! Light Monarch escaped frantically. He did not care about that rank 9 Immortal goo. He had waited for a long time. Finally, the killer move Star Fog was weakened by Fan Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no time to replenish it. Thus, after he attacked, he created a hole in the Star Fog. If he did not make a move and the Star Fog battlefield was completed, he would have no hope of escaping. Chapter 23:13. Light Emperor's sudden appearance made Star Constellation and Fan Yuan slightly shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding right under their noses. This person has a profound luck path method. He is definitely closely related to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk, the Star Fog quickly closed up. Fan Yuan also quickly attacked Light Emperor. Light Emperor stared anxiously, he shouted in his mind. What does this have to do with me? Why are you targeting me? I am only passing by. But at the next moment, he turned around and saw that wild rank 9 light goo was shining with white light, wrapping around the light of Yu Tianguang as it chased after him. Light Emperor wanted to cry, he finally understood. Wild rank 9 light goo had an intense survival instinct, it was attached to Yu Tianguang. Firstly, because this legendary immemorial beast had many light path Dao marks, it was naturally close to him, and secondly, Yu Tianguang did not have the strength to refine it. But if it landed in the hands of a venerable, it would be different. Light Emperor opened the only gap in the Star Fog, he also cultivated Light Path and only had rank 8 aura, while Light Goo naturally chose to get close to him and escape. Father, save me! On the brink of life and death, Light Emperor shouted resolutely. Don't worry, my son! Giant Sun Immortal flew over from the horizon, rapidly approaching. Before he arrived, his killer move had already arrived, successfully blocking Fan Yuan's offensive method. Fan Yuan did not have enough thoughts, he could not change his attacking methods flexibly, otherwise, Giant Sun Immortal would not have blocked him so easily. Of course, this was not a flaw in the other two venerables' eyes. In this battle between the three venerables, Fan Yuan chose to save his thoughts for a backup plan. It was normal for him to fight conservatively. After all, in the two venerables' view, Fan Yuan had the least immortal essence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, she had already recognized Light Emperor's identity. She immediately activated Star Fog and chased after Emperor Shiguang. The distance between them rapidly shortened. Giant Sun Immortal activated his killer move again. Golden Aurora appeared behind Light Emperor, blocking the Star Fog. Can I really escape by myself? I might need to borrow the power of wild rank 9 immortal goo light to have any hope of escaping. Father, you've caused me so much trouble. The Light Emperor was a decisive person. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and grabbed Yu Tianguang. Follow me if you don't want to die. Light Emperor Lord shouted loudly, bringing along protective heavenly light and the wild rank 9 immortal goo as they escaped towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang was already on the verge of death and was on the verge of fainting on the spot. It was difficult for him to resist the Light Emperor, so he just let him do what he wanted. After all, the Light Imperial Monarch and he both cultivated the Light Tao, so they were naturally close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stomped her feet lightly. Her body turned into starlight as she chased after them. He stretched out his hand and threw out the constellation chessboard. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal flew over and slapped his immortal aperture. The door opened and closed as he flew out of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Countless chess pieces flew down from the constellation chessboard like a torrential downpour. Golden light swirled around the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace as it tried its best to conceal the Light Monarch. However, it was penetrated by the chess piece and turned into a sieve. There were still a large number of agile chess pieces that attacked. The Light Emperor struggled with all his might. His expression was ruthless. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks, he dodged left and right, but he could not dodge them, he could only take them head-on. Thankfully, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks had already been weakened by more than half by Giant Sun Immortal's golden light. Meanwhile, the Light Emperor had pseudo-venerable battle strength after all, even though he was heavily injured and blood was spurting out of his mouth and nose, his speed did not decrease. Persevere! Giant Sun Immortal shouted. The situation was urgent, it concerned his son's life and death, he used all his strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth, Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength, each move was grand and mighty, she immediately felt immense pressure. Seeing that the Light Emperor was about to escape, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked with all her strength while shouting at Fan Yuan. Great Love Immortal Venerable, how long are you going to watch? Giant Sun Immortal appeared. Fan Yuan only attacked a few times. They were all small skirmishes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already very displeased. Fan Yuan being so restrained was a huge threat to her. If Fan Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal secretly contacted each other and set up an ambush for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her full strength to deal with Giant Sun, Fan Yuan would suddenly attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be in a passive situation. Fan Yuan had no way to explain it. He had already used all his strength. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement had reached the most difficult stage. It involved a huge amount of thoughts and mental energy. Fan Yuan was only skilled in Wisdom Path defensive methods. In terms of generating thoughts, he was far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. And his compound killer move also had a huge requirement in this aspect. Persevere. Fan Yuan could only grit his teeth and encourage himself. Giant Sun, take this! At the same time, Fan Yuan shouted as he flew rapidly towards Giant Sun Immortal. Fan Yuan did not use any offensive killer moves, he only used his movement methods. But just this small action made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. Giant Sun Immortal started to feel fear. Because Fan Yuan was far away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and was close to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wariness was greatly reduced. And Giant Sun Immortal had to protect his son from the attacks of the two Venerables, he felt immense pressure. He shouted, he had no choice but to use even more trump cards. For example, this move, Shifting Silver Hook. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, he sensed the incoming killer move, the wind-fire lightning wheels under his feet spun rapidly as he instantly retreated from the spot. At the next moment, his original spot flickered and turned into a pure silver hook. The curved hooks quickly flashed, and then disappeared. It was as fast as lightning, but also like an illusion. Fan Yuan continued to move, his figure was like a phantom, He did not stop at his original spot for even a breath of time. Meanwhile, the silver hook continued to flash and attack Fan Yuan. It was only a few millimeters away from him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was furious. In her opinion, Fan Yuan was still playing tricks. He had Cooking Luck Pot to protect him. He could take on the silver hook and attack Light Emperor. But he chose to dodge everywhere. He fell into Giant Sun Immortal's trap. Giant Sun Immortal was very relaxed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was completely unaware of Fan Yuan's true situation. Giant Sun Immortal has never used this luck path killer move before. If I get hit by this move, my luck will be greatly damaged. At the crucial moment when the three Venerables' luck are attacking together, it will be a fatal blow. Fan Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. He could not use offensive methods to begin with. He was completely focused on refining Heavenly Secret Goo. But the two Venerables were not easy to deceive. His disguise was extremely difficult. Fan Yuan used all sorts of methods. He almost squeezed his brain dry, but his thoughts had already fallen to an extremely dangerous level. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement took up most of his thoughts. The current situation was also very tense. Fan Yuan did not even want to touch these silver hooks. He was walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would lose everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. She helped Fan Yuan out of his predicament. At this moment, Light Emperor was already very close to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to attack him, but Giant Sun Immortal blocked her with all his strength. Fan Yuan! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable urged. Then let me take a gamble. Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He almost squeezed his brain dry. He activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal in an extremely dangerous manner. Fan Yuan carried Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he dove down like an eagle, creating intense sounds of wind and thunder as he pounced towards Light Emperor. Father, save me! Light Emperor was scared out of his wits by Fan Yuan's actions. He could only shout for help. Giant Sun Immortal took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's fierce attacks head-on. He activated a killer move. Golden light shot out like a pillar, obstructing Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not dodge. He got close to Light Emperor. You dare to snatch an immortal goo in front of me? Hand over your life. Fan Yuan sneered. His mind was completely blank. Light Emperor stared angrily. He gritted his teeth as his body stiffened like a rock. At the crucial moment, Wild Rank 9 Light Goo also erupted. A blinding white light swept across the entire battlefield. Fan Yuan was first hit by the white light. Before being attacked by the golden light pillar, his entire body fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thoughts continued to appear in his mind. They were all placed into the goo refinement. He also had to maintain his defensive killer move. He could not support Fan Yuan's thoughts at all. After a few breaths of time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal showed signs of instability. Once this move broke, not only would Fan Yuan suffer a heavy backlash, the other Venerables would also notice something amiss. Fan Yuan's situation was very dangerous. If he was attacked by a Venerable, he would not be able to resist at all. But everything was within Fan Yuan's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were fighting for Rank 9 Light Goo. It was already a crucial moment. They had no time to care about Fan Yuan. Under Giant Sun Immortal's full protection, Light Emperor finally flew to his father's side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were not light. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The two Venerables confronted each other. Their gazes were like lightning as they collided in the air, fighting fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. He did not act rashly. He wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance a little and place Light Emperor, the unconscious heavenly blessing light, and Rank 9 Wild Light Goo into his Rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not act rashly at this moment. As time dragged on the other side, inside the sovereign immortal aperture's 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the hairy man Goo immortals cheered loudly. The most difficult step of Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement had been passed. The difficulty of the following refinement was simply falling like a waterfall. It was a piece of flat land. The thoughts supporting the refinement decreased rapidly. Fan Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think about. He immediately realized that he was falling. He turned around and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal again. When he saw Light Emperor standing beside Giant Sun Immortal, he shouted anxiously, "We cannot let Giant Sun obtain the rank 9 Light Path Immortal Goo. If worse comes to worst, we will destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, staring at Fan Yuan with killing intent. "Come at me, I will make you pay a terrible price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Fan Yuan accelerated the refinement of Heavenly Secret Goo while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 Immortal Goo." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression. She was very unhappy with Fan Yuan. "If Great Love Immortal Venerable used your full strength, how could you have ended up like this?" Chapter 23:14. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. His expression was grim. "I just did not expect Light Goo to erupt so suddenly. It cooperated perfectly with the Golden Light Pillar." Giant Sun Immortal smiled smugly. "My soft Gold Pillar Killer move was created specifically for your Reverse Flow Protection Seal. How does it feel?" Fan Yuan nodded. "This move's power is hidden internally. It actually has a mystical impact force. When it collided with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it actually penetrated and shook my Reverse Flow River, thus disrupting the entire Reverse Flow Protection Seal's operation. But unfortunately, this move still has room for improvement. It has not been fully created yet. Otherwise, I would not have calmed the chaotic Reverse Flow River so quickly." Giant Sun Immortal nodded. He felt some regret about this. Maybe if he gave up on Light Emperor and kept this move, it might become a killer move against Fan Yuan in the future. But Giant Sun Immortal would not make such a choice. He would rather expose himself in advance to protect his son's life. "I was rash this time, to think that a rank 9 Immortal Goo would be involved," Giant Sun Immortal said to Light Emperor. "Father, what is the point of saying this now? Let's quickly think of a way to escape. All the hairs on my body are standing on end." Light Emperor quickly replied. Even though he returned to Giant Sun Immortal's side, his legs were still trembling. He was on guard. "Didn't you create the Light Body Inheritance? Your entire body is covered in Light Path Dao marks. You don't even have a single hair?" Giant Sun Immortal asked curiously. The Light Emperor rolled his eyes and shouted, "Dad, now is not the time to care about this. The situation is bad. We need to think of a way to escape." Giant Sun Immortal suddenly laughed loudly. "Then let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang as he retreated rapidly. "You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, please leave your Immortal Goo behind." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked. The Giant Sun Immortal roared and clashed with the two Venerables, causing the two fragments to explode. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying power of the killer move, nothing existed. Even the Supreme Ancient Two Heavens were destroyed, forming a void. In the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens instantly filled up the void like seawater flowing backwards. Using this chance, a golden path flew out from the depths of northern plains. This was Calamity Luck Alter's strongest technique, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal purposely left Calamity Luck Alter in Longevity Heaven and left his will and a batch of 9 revolutions Immortal Essence. At this moment, with the amplification of a vast number of Luck Path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer Move's power rose sharply. It shot from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch, and Yu Tianguang with him as he stepped onto the path. His speed increased explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the horizon. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable were not willing to let this go. But their attacks were constantly running out of energy due to all sorts of accidents around the Golden Path. Even if a Venerable attacked alone, under the chaotic situation of the two heavens, they would either be obstructed by soul beast groups or black-white overturning clouds. This was the power of Luck Golden Light Great Path. Fan Yuan had attacked several times, but he almost caused an accident in the refinement of Heavenly Secret Goo. Fan Yuan had seen Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer move before, but this killer move was so difficult to deal with because it was amplified by Longevity Heaven's vast number of Luck Path Dao marks. Boom! The two venerables chased into Northern Plains, but they still destroyed Luck Golden Light Great Path in the end. But at this moment, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang down. From start to finish, he did not find a good opportunity to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Giant Sun Immortal had been attacking with all his strength, protecting Luck Golden Light Great Path and blocking all sorts of attacks from the two venerables. The intensity of the battle was clear to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fully displayed the power of Wisdom Path. She did not give Giant Sun Immortal even a chance. There was another reason. Giant Sun Immortal did not dare to rashly put Yu Tianguang into his Immortal Aperture. The wild rank 9 light goo was on Yu Tianguang's body. It sensed that Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura was very close to it. It was very uneasy. Once Giant Sun Immortal made a move, light goo would immediately jump up in agitation. It would act against Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to bring Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang towards Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement is already at the final few steps. Fan Yuan was secretly happy, but he became more anxious on the surface. He shouted, "Giant Sun, leave behind the rank 9 Immortal Goo! I will not let you succeed!" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely resolute. She did not say anything, but her attacks became sharper. The battle of the three venerables had finally extended to the vicinity of Longevity Heaven. Light Monarch laughed loudly. Victory was in sight. He shouted, "Father, you are so powerful!" Longevity Heaven opened the Immortal Aperture's entrance. At the final moment, Giant Sun Immortal had a solemn expression. He did not show any carelessness or flaws. The moment he entered the Immortal Aperture's entrance, rank 9 Wild Light Goo sensed something amiss. It suddenly exploded and wanted to escape. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He was already prepared. He immediately used his methods to suppress it. But right at this time, Fan Yuan also activated a Refinement Path Killer move. Giant Sun Immortal defended against it, but this Refinement Path Killer move had already been prepared by Fan Yuan for a long time. Its power was profound. The killer move affected rank 9 Light Goo. Crack. With a soft sound, Light Goo's surface cracked. "Ah, oh no!" Light Monarch cried out. But thankfully, Light Goo was only injured. It survived and was not destroyed by Fan Yuan's attack. Giant Sun Immortal finally stepped into Longevity Heaven. He looked at Fan Yuan angrily. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable! Good method! What is the name of this move?" Fan Yuan smiled coldly. "You have soft gold impact pillar. I will return you an incomplete refinement move." Giant Sun Immortal said good 3 times. He glanced at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable before closing the door and vanishing. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fan Yuan with a dark expression. She criticized. "Fan Yuan, since you have an incomplete refinement killer move, why didn't you use it earlier?" Giant Sun Immortal succeeded in the end. She finally sensed that something was amiss with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. "If I did not make deductions during the battle, I might not have been able to use this move even at the last moment. I can injure Light Goo. What about you, Star Constellation?" "Humph. If I did not fight for the opportunity for you, would you have such results?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a displeased expression. She did not want to talk to Fan Yuan. She turned around and left. From start to finish, the two did not try to enter Longevity Heaven. It is really convenient to have a base. Fan Yuan sighed as he left. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were actually quite severe, but with Longevity Heaven, he was invincible once he entered. Longevity Heaven is like this. Celestial Court is even more terrifying. Fan Yuan deduced the power of luck-changing golden light great path. He felt a chill in his heart. He did not stay in Northern Plains. He quickly returned to Eastern Sea. His obscured heavenly secret killer move's effect had been greatly expended after the intense battle. There was not much left. Longevity Heaven. Father, how is Light Gu? Light Monarch was very concerned. Don't worry. That scoundrel Fang Yuan became venerable in refinement path after all. He heavily injured rank 9 Light Gu, but I also took the chance to suppress him. Giant Sun Immortal coughed twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Father, are you all right? Light Monarch asked again. In his memories, Giant Sun Immortal was so grand and strong, he was an invincible existence. But now, he saw Giant Sun Immortal's fatigue and injuries. Times had truly changed. Light Monarch recalled the entire process. He had a dejected expression. He found that he, a great pseudo-venerable, was just a mascot. At most, it could only be used as a bait to lure the Light Gu to his side. Most of the process was because of Giant Sun Immortal. Father, you should quickly heal your injuries. Light Monarch was very worried. This was the first time he had seen his father so heavily injured. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. I need to watch them leave northern plains and prevent them from destroying and slaughtering the Huangjin tribes. Light Monarch was shocked. They are venerables, they won't be so shameless, right? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might not, but I cannot guarantee that Fang Yuan will not be shameless and crafty. Most importantly, we unexpectedly obtained a rank 9 Immortal Gu this time. Our gains are truly huge. O great light, you are truly my son. Giant Sun Immortal's praise made Light Monarch's spirits rise. He patted his chest. Father, I will work harder. Cough, cough. He patted his chest with too much force. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Father and son looked at each other as they coughed out blood, smiling bitterly. Giant Sun Immortal waved his hand. Your injuries are also severe. Go and heal them. We gained the most this time. We need to recuperate and digest our gains. When our strength rises in the future, we will return today's injuries several times over. Light Monarch hesitated. Father, this Light Gu is injured. What do we do? That celestial court spent a lot of time and resources to repair Fate Gu. Hearing this, Giant Sun Immortal could not help but frown. Let's talk about it later. In the sky of Central Continent, all kinds of fire immortal materials were gathered by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. They were all stored in Celestial Court's secret treasury. The starry sky calculation formation was not disrupted too much. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied with this. To her, this battle was very sudden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence, but she also had many gains. Even though Giant Sun obtained rank 9 Light Gu, it is an injured immortal Gu. Giant Sun cultivates Light Path and Blood Path. He cannot use Light Gu. Rank 9 Light Gu is not Great Development Gu. The latter does not need to be refined, while the former can only be used after refinement. Giant Sun needs to expend some immortal essence. It is possible that Fan Yuan created the remnant refinement killer move during the battle, but it is more likely that he was restricted by his immortal essence, thus he did not use it much. But in the end, he was in a rush to destroy Light Gu and expose the remnant refinement killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the 2 heavens again. Without the sun, the 2 heavens were dark and gloomy. In the depths of the 2 heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in fire. He screamed in pain. Rank 9 Fire Gu was not so easy to swallow. This might be another opportunity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She paid closer attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Chapter 23:15. Spectral Soul Annihilation. The fight between the 3 venerables started and ended abruptly. The influence of this fight was spreading to the whole 5 regions. Southern border. Such a huge free fire. The rank 4 Gu Master Xiao Yan was dodging with all his strength. A huge lump of orange fire surged towards him. It was as large as an elephant, trying to devour him. Just as Xiao Yan was about to take action and collect this free fire, a Gu Master suddenly attacked. Bam! With a loud explosion, Xiao Yan was sent flying. Who is it? This is Shang Clan's territory! Xiao Yan shouted. Not only did he fail to collect the free fire, he was also heavily injured. He You are so proud of being a dog of Shang clan? A demonic goo master walked out of the shadows. He also had rank 4 cultivation. Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk. So it is you, fiery star Bao Tong! He immediately understood why Bao Tong attacked him. He also cultivated fire path. He was definitely interested in this free fire. Bam bam bam! The two fought intensely, sparks flew and explosions occurred continuously. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but gradually, Xiao Yan gained the upper hand. Bao Tong became angrier as he fought. Xiao Yan was only a rising star. To think that he could fight to a draw with him, and even show signs of suppressing him. This was the benefit of having a large force behind him. A moment later, Bao Tong spat out blood as he retreated, holding his chest. The soot on his face could not hide his ugly expression. It seems that the rumors are true. You actually have so many rank 4 goo. You are a subordinate that Shang clan leader Shang Xinci slept with, right? Xiao Yan was furious. Scoundrel, you dare to slander clan leader! Xiao Yan had wanted to let Bao Tong go. He did not want to pursue him, but now, he was filled with anger. He pounced at Bao Tong. Bao Tong thought to himself, he was forced to retreat under Xiao Yan's ferocious attacks. The situation was dangerous. In another dark corner, there was another goo master quietly observing this battle. This goo master had rank 5 cultivation. His face and body were blurry. He was shrouded in fog. Shang Xinci. The rank 5 goo master gritted his teeth. He had deep hatred towards Shang Xinci. A will occupied his mind. Little Tian, don't be impulsive. Shang Xinci is a goo immortal seed of Shang clan. It was not easy for you to escape and hide your identity. What he needed to do now was to hide in the dark and cultivate diligently. I will strive to break through the limits of mortals and become a rank 6 Chi Path goo immortal. The rank 5 goo master was Kong Ritian, and the will in his mind was Kong Xing's will of providence. Back then, when Kong Ritian inherited Xing Tian's true inheritance, Wu Ji, Shang Xinci and the others fought over it. He swore that he would take revenge in the future. Kong Ritian gritted his teeth. But ancestor, I'm very confident that I can ascend to immortality. But didn't you advise me not to ascend as an immortal for the time being and not to miss the exceptional opportunity to learn from nature? Kong Xing explained. Spectral Soul succeeded in destroying the sun and destroyed a large number of white heaven path nodes, heaven pillars, heavenly chasms, and so on. The primordial white heaven would be rapidly swallowed by the primordial black heaven. The confusion of the two heavens and the chaos of providence would not last for long. Once providence stabilizes, it will be time for you to undergo your immortal ascension. So that's it, I really can't wait. Kong Ritian snickered. At the next moment, he suddenly attacked. Since I can't take revenge on Shang Xinci for now, I'll find her subordinates and kill her lover, Xiao Yan. I'll let her have a taste of pain. Kong Ritian's mind was filled with killing intent. You! Don't worry, after I kill Xiao Yan I will frame Bao Tong. I am very familiar with this method. Kong Ritian secretly pounced towards Xiao Yan, but the latter was completely focused on Bao Tong and did not sense anything. Sigh. Then you must end this quickly. Kong Xingtian's will sighed helplessly. That night, golden flames burned the entire mountain. Countless living beings were buried in the sea of fire. The flames soared to the sky and were near Shangliang Mountain. Shang Xinci quickly discovered them. Oh no, something happened on Xiao Yan's side. A pure natural fire does not have such power. Shang Xinci's heart sank. She could not help but worry about Xiao Yan's safety. Even though she only had rank 5 cultivation level now, she had great foresight. She could tell that this was an immortal material flame from the flames. Shang Xinci did not send reinforcements to Xiao Yan, because immortal materials were no longer mortal matters. Shang clan's goo immortals would definitely go and deal with them. Shang Xinci looked at the sky. Without the sun, the sky was pitch black. This gentle and kind woman sighed deeply. Her expression was filled with worry. I wonder how many people are suffering in torment at this very moment? Even though I am Shang clan's leader, I am still too weak. The change in the world caused people's hearts to tremble. In southern borders Gu Master World, the demonic path became very rampant. Shan Xinci had already tried her best to save them, but against natural and man-made disasters, her efforts were just a drop in the bucket. Eastern Sea. White Crane Sea Area. Nangong Yuan was trying his best to gather the crane group. Far away from where the sky and sea intersected, vast frost energy swept over, causing the surrounding temperature to fall rapidly. White Crane Sea Area was originally owned by Eastern Sea lone immortal Qin Baihe. After Qin Baihe was killed by Fang Yuan, White Crane Sea Area was taken over by the nearest superforce, Nangong Clan. Nangong Clan invested a lot of resources and built a formation. They wanted to manage it properly, but the sun was destroyed by Spectral Soul. Once the sun went out, the 5 regions' temperature continued to fall. White Crane Sea Area was next to Icy Sea Area. It suffered even more. In the last few days, Icy Sea Area had already expanded by 4 times. White Crane Sea Area was about to be devoured by Icy Sea Area. The world is changing. This is truly an unprecedented chaotic era. Nangong Yuan sighed. Nangong Clan's situation was still good. Su Clan controlled Lightwave Sea. Once the sun went out, the value of the entire sea area plummeted. Su Clan was extremely busy. Of course, there were also superforces that took the chance to make huge profits. For example, Eastern Sea's Hua Clan. Hua Clan's rank 8 immortal Gu House Jade Cloud Fireworks warship entered the 2 heavens many times, collecting a vast amount of cloud path resources. Eastern Sea's righteous path was very envious. The world was changing, not to mention mortals and Gu masters, even superforces and Gu immortal experts were affected. They were in a state of unrest. Some were overjoyed, some were worried, some decided to leave their homes and start anew. In the darkness of the night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had already flown to the border of northern plains and western desert. They were originally 2 of the traveling 3 elites, but after Han Dong's death, there were only 2 elites left. They were northern plains lone immortals, but they were not willing to join the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, people had their own hearts. There will always be people who prefer more freedom. As Longevity Heaven continued to work hard, Northern Plains living space for lone cultivators became smaller and smaller. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were not willing to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Southern Border were more suitable for them. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path, while Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert's environment. Sigh, we have to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I feel that it is hard to leave my homeland. Lu Qingming sighed deeply. Su Guang said, Western Desert is in chaos, and Fang Clan attracted its attention. It is more suitable for us to cultivate. Let's go. The 5 regional walls have vanished. The 2 heavens have fused into one. Heaven and earth are our home. Hee hee. Lu Qingming laughed. You are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. A terrifying peach-black darkness suddenly descended. The 2 immortals could not resist. They were grabbed by the mysterious expert, unable to move. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear. Because the one who captured them was not a Gu immortal, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. Its body was black as ink. A head of jet black, thick hair hung down to his waist like a cloak. Its eyes were huge, emitting a bloody light. At this moment, 2 huge claws were grabbing Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zui Yihui. Zui Yihui's voice was deep and hoarse. 2 Northern Plains Gu immortals, you can lead the way. Tell me, Longevity Heaven, how do I infiltrate it? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. Western Desert. An extremely short confrontation had come to an end. Flower petals fell and gathered, forming Wan Zihang's complete immortal body. She looked at Ling Husu's disappearing figure as she smiled. Ling Husu, huh? Interesting. Zhou Xiong Xian's expression was ugly. This Ling Husu deserves to die. If he did not use Fang Clan's name to steal, would we have been misled by him? Zhou Xiong Xian wanted to find Fang Clan's hiding location, but to think that he followed the wrong clues. Ling Husu was a rare theft path Gu immortal. He had once stolen Fang Dongshi's soul core in Sand Heap Blessed Land. Evidently, he did not just obtain the soul core, he even used it to disguise himself as Fang Clan's item. While spectral soul destruction was in a state of panic, he committed crimes everywhere, purposely leaving behind clues and placing the blame on Fang Clan. In the end, Zhou Xiong Xian exposed him. Back then, the pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used a strange theft path method to escape from the 2 rank 8 experts of Celestial Court. In the sky of Central Continent, many Gu Immortals' gazes were gathered on Gu Immortal Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji successfully placed the final Immortal Gu. Good, prepared to activate the formation. Informed the Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens to pay attention to the Grotto Heavens formations. Friends in the formation cores, please check again. After arranging everything in an orderly manner, the Starry Sky Precision Calculation Array was finally activated. First, a star shone with dazzling starlight, then the second star, the third star. After more than 10 breaths of time, millions of stars shone brightly in the sky of Central Continent, forming a beautiful star chart. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is finally complete. Li Xiaobai sighed internally at this sight. Not long ago, Fan Yuan's main body had secretly contacted him. As profound literature Grotto Heaven turned to Celestial Court, this move of Li Xiaobai's became extremely valuable. But at the same time, Fan Yuan had to be careful. Li Xiaobai was his clone after all. If his identity was exposed and he was captured, it would become a huge weakness of Fan Yuan's main body. Chapter 23:16. Millions of stars filled the sky, forming a sea of stars that floated above Central Continent. The blue radiance of the stars interweaved, creating a dreamlike scene. If one looked at the 5 regions now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert were all shrouded in darkness, only a few special areas were shining brightly. In stark contrast to the 4 regions, only Central Continent was shrouded in light. Central Continent, which was filled with stars. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. She had already made arrangements. Even Fan Yuan was lagging behind Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He was gradually understanding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true state. This was Wisdom Path's forte in preparing for a rainy day. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She was multitasking now. She was refining Central Continent's natural wisdom path Dao marks while healing her injuries. She was controlling the Starry Sky Calculation Formation, and a portion of her attention was placed inside Celestial Court. This was also the advantage of Wisdom Path. Thoughts were plentiful. The Starry Sky Actuarial Array was operating slowly. Everything was normal. This formation only had some basic offensive and defensive abilities. It was not even at pseudo-venerable level. But precisely because of this, Great Love Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal gave up on them. They chose to transact with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and seek their own benefits. Giant Sun Immortal had a strong need for Blood Path, while Fan Yuan obtained a batch of Primordial Domain. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's main ability was to cover the whole of Central Continent. It could gather information from all over Central Continent, and make deductions to mobilize Central Continent's Gu Immortals to cooperate more precisely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was number 1 in Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path was created by her. She was still the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the current world. No one understood the essence of Wisdom Path better than her. Wisdom Path emphasized control. It was the research of fixed numbers. Wisdom Path had 3 essential elements: thoughts, will, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing, wills were fierce, and emotions were disturbing. Wisdom Path cultivation advocated for Gu cultivators to control these 3 aspects. This was the most basic. Thus, wisdom path goo cultivators were usually very calm and self-disciplined. They knew how to control and adjust themselves. On this foundation, wisdom path goo cultivators were good at memorizing information and understanding the current situation. This was controlling the present. Furthermore, wisdom path goo cultivators could use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities based on the rules of heaven and earth and common sense. This was controlling the future. This was the essence of wisdom path. Precisely because of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable was the only venerable in history to become one with the Tao. She interfered with providence and affected fate goo because fate was the greatest determinant in the world. In this aspect, star constellation Immortal Venerable was the most unique. Countless pieces of information flowed out of the starry sky calculation formation like streams, entering star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. This information included the most basic topography of mountains and rivers, weather changes, the distribution of the various goo cultivation forces, and even the specific locations of goo immortals, their current conditions, and so on. A vast amount of information poured into star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. If it was Giant Sun Immortal or Great Love Immortal Venerable, they would not be able to handle it. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was different. She mainly cultivated wisdom path. Her mind was vast, far surpassing other venerables. She received this vast amount of disorderly information with ease. She had more than enough ability to handle it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable felt a faint sense of joy in her heart. Her control over the whole of Central Continent was rising rapidly. The more information a wisdom path goo cultivator had, the more they could display the advantage of wisdom path. Why else would information path and wisdom path be the most compatible? With the starry sky calculation formation, I can monitor the whole of Central Continent at all times. It is like mini heaven overseeing tower. Central Continent's mood is rather stable. The morale of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is higher than before. It seems they have compared the situation of the other 4 regions. However, the starry sky calculation formation is only at the most basic level now. It still has a lot of room for improvement. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought to herself. For example, in terms of collecting information, her investigative methods were not good. Not to mention goo immortals, even mortal goo master experts could conceal their own secrets to a certain extent. For example, in the starry sky calculation formation, there were few information path immortal goo that stored information. They needed to be replenished. Of course, the best arrangement was to directly insert the Qiankun crystal wall. For example, the starry sky calculation formation's deduction, thinking, and deployment abilities could also be raised. But this also required a large number of related immortal goo. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created computer goo, Wisdom Brain goo, Light Brain goo, and others. Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable created a special immortal plant, Brain goo. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable once had Monkey Brain goo, Dragon Brain goo, Phoenix Brain goo, as well as brain goo that could be used with strength path methods. There was also Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's food path research, brain goo. These goo worms were suitable for the starry sky calculation formation. Other than that, the starry sky calculation formation's basic offensive and defensive abilities also had huge room for improvement. However, the starry sky calculation formation has already reached the bottom line of the other venerables. Any improvement in any aspect will attract the venerables' attacks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable observed the world. The starry sky calculation formation was mainly restricted by external pressure. It also needed a large number of immortal goo. Thus, it could only stop here for now. Next, I will gather the information of all the goo immortals in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lifespan, cultivation level, path, immortal goo, killer moves, immortal aperture situation, path attainment level, and so on, will be sent to the starry sky calculation formation for allocation. As for the goo immortals in the 2 heavens grotto heavens, star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This matter could not be rushed. Spying on a Gu Immortal's information was a taboo to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forcefully pushing it, and because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinates of the Celestial Court, it was possible to do so. Even so, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would feel uncomfortable, they might even hide it secretly. But these were minor details. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force it. Forcing it was going against the will of the people, it was going against the grain. How could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? When the immortals start to taste all sorts of benefits, their mentality would gradually change. They would even take the initiative to cooperate with the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. In this situation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would force the Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens to report their complete information to the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She could not do so now. Many super forces of the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens had just joined the Celestial Court after all. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did this, not only would she disappoint them, she would also let the world see the plight of the foreign Gu Immortals who joined the Celestial Court. In the long run, it would be disadvantageous to the Celestial Court and the future situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the Celestial Court and interfered with Western Desert, obstructing and interfering with Fan Yuan's arrangements. Then, she created the Great Development Immortal Formation and instigated Fan Yuan's 2 heavens Grotto Heavens forces to defect. Afterwards, she worked together with Fan Yuan to defeat Giant Sun, creating the most basic Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She made all sorts of moves, she countered them as they came, but she also did it steadily. Right now, the Celestial Court's situation was clear, the dark clouds of their previous defeats were swept away, their future was bright. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries are more severe than mine, he is also repairing and refining rank 9 light Gu. As for Fan Yuan, he lacks immortal essence, be it refining natural Dao marks or fighting venerables, he is unable to do anything. The biggest variable is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In these 2 days, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames, his mountain-like body was melting and recovering rapidly, his 3 heads had twisted expressions as they screamed in pain. Spectral Soul. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered, intense killing intent surged in her heart again. Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan's heart shook, joy filled his heart, but his expression did not show it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu was refined successfully. Ever since the battle for Light Gu, Fan Yuan had passed the most difficult period of raising Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement. Next, Fan Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He did not refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks, he acted like he was accumulating immortal essence while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Gu. Just now, Fan Yuan finally succeeded, he refined rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. It was very rare. This was only his first attempt, and he had already succeeded. The main reason was because of rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu, it helped Fan Yuan a lot. Furthermore, Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe was outstanding to begin with. After Fan Yuan's modification, it had reached a certain extreme. But looking back at the entire process, the difficulty was quite high. If not for Fan Yuan risking his life, he might have failed miserably. With rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu completed, Fan Yuan's next step was to modify Obscured Heavenly Secret. This step was not difficult at all. Fan Yuan was very confident. He had already accumulated a lot of experience in modifying Heavenly Secret Gu. Obscured Heavenly Secret was also outstanding enough, it was the most stable foundation. I need to find a chance to meet Li Xiaobai and use the rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move on him. That way, he will be able to hide peacefully. Maybe I can use this chance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal was doing his best to heal his injuries. Using the vast amount of luck path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, he was slowly whittling away at his Star Path, Wisdom Path, and Refinement Path Dao marks. Even though he obtained rank 9 Light Gu, he felt an even greater sense of urgency. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable swallowed a wild rank 9 Fire Gu, he is truly foolish. His mind is not clear, there is no way he can refine fire goo. Right now, fire goo is fighting desperately in his body to protect itself. It is whittling away at the soul path Tao marks in spectral soul demon Venerable's body. Once spectral soul demon Venerable weakens to his limit, star constellation Immortal Venerable and heaven refining demon Venerable will definitely take action. There will be another intense battle by then. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his investigative killer move. He needed to start storing immortal essence. This time, in order to protect Emperor Light and Rank 9 Light Goo, he had to fight against two Venerables at the same time. He expended a lot of immortal essence. If they fought against three Venerables because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, because of the advantage of Rank 9 Light Goo, he might be targeted by the other two Venerables. Rank 9 Light Goo was obtained by Giant Sun Immortal, but it was a hot potato. Chapter 23:17 Celestial Court. 10 Rank 5 Goo Masters excitedly arrived at an important place in the depths of Celestial Court. They were the 10 children of Human Path. This is the Great Yen Formation. Xiao Qixing walked at the front. Behind him were Sun Yuanhua, Fairy Bai Xia, Gu Ting, Wei Wuxiang, Ing Xingji, Chen Dejiang, Tang Ruqi, Sun Yao, and Zhao Shuyi. These 10 were the most outstanding Gu Masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were heavily nurtured by Celestial Court and became rising stars of Human Path after cultivating painstakingly in Divine Emperor City's painting world. They bore a heavy burden. It was the desire of the past Venerables of Celestial Court towards Human Path. It was the germination of Central Continent's grand plan to dominate the 5 regions. The 10 looked over and saw a gray-white light that was like a mountain or a sea in everyone's vision. This light was constantly changing, sometimes whining like a dragon, sometimes dancing like a butterfly, sometimes standing tall like a wall, and sometimes rippling like water. The Great Yen Formation was personally set up by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is the greatest secret of Celestial Court. How honored are we! We are actually the first batch of Gu Masters to enter the formation to cultivate. Black Heaven annexing White Heaven is already a foregone conclusion. Providence will stabilize and no longer be chaotic. Not long later, it will be time for us to become Human Path Gu Immortals. So, the Great Yen Formation is our greatest fortuitous encounter before we become immortals. We must grasp this peerless opportunity. That's right, after entering the formation to cultivate, our relevant memories will be erased. We don't know when we will be able to come again. The 10 children of Human Path discussed for a while and finally arranged the order of entering the formation. Sun Yuanhua was the first to enter the Great Yen Formation. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he staggered out of the changing light and shadow. How was it? What did you experience in the formation? What gains did you get? Quickly tell us. The other 9 quickly gathered around and asked. Sun Yuanhua's expression was still a little dazed, but he quickly recovered. He recalled. After I entered, all I could see was a vast white fog. I tried to step into it and vaguely saw a figure. I chased after it. The more I chased, the further I went. I don't know how far I went, but more and more people appeared in the white fog. At first, there were 5 or 6 of them, then 50 or 60, then 600 or 700. When I finally came to my senses, I was already in a sea of people, surrounded by people. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't make a sound. I tried to smile and connect with these people. In the end, I discovered that they were all smiling at me. Their smiles are fake, like a picture drawn with lines. Can you imagine it? Tens of millions of people surrounded me with this kind of fake smile, crowded around me, and squeezed tighter and tighter, making it hard for me to breathe. I used all my strength to push them away, but my strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, I was drowned by countless people with fake smiles. By the time I reacted, I had already stepped out of the formation and met you all again. At the same time, a skin figure Gu's immortal Gu recipe appeared in my mind. After Sun Yuanhua finished narrating his experiences, there was still lingering fear on his face. He revealed the truth. It would be very helpful to the others. Why does it feel like I had a nightmare? This formation is truly profound and extraordinary. Currently, it seems that after going through the Yen formation, a human path immortal goo recipe will appear? We can't make a conclusion with just one person. Who will be next? The other human path 9 children discussed for a while, but they could not find anything. The second choice was Gu Ting. Gu Ting slowly walked into the fog under everyone's gazes. After a few minutes, Gu Ting walked out of the formation with a dazed expression, similar to Sun Yuanhua earlier. But soon he recovered. Everyone gathered around him, listening to him narrate his experiences. Gu Ting's experience was different from Sun Yuanhua. He did not see anyone. In fact, he felt that he did not even open his eyes. His greatest feeling was the music. The music produced by a certain instrument was constantly lingering in his mind. When the music stopped, Gu Ting walked out of the immortal formation. I received an immortal Gu recipe. It is my modified vital Gu, musician Gu. The 10 children of human path discussed among themselves. Skin figure Gu and musician Gu were human path Gu worms. They were also Sun Yuanhua's and Gu Ting's vital Gu. This means that the gains are related to vital Gu? More accurately, it should be the immortal Gu recipe of vital Gu. This is too useful to us. That's right, who knows, we might be able to use the excess tribulation chi to refine our vital immortal Gu when we undergo tribulation. The 10 children of human path were very excited. They were going to cultivate human path. This was the arrangement of the celestial court. There were advantages and disadvantages to cultivating this path. The advantage was that it was a brand new path. They could dominate the world with one move. Once human path developed, they would have a natural advantage over other paths. The disadvantage was that because they had just started developing on a large scale, the road ahead was dark, there were almost no inheritances to support them. The 10 children of human path had to forge a path for themselves. As for the celestial court, even though the venerables had human path killer moves, these killer moves were too high level. They were related to secrets. The 10 children of human path could not come into contact with them. The 10 children of human path knew clearly. It was extremely difficult for them to create human path immortal Gu recipes. The amount of time, resources, and manpower they would expend was immeasurable. Even during the tribulation transcendence, using the peerless opportunity of nature imitation to ask the heavenly will might not yield any results. Because they were developing human path, it was likely that the entire world did not have the corresponding human path immortal Gu. However, when the third person, Yingxingji, entered the immortal formation, he did not obtain the immortal Gu recipe. I obtained a brand new human path Gu recipe from rank 1 to rank 5, it is called Pill Refinement Master. Yingxingji's vital Gu had already been changed to Dr. Gu, but after entering the formation, he obtained a different human path Gu recipe. Yingxingji was somewhat disappointed. After all, his immortal ascension was imminent. Without Dr. Gu's immortal Gu recipe, he would not be able to use human path immortal Gu for a long time in the future. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying close attention to the 10 children of human path. After Sun Yuanhua entered the formation, his comprehension and experience towards human path formed a profound connection with the inheritance of the former shadow path Gu Immortal of the Celestial Court, Immortal Lord Gu Ying. Eventually, he obtained the immortal Gu recipe of Skin Shadow Man Gu. Immortal Lord Gu Ying was a person after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life. But after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked through the records of the Celestial Court, she had a deep impression of this person. Immortal Lord Gu Ying had mentioned in his inheritance, even though Shadow Path was only a branch of Dark Path, it had greater potential. Shadow Path was not just a branch of Dark Path, it was also a branch of Light Path. Without light, how could there be shadows? Because of this, if they developed the Shadow Path, they might be able to use it as a foundation in the future to merge the Dark Path and the Light Path, forming a brand new and enormous path. After Gu Ting entered the formation, he formed a connection with the Sound Path inheritance. That was how the musician Gu Immortal recipe was created. As for Yingxingji, after he entered the formation, he did not form a connection with the inheritances of those healing Gu Immortals. Instead, he formed a connection with Ruan Dan's Pill Path. Pill Refinement Master Gu. Different from Yingxingji, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that Yingxingji's gains were greater this time. Human Path was the path that the Celestial Court focused on developing, while Pill Path was also a brand new path. The small spark created by the collision of these two paths was Pill Refinement Master Gu. It was Yingxingji's Human Path achievement. He absorbed a portion of the essence of the Pill Path inheritance and turned it into his own achievement. Pill Refinement Master Gu's Gu recipe ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. After refinement, a large number of Pill Refinement Masters can be created. And these Pill Refinement Masters are most proficient in refining Pill Gu. Pill Gu were mostly expendable Gu, and from the many Pill Gu that Yuan Dan refined, their effects were very strong. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable acutely realized, if Pill Refinement Master Gu was popularized, it would change the current situation of Gu Masters at the bottom level. It would have a huge impact. After Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting, and Yingxingji, it was Shao Qixing's turn. This person was vaguely the leader of the 10 Children of Human Path. After entering the derivation Immortal Formation this time, he actually obtained the corresponding Immortal Gu recipes of Soldier Gu and Squad Leader Gu. But regretfully, Shao Qixing's Vital Gu was Martial Gu. Chen Dijiang was the 5th person to enter the formation. His Vital Gu was Capture Gu, but he did not obtain the corresponding Immortal Gu recipe. I obtained Fandor Gu. I have Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 6, they are 1 Fandor Gu, 2 Fandor's Gu, all the way to rank 6 Immortal Gu, 6 Fandor Gu. Fandor Gu are connected to each other. After they are established, my Capture Gu can turn into a constable and quickly teleport from one door to another. After Chen Dijiang was Jiao Shuyi. Her Vital Gu was Craftsman Gu. And after entering the formation this time, she had a connection with a certain Metal Path inheritance, forming the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of Blacksmith Gu. The 10 Children of Human Path entered the derivation Immortal Formation one after another. Their gains were huge, but there was a huge difference between them. No matter what, this derivation Immortal Formation is too amazing. In just half a day, because of it, the whole of Human Path in heaven and earth experienced a huge breakthrough and development. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is indeed the #1 Wisdom Path person in history. The eyes of the 10 Children of Human Path shined. They were willing to submit. They really wanted to enter the formation again, but they were not allowed. It was not that the derivation Immortal Formation's power was limited, but that they themselves had reached their limits. The essence of the derivation Immortal Formation was to fuse the Human Path research results of the 10 Children of Human Path with the inheritances and thoughts left behind by generations of Gu Immortal experts, then create sparks and create brand new Human Path research results. The 10 Children of Human Path had only cultivated Human Path for a short period of time. They were also mortals who were only rank 5 Gu Masters. Their foundation was very limited. They had already squeezed out all of their potential. If they entered again, they would be corroded by other inheritances and thoughts. It would severely affect, restrict their original path and hopes. They were like seedlings. After being stimulated once, they needed to rest for a long time. Otherwise, they would be pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. They would no longer have their own unique thoughts in Human Path. Their originally unimaginable future would become dim and unworthy of any expectations. Chapter 23:18 Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened silently. But Fan Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret Gu advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fan Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer. The activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Fan Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change, it was a qualitative change. Originally, Rank 8 obscured heavenly secret killer move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path Dao marks. They were layered and complex, covering Fan Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path Dao marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser, they were not layered, there was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks, they were fixed, forming a certain state. Fan Yuan knew about this. He used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sensed this layer of heavenly secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Fan Yuan immediately think of thieving heaven demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, heavenly secret fishnet was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Fan Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence, it could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly secret fishnet was the same. But heavenly secret fishnet was slightly inferior to ghostly concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world's surveillance was strong enough, the heaven's fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then, the balance of the heaven's fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, ghostly concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the heaven fate fishing net. But because Fan Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it. They targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to obscured heavenly secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than obscured heavenly secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, obscured heavenly secret had another benefit. That was the consumption of heaven path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of heavenly law immortal materials would be of great help to Fan Yuan's future accumulation of heavenly law immortal materials. Heavenly law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Fan Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, the reason why heaven path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the delirious spectral soul demon Venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move were extremely important to Fan Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed, after Fan Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two Venerables. Just look at how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Giant Sun Immortal because of Rank 9 Light Gu. She was very forceful and aggressive. Eventually, Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Emperor to hide in Longevity Heaven. Only then did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stop. Once Fan Yuan was exposed, he would be using 2 Rank 9 Immortal Gu. He did not have headquarters like Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court. But if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal worked together, they would be even more terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path controlled fate. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path controlled variables. The two could be said to be restraining each other, but once they worked together, they could complement each other. Fan Yuan could not resist their combined strength. After all, Fan Yuan did not have any Rank 9 offensive methods. Even if Fan Yuan resisted them, the external situation of the 3 Venerables would be extremely disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not have enough strength to wipe out Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were in an invincible position. If they deepened their cooperation, it was very likely that they would create some trouble. One could say, once Fan Yuan was exposed, he would fall into a very passive situation. But now, everything was fine. With Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, he stabilized the situation at the final juncture. Raising the Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was not hard, but Fan Yuan risked his life to succeed. He succeeded in raising the Rank 9 Immortal Gu on the first try. There was some luck involved. This was the turning point of the 3 Venerables' confrontation. Right now, Fan Yuan's Heaven Path Foundation was at Grandmaster attainment level. He had all sorts of killer moves like Heaven's Jealousy of Heroic Geniuses, Heavenly Net, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Order and Earthly Norm, Obscured Heavenly Secret, and so on. He also had Immortal Goo like Heavenly Secret Goo, Heavenly Web Goo, Heaven's Envy Goo, and Heavenly Birth Goo. He also had the Truthful Floating Ice. By now, the Truthful Floating Ice had already cleared a little more than half of its inventory. What was worth mentioning was that after Fan Yuan became a Heaven Path Grandmaster, the speed at which he cleared the Truthful Floating Ice also increased greatly. This was easy to understand. Fan Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose, his foundation also rose. He could understand and comprehend the other Heaven Path profundities in the Truthful Floating Ice even faster. Back then, during the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained the Truthful Floating Ice. He digested it very quickly and almost became a Heaven Path Venerable. However, I only managed to raise my Heaven Path attainment level to Grandmaster after consuming more than half of the Truthful Floating Ice. The remaining portion will be very difficult for me to reach Great Grandmaster. The higher the cultivation level of a Goo cultivator, the greater the gap between their cultivation levels. Attainment levels were the same. About half of the Truthful Floating Ice could help Fan Yuan advance from ordinary attainment level to Heaven Path Master level, and then Grandmaster level. But the same half of the Truthful Floating Ice made it very difficult for Fan Yuan to advance from Heaven Path Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster. Even so, Fan Yuan was already very satisfied. The Truthful Floating Ice, the spoils of war in Kray's Demon Cave, brought too much value to Fan Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe did not exist in the original Goo cultivation world. Fan Yuan was very clear about this. This Immortal Goo recipe was the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's Kray's Demon formation. It absorbed the chaos outside the world and used rank 9 derivation Goo as the core, operating for millions of years. This was far ahead of the entire world. It was very difficult to achieve such an achievement. Fan Yuan's Human Path attainment level was not weak, he was at Grandmaster level. But why did he not try to create a Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe? It was very difficult. This attempt would expend too much time, energy, manpower, and resources, and the results could not be guaranteed. Because in the current world, there were very few Human Path Immortal Goo. Creating a Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe was doing something that did not exist in the world. It was expanding the boundaries and upper limits of Human Path. It was also expanding the boundaries and upper limits of the entire world. From 0 to 1, from nothing to something, it was a qualitative change. It was very difficult. From 1 to 2, from something to more, it was a quantitative change. The difficulty would fall drastically. Human Path rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe was already very difficult, then Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was at least 10,000 times more difficult. Fan Yuan was almost certain that this rank 9 Immortal Goo recipe was the essence of the largest Truthful Floating Ice. Now I need to find a chance to interact with Li Xiaobai and secretly use Obscured Heavenly Secret on him. The rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move could fool Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The rank 9 killer move was even more likely. Of course, this was based on the fact that Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have the corresponding rank 9 Immortal Goo. If there was no chance, he would create one. But it was not easy to make the two Venerables not suspect him. Fan Yuan looked into the distance, looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. Different from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was filled with killing intent, Fan Yuan wanted to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a cover to conceal his true actions. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's entire body was enveloped in fire. Rank 9 Wildfire Goo was at the brink of life and death. It unleashed its strongest attack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been tortured for dozens of days. He was in a terrible state. His body, which was originally as huge as a mountain, had now shrunk by 30%. Even though his rank 9 aura was still berserk, he was showing signs of fatigue. Out of the tens of thousands of thick black arms, only a few hundred remained. One of the 3 heads had already been burned off. However, Fire Gu's aura was not as strong as before. Its aura had clearly fallen by several levels. A rank 8 Gu immortal quietly got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still had his consciousness, it would be easy to deal with Fire Gu. Unfortunately, his mind is not clear. He cannot even seal off the natural primeval energy, allowing Fire Gu to unleash its terrifying might for no reason. This Gu immortal had a deep gaze. He was continuously comprehending some sort of mystical thing from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was Feng Jioge. At this moment, a soul beast army was advancing over 100 li away. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. He had a ruthless expression as he roared and pounced forward. The soul beast army was easily dispersed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He opened his 2 mouths and continued to devour. In just a few breaths of time, he had devoured over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts melted. Their soul path down marks were all transferred to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries recovered rapidly, but soon, he was burned by fire. New injuries were created. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has the instinct to eat, he was just lucky. He encountered a soul beast army and managed to stall for some time. Then let me give you a helping hand. Feng Jioge activated an immortal killer move, Destiny Song. The song was ethereal and heavy. It was filled with contradictions. Initially, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. But soon, the stream seemed to turn into magma. It expanded into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. At the same time, the mountain range beneath the enormous river of lava turned into waves that rose and fell without end. The magma and the waves collided and interacted, creating a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds. The azure clouds rose up. It was as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The lightning pierced through the azure clouds. The immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds. Their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits. At times, they were wandering aimlessly. At times, they bent their backs. At times, they spread their wings and soared. Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. His current Song of Destiny was far more powerful than before. Furthermore, the song was extremely beautiful. It contained the charm of heaven and earth. Evidently, Feng Jioge had gained a lot from collecting the heavenly music earlier. Destiny's song only lasted for a dozen or so breaths of time. Feng Jioge stopped this move and quickly retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed by the terrifying flames. He screamed in pain. It seemed like Feng Jioge's Destiny song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body suddenly turned from a blazing red to a gray-blue ice-cold color. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable calmed down. He was like an injured beast that had finally gotten some time to rest. He did not refine the wild Fire Gu, but the Fire Gu no longer attacked or repelled him. Instead, they formed a strange symbiotic relationship in his body. They were helping each other. Huff, huff, huff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's breathing slowed down. The grayish-blue flames around him gradually retracted until there was nothing left. His entire body seemed to have turned into a tombstone, emitting an endless sense of deathly stillness and coldness. At the next moment, rumble! The flames surged and suddenly erupted. In an instant they swept out for thousands of miles and rapidly expanded in all directions. Everywhere it went, all living beings disintegrated and burned to ashes. Their soul essence was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable like rivers flowing into the sea. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries healed quickly. His body grew larger and larger. Chapter 23:19. In these 2 heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's shocking transformation foiled the Venerable's plans again. Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan raised his head as he activated his investigative killer move. The ice-blue fire had already covered most of the immemorial 2 heavens, destroying all living beings wherever it went. Even immemorial desolate beasts could not last for long. This was an absolute massacre. Spectral soul demon Venerable benefited greatly from this. His body had expanded to 100 times the size when he was in Crazed Demon Cave. There were more than 10,000 pitch-black pillar-like arms. A terrifying aura and killing intent filled the entire sky. He was unmoving in the two heavens, like he had replaced the sun in the day, becoming the absolute overlord of the night sky. Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan had a deep gaze. He had already found out that the reason for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's transformation was because of Feng Jioge. After the Fate Destruction battle, Feng Jioge had betrayed the Celestial Court and vanished. To think that when he appeared again, he would have such a shocking move. What made Fan Yuan suspicious was that Feng Jioge probably had pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only with such strength could he influence Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and retreat successfully. Be it Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they could not investigate Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continuously. Maintaining an investigative killer move expended immortal essence and thoughts. This was also the reason why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up a starry sky calculation formation to inspect the whole of Central Continent in her place. Destiny Song. It can allow Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Wildfire Gu to come to an agreement and coexist peacefully. Feng Jioge's killer move has become even more powerful. Fan Yuan was already a refinement path venerable now. In the entire world, other than venerables, Feng Jioge was the most important person. He was worthy of Fan Yuan's attention. His talent was outstanding and stunning, and he was also Feng Kim Huang's father. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge was plotted against by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, causing him to die while attacking Long-Hair Blessed Land. Now that Fan Yuan recalled it, he could see how much importance Spectral Soul Demon Venerable placed on Feng Jioge back then. Precisely because of this, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable set up a trap to kill Feng Jioge. If not for that, Feng Jioge would have been even more dazzling in his previous life. The strange thing was, in the 500 years of his previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable plotted against Feng Jioge. But in this life, Feng Jioge seemed to be repaying evil with kindness. He helped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable greatly. Then, is the reason why Feng Jioge has pseudo-venerable strength because of future self, or is it because of his own cultivation during this period of time? Fan Yuan kept thinking. This was a crucial question. If there was still future self left in Feng Jioge's body, that meant Red Lotus Demon Venerable was still closely related to Feng Jioge. In that case, Feng Jioge was backed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and Feng Jioge might also be part of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. Fan Yuan was very clear about the relationship between these two. Back then, after he failed to rebirth, in order to destroy Fate Gu, he was the one who told Feng Jioge the crucial information, allowing the latter to obtain his Red Lotus true inheritance. Why did Feng Jioge help Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? And the attitude Celestial Court had towards Feng Jioge, it was worth Fan Yuan's consideration. Fan Yuan had already learned that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sent Celestial Court Gu Immortals to capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Then, why did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Jioge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her. What was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used. Fan Yuan had not reborn. There were many secrets, and secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Fan Yuan could only make guesses now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries. She left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jioge, Destiny Song, I cultivate wisdom path, I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates luck path, he studies variables. This Destiny Song contains fate and variables, it involves heaven path and human path at the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences, and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans, she felt that in terms of talent, Feng Jioge was definitely in the top 10. Feng Jioge had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest, he might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu Immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of Human Path had already left Celestial Court, their memories had all been erased. This step was done by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable herself. She did not erase their memories crudely, she made ingenious changes. The 10 children of Human Path would have a burst of inspiration in the following period of time. They would create related Gu recipes and so on. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their wisdom path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of Human Path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Ruan Dan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Ruan Dan's expression soon returned to normal. He had an expression of wild joy. Amazing! This derivation formation is too amazing! I obtained close to 1,000 Pill Path Gu recipes, among which there are more than 100 Immortal Gu recipes. I have been creating Pill Path killer moves for a long time, but my progress has been slow. But after going through the derivation Immortal formation, I obtained more than 200 killer moves and 50 Immortal killer moves. Che Wei and the rest were shaken. Ruan Dan was the first Gu cultivator to enter the formation. To think that his gains would be so terrifying. Different from the 10 children of Human Path, Ruan Dan was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. He had a long lifespan and rich experience. His foundation was extremely deep. Ruan Dan, you created Pill Path, but you do not know much about other paths. However, this derivation Immortal formation can allow you to interact with the outstanding achievements of other paths with you as the center. After such a connection, there will be countless results derived, so the harvest is unimaginable. Feng Daki analyzed. She was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect. She was personally selected by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter the derivation formation. Ruan Dan nodded, praising. Fairy Feng is right. For a brand new path like Pill Path, the first step of development is to spread it widely. After that, countless Gu cultivators will come into contact with it and cultivate, using their different life experiences, different perspectives, and unique ways of thinking, they will accumulate Pill Path. After that, more and more people will cultivate, and geniuses will emerge, they will make breakthroughs and undergo qualitative changes, obtaining huge results. And now, the derivation Immortal formation has replaced these steps. Using all sorts of outstanding Gu Immortal inheritances, the geniuses of history will deduce it together with me. We will rapidly accumulate a vast amount of Pill Path knowledge in a short period of time. Hearing this analysis, Che Wei and the rest had heated gazes. It is my turn now. Che Wei was the second to enter the formation. Several days later, Che Wei entered the formation. His gains were as huge as Ruan Dan's. The Immortals continued to analyze and discuss. Ruan Dan said, Che Wei, even though you have only created Weapon Path for a short period of time, far inferior to me. You are a pure human with the strongest intelligence. Your gains are almost the same as mine. If you had created your path at the same time as me, your gains would be even greater. However, Che Wei shook his head. Fellow Immortals, I have a different guess about this. Any path that reaches Grand Master attainment level will gain the ability to comprehend other paths by analogy. By then, the Gu cultivator will use their own path to imitate the specialty of other paths. For example, using fire path goo worms to form killer moves, or water path abilities, and so on. Immortal formation derivation can also be seen as forcefully comprehending other paths by analogy. The vast number of true inheritances stored in the immortal formation can be interpreted in another way through either Wan Dan's pill path or my weapon path. For example, the iron rod goo recipe that I obtained is a transformation of metal path research results along with weapon path. And skin whip goo is the result of combining transformation path research results with weapon path. Che Wei's words immediately deepened the immortal's understanding of immortal formation derivation. Next was Feng Diqi's turn. Feng Diqi only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendant. After she entered the formation, she only spent a day and a night before leaving. After regaining her senses, she smiled. I have obtained painting path research results. Next, I will refine painting path immortal goo and change it to my vital goo. I will cultivate painting path. The immortals congratulated her. Immortal formation derivation's effect was not only to help human path, pill path, and weapon path develop rapidly, it could also extract the essence of each path's research results and condense them into new paths. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not leave behind any painting path inheritance for his bloodline descendants. But through immortal formation derivation, Celestial Court could directly nurture painting path goo immortals. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. There was no meaning in talking about goo worms being the strongest, but goo immortals did. The nurturing, use, and refinement of goo worms depended on one's heart. Limitless Demon Venerable used rank 9 derivation immortal goo and the other cores to set up the crazed demon formation. He created the truthful floating ice and tried to create eternal life research results, but he failed. Most of the truthful floating ice was lost. The remaining truthful floating ice was divided by Fan Yuan and the other 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used derivation immortal goo to create the immortal formation derivation, allowing all paths to erupt and produce a vast number of research results. She saved a lot of time and also prevented a huge flaw from spreading too much. If Giant Sun Immortal had such a method back then, he would not have sent the Blood Sea clone to spread a vast number of blood path inheritances. Chapter 2320. As far as the 3 venerables were concerned, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's huge change was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. He was naked, sitting cross-legged. His muscular upper body was covered in bulging muscles. His black chest hair gave off an intense aura of masculinity. My injuries are healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fire Goo continued to fight evenly with each other, both sides would be heavily injured. The Venerables would fight again. However, Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were much heavier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's. If he did not participate, he would lose the opportunity. If he participated, he would be injured, he would be at a disadvantage. In the battle for Light Goo not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal had to endure the pressure of the 2 venerables. He also had to protect his eldest son, Light Emperor. He had to pay a huge price. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed her injuries, but Giant Sun Immortal had only recovered now. Feng Jioga's sudden attack made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even stronger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable could only wait patiently. Giant Sun Immortal became the beneficiary of this. But Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling in his previous life. After all, he cultivated luck path, he researched variables. As he grew stronger, any variable would be beneficial to him. Giant Sun Immortal prepared for a moment before activating his luck path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not investigate the other venerables, he only inspected himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's number of times he inspected others decreased. He focused on his own situation. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 Light Goo, but my luck is still not good. Which side is against me? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. Don't tell me, because rank 9 light goo is not suitable for me to use, and because it is injured, it is being nurtured in Emperor Light's body? Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Rank 9 light goo was injured by Fog Yuan's incomplete refinement killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal had no way to heal his injuries. On the other hand, the Light Emperor had his own expertise and thought of a solution. That was to use his light body to continuously refine and nurture it, until the light goo became his vital goo and be used by him. If it were a rank 9 wild light goo, Light Emperor would not be able to subdue and refine it. But light goo was injured and its will was heavily injured. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Light Emperor saw some hope of success. This method had many drawbacks. For a very long time, the Light Emperor was almost unable to move. He even needed the help of others to drink and eat. As soon as Longevity Heaven had a pseudo-venerable battle prowess, it went into seclusion. But Longevity Heaven could do nothing about it. They could not hand light goo to Fan Yuan and let him repair it. This was a rank 9 immortal goo. But Fan Yuan had no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to seek Fan Yuan's help on this. Looking at his bad luck, Giant Sun Immortal sighed helplessly. If only I did not obtain rank 9 light goo, but a rank 9 luck path immortal goo, no matter what it was, as long as it was a luck path immortal goo, that would be great. Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling. Although many sudden changes would ultimately be beneficial to him in the end, he had no choice. But most of the time, it was not what Giant Sun Immortal needed the most. After all, it was a variable, not a fixed outcome. Right now, if Giant Sun Immortal had a rank 9 luck path immortal goo, he would be able to modify a rank 9 investigative killer move. He would be able to determine who posed the greatest threat to him. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a rank 9 luck path immortal goo now. Even if he used investigative killer moves and obtained the amplification of Longevity Heaven's vast amount of luck path Dao marks, he could only see the general trend of luck path. The three venerables were in a standoff. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in a delirious state. There were also pseudo-venerables like Feng Jioga, as well as the schemes of the other venerables. All of these luck were intertwined. Giant Sun Immortal could not distinguish the details. He could only see the vague general trend. Rank 9 immortal goo were very important. They often brought about a qualitative change. No matter how much the luck path Dao mark amplification was, it was just a quantitative change. Maybe I have made the most progress among the three venerables. This change in luck is likely because of the rank 9 light goo. The other venerables decided to work together to deal with me. That is why their luck surpasses mine. Of course, there is another possibility. I have already been surpassed. My advantage is gone. But in this situation, who is the hidden person? Similar to how Fan Yuan thought about Feng Jioga and Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could only guess. He could not deduce the truth. Giant Sun Immortal only left Longevity Heaven and continued to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After completely refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal expanded his base from Longevity Heaven to the whole of Northern Plains. There were many benefits to this. For example, Giant Sun Immortal was attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable again. He did not need to escape to Longevity Heaven. As long as he entered Northern Plains, he would receive a huge amplification. Even though this amplification was inferior to Longevity Heaven, it was enough to deal with the two venerables. At the same time, Northern Plains was under Giant Sun Immortal's control. Giant Sun Immortal could specially nurture Gu Immortal descendants. He would not have to worry about some shameless venerables slaughtering the Huangjin tribes while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have a good way to stop them. Giant Sun Immortal understood deeply. As time passed, the Venerable's strength would continue to grow, they would become stronger, their immortal essence would become more abundant. During the initial stage of the conflict, the Venerables did not have enough immortal essence to use. This was the best time to refine the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult. When refining natural Dao marks, if there was any disturbance, the progress would be very slow. If other Venerables gained the upper hand, it would be even worse. For example, if star constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of a place first, her strength would rise greatly in that place. At that time, if Giant Sun Immortal wanted to refine the luck path Tao marks of this place, and star constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, retreating would be the logical choice for Giant Sun Immortal. Not counting the unconscious spectral soul demon Venerable, among the three Venerables, Giant Sun Immortal's advantage was still very clear. He had refined the largest number of luck path Tao marks. Once he refined all of Northern Plains luck path Tao marks, he would not allow other Venerables to get their hands on it. Be it star constellation Immortal Venerable who wanted to refine Northern Plains wisdom path Tao marks, or Fan Yuan who wanted to refine Northern Plains refinement path Tao marks, they would face a heavy blow from Giant Sun Immortal. Thus, now was the most suitable time to refine natural Tao marks. After this period, the difficulty would rise sharply. Other than this reason, there was an even more crucial secret that urged the Venerables to refine Tao marks as soon as possible. That was, only by completely refining all of the natural Tao marks in the world could one maintain their attainment level. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out icy blue fire as he slaughtered the two heavens. The other three Venerables were refining their own natural Tao marks. The 5 regions Gu Immortal World fell into temporary peace again. Countless beast groups escaped from Confusion 2 heavens, landing in the 5 regions. The super forces of the 5 regions were in a terrible situation. Gu Immortals moved out to defend their territories. Most of the beast groups perished in the icy blue fire. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body continued to grow. His aura surged like the sea. After a period of time, his ice-cold blue flame completely covered the entire 2 heavens. Under the attention of the 3 Venerables and the gazes of countless living beings in the 5 regions, the blue fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights. Countless fragments of white heaven and black heaven in Confusion 2 heavens fused together in this blue fire, becoming one. A new heaven appeared. People called it Spectral Heaven. With immemorial black heaven as the leader, immemorial white heaven was completely conquered and annexed, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who devoured black heaven's spirit became the ruler. His body was like a mountain or a sea. He was not inferior to the sun from before. The blue fire gradually extinguished everywhere in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Only the surface of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was burning quietly. Even the weakest fire was tens of feet tall. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became the biggest source of light in spectral heaven. He emitted a vast cold killing intent towards the 5 regions at all times. This was an unprecedented change. Even in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, there was no such change. The entire Gu cultivation world's environment was changing under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control. Light path was suppressed, dark path was growing. Battles and casualties rose all over the world. Most living beings and even Gu masters could not escape from the influence of killing intent. Soul beasts started to proliferate all over the world. But at the same time, Providence also stabilized. Eastern Sea. A rank 5 female Gu master looked at spectral heaven, at the grand existence at the center of spectral heaven. She only looked at it for a while before lowering her head and retracting her gaze. In such a short period of time, the killing intent in her heart had accumulated to the peak, almost breaking through her own limits, making her dizzy with killing intent. She had to slaughter wantonly in order to slightly calm down and ease it. The female Gu master was old. She was 93 years old. Her name was Hua Ben Cry. She had just left her position as the leader of Eastern Sea's Hua clan. She purposely stared at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When her killing intent dissipated, Hua Ben Cry started the biggest attempt of her life. Ascending to immortal as a mortal. First step, shattering aperture. Heaven and earth chi burst out, forming a grand tribulation. Hua Ben Cry had a solemn expression. Even though she had Hua clan's detailed information, facing the immortal ascension tribulation, her mind and body were shaken. Second step, taking in chi. Heaven, earth, and human chi enveloped her. Hua Ben Cry concentrated, trying her best to balance the 3 chi. At the same time, it was natural inspiration. As for the tribulations in the outside world, Hua Clan's Gu immortals would resist them. This was the benefit of being a super force. Third step, releasing Gu. The vital Gu was released into the 3 Qi mixed essence Qi lump. There was a loud explosion. Heaven and earth were split apart. At this moment, Hua Ben Cry had a rank 6 immortal aperture. She succeeded in her immortal ascension. A high-grade blessed land. But there was no excess heaven and earth Qi left to refine her vital Gu. But Hua Ben Cry was already very satisfied. She could not calm the excitement in her heart. When using natural inspiration, she had great gains. The killer move that she was most proud of in her life's accumulation had already undergone a qualitative change. It had become an immortal killer move. As long as she used this move and sat on any immortal Gu house, crying out in pain, the target immortal Gu house would suffer huge losses. The reputation of the Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house would also fall. Literature Library. Chapter 23-21. After the formation of spectral heaven, it gradually stabilized. The beast groups that had escaped earlier returned to live in the sky. All the grotto heavens closed their entrances and left them in the void. Although there were some losses, they all survived. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable dominated spectral heaven and rarely moved. The 2 heavens grotto heavens did not open their entrances to communicate with the outside world, in case Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came looking for them. Fan Yuan, Star Constellation, and Giant Sun, the 3 venerables, were busy refining natural Tao marks. Their confrontation fell into a deadlock again. While the venerables stopped fighting and the world was taking a breather, a large number of Gu immortal seeds chose to advance to Gu immortal realm at this moment. Central Continent. Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters, Blessed Land. Mu Huai greets First Supreme Elder. A newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortal respectfully knelt on the ground. Heavenly Lotus Sect's First Supreme Elder nodded slightly. After giving some words of encouragement to Mu Huai, he said to an immortal beside Mu Huai, Wu Zhang, Mu Huai is someone you nurtured. You will be in charge of making arrangements. Yes. Wu Zhang replied and led Mu Huai out of the hall. Wu Zhang was Heavenly Lotus Sect's 5th Supreme Elder. He had created 5 Virtue Sect in Central Continent long ago. 5 Virtue Sect had 5 Virtue Elders. Mu Huai was one of them, Wood Virtue Elder. After his immortal ascension, he became a middle-grade blessed land. Wu Zhang led him to join Heavenly Lotus Sect and obtained the First Supreme Elder's recognition. From now on, Mu Huai was a member of Wu Zheng's faction. Several days later, Northern Plains. An immortal ascension tribulation had just passed. Ouyang Baisang, who had risked his immortal ascension, only had half his body left. He barely survived. Second brother, you succeeded! Amo Shi Kuang's voice was very loud. He excitedly rushed forward. Ouyang Baisang could only force a smile. He could not speak. He could only look at Lu Wenwu with a grateful gaze. If not for Lu Wenwu's help, Ouyang Baisang would have died for sure. Now, it was all thanks to Lu Wenwu using an immortal killer move to help Ouyang Baisang survive. Lu Wenwu was once a Lu tribe Gu immortal seed. He was brothers with Ouyang Baisang and Amo Shi Kuang. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest. Lu Wenwu was now a Gu immortal. With his help, Ouyang Baisang also succeeded in his immortal ascension. Lu Wenwu understood Ouyang Baisang's meaning and smiled warmly. Brother, go to sleep. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you don't have to worry. Ouyang Baisang didn't even have the strength to nod. He closed his eyes and fell asleep on the spot, showing his absolute confidence in Lu Wenwu. Big brother! Look, second brother has successfully ascended to immortality. I can do it too. When are you going to help me? Let me have a try too. Amo Shi Kuang's eyes were burning with desire and his expression was anxious. Lu Wenwu smiled bitterly. Third brother, don't be impatient. You've seen your second brother's situation with your own eyes. Immortal ascension is extremely dangerous. He almost failed completely because of the imbalance of his 3 Qi. Furthermore, it's very unreliable for me to deal with the infinite possibilities of the immortal ascension tribulation alone. We were lucky this time. The calamity we encountered was within my abilities, so I could deal with it. However, you have to know that there are thousands of calamities and tribulations, and they are all very strange. The next time you ascend to become an immortal, you might not be so lucky. This? Emo Shi Kuang scratched his head. Lu Wenwu urged again. Let's wait for some time. When your second brother's cultivation level stabilizes, he will also have Gu immortal methods. At that time, if we help you together, there will be more hope. Big brother is right, then I will wait. Emo Shi Kuang listened to the advice and reluctantly changed his mind. But he did not know that Lu Wenwu was sighing inwardly. In the early years, Lu Wenwu was only a Gu master and did not have high standards, thus he became sworn brothers with Emo Shi Kuang. But after becoming a Gu immortal, Lu Wenwu discovered that the world was dominated by humans. All variant humans had to stand aside. Emo Shi Kuang's Inkman identity became even more sensitive. Lu Wenwu helped Ouyang Baiseng become an immortal, and Ouyang Baiseng became Lu tribe's external supreme elder, becoming Lu Wenwu's supporter and a member of the same political faction. Ouyang Baiseng was a pure human. Lu tribe's internal factions would still take the chance to cause trouble. You, Lu Wenwu, did not nurture Lu tribe's Gu masters, but instead nurtured an outsider? And if Emo Shi Kuang became an immortal with Lu Wenwu's help, and became a member of a political faction, that would be even worse. This would become a weakness of other factions. Sometimes, Lu Wenwu envied Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Most of the supreme elders of these ancient sects would create new sects in their own name, recruiting and dividing Central Continent's resource points. If they were lucky enough to nurture a Gu immortal, they would become his capable subordinates and companions. This method was also one of the ingenious policies used by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to control Central Continent. But such a method could not be used in a super tribe. Secretly dividing the tribe was a taboo. In Giant Sun Immortal's previous life, he had brought up the idea of the world as one, to unify the whole world. Eastern Seas Hua Ben Ku, Central Continent's Mu Huai, Northern Plains Ouyang Baiseng, super forces had deep foundations and were familiar with the secrets of immortal ascension, thus related Gu immortal seeds ascended one after another. Southern Border. Oh no! Yi Ping's expression was grim as he watched the 3 chi masses of heaven, earth, and human gradually lose their balance. The Gu master Yi Ping's immortal ascension failed, and when the 3 chi masses dissipated, he was almost shredded into jerky. His limbs were gone, and his body was badly mutilated. Calamities and tribulations could be helped by others, but the coordination of the 3 chi had to be completed by the Gu master himself. Others were powerless. Sai, you were too engrossed in the opportunity of natural inspiration. I told you not to be too greedy. Yi Ping landed beside Yi Chong, sighing in regret. Yi Chong did not move. After a few breaths of time, he died. Half a month later, in a nameless valley in Central Continent, Ben Duo-yi succeeded in his immortal ascension. I finally became a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a complex expression. There was excitement and joy, but also regret. To resist the calamities and tribulations, as well as to harmonize the 3 chi, he had almost given up on the opportunity of natural inspiration. Ben Duo-yi's master was Yu Mu Chun. The latter was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster, a member of Shadow Sect's Central Continent branch. In this sense, Ben Duo-yi could be considered a remnant of Shadow Sect. He was chosen by Yu Mu Chun. His aptitude was naturally extraordinary. Ben Duo-yi was more intelligent than ordinary hairy men. He had a clear mind. His intelligence was not inferior to humans. This success in his immortal ascension also proved Yu Mu Chun's foresight. Ben Duo-yi packed up and quickly left the valley. But not long after, a Gu immortal arrived. This is the place. The starry sky calculation formation shows that someone underwent tribulation here. It seems to be a lone cultivator. After this Gu immortal investigated, he immediately obtained more detailed clues. The Gu immortal's eyes started to shine. It was not easy for a lone immortal to become an immortal. Since he succeeded, it proved his worth. If I succeed in recruiting this person, it will be a huge sum of sect contribution points. In fact, in the future, this person might even stand by my side. Where there were people, there would be benefits and conflicts. The sect's internal conflicts had to be controlled. It was an excellent competition and elimination mechanism. The sect's higher-ups were happy to see this. However, this Gu immortal did not know that the person who underwent tribulation was not a human, but a variant human hairy man. Ben Duoyi's immortal ascension was only a small part of it. First, the Gu immortal seeds of the 5 regions superforces tried, followed by lone cultivators and demonic cultivators. Gradually, an immortal ascension trend was formed. The immortal ascension trend included righteous path, secluded cultivators, and demonic path. Many lone cultivators like Ben Duoi showed their talents. They appeared one after another, making everyone's eyes shine. And almost all the superforces of the 5 regions had their own performances. Even among the superforces, there was a kind of private competition. Tai clan's Tai Ruan unsuccessfully became a rank 6 metal path Gu immortal. Shang clan's Shang Xinci successfully ascended. Western Desert Shi clan had 2 Gu masters who ascended at almost the same time. Eastern Sea's Nengong clan did not lose out. 2 Gu masters succeeded in 7 days. They had their own gains. Next, Southern Borders Tai clan sent out good news. Tai Mu Bai and Tai Bai Chi, who had revived long ago, both succeeded in their immortal ascension. And the one who shook the 5 regions Gu immortal world the most was Southern Borders Wu clan. Wu clan's Zhong Yi, Wu Xingtong, Divine Dr. Xingshou, Wei Xingshi and others became rank 6 Gu immortals. The number of people who ascended reached 9, the number 1 in the 5 regions. Wu clan originally lacked Gu immortals, but under Wu Yong's reform, they boldly recruited outsiders. With the addition of these Gu immortals, Wu clan became a southern border superforce with the most Gu immortals. At once, congratulations from all over were transmitted to Wu Yong through jewel yellow skies or information path Gu worms. Wu clan was in the limelight, but Wu Yong sneered without any happiness. Such a celebration is only the desire of a venerable in the future chaos. Is it safe to have more Gu immortals? In front of a venerable, they are all ants. Moreover, the ones who ascended the most are definitely celestial court, longevity heaven and earth great love alliance. They are all behemoths with too many superforces. Wu Yong was very clear-headed and vigilant. He knew that the true problem was not the number of Gu masters who succeeded in their immortal ascension, but the impact these external Gu immortals would have on Wu clan's established tradition. As Wu clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong had to maintain the stability of Wu clan. If Wu clan had too many internal conflicts and internal friction, it would be better to maintain the status quo. Central Continent. Shao Qixing descended from the sky. His white robe was only slightly stained with dust. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his posture was straight like a spear, and his expression was stern, emitting an intense arrogance. Good. Gu immortal Xiao Baihong stroked his beard and laughed, looking at Shao Qixing with an admiring gaze. As expected of my great-grandson, you passed the tribulation and ascended to immortal with your own strength, Shao Qixing said. Great-grandfather, this is nothing to be proud of. Many lone cultivators can do it, why can't I, Shao Qixing? Moreover, a mere rank 6 is only a new starting point. Ha, well said. Xiao Baihong laughed even louder. Shao Qixing asked the others about the 9 children of human path. What? Sun Yuanhua, Gu Ting and the others might have become rank 6 Gu immortals, but their vital Gu have not advanced to immortal Gu. Hee, truly a bunch of trash. Different from the others, the 10 children of human path succeeded in their immortal ascension and kept it a secret. They were crucial figures in the development of Central Continent's human path. They were the pillars of human path in the future. Before they grew to a certain extent, it was better to keep a low profile. Some people succeeded in their immortal ascension, but even more Gu masters who took risks failed. Some brought glory to their ancestors and shook a region, while some continued to work hard and kept a low profile. Some did not attempt to ascend to immortal, like Feng Kim Hong. Some did not even have the qualifications to try, like Southern Borders Xia Cha and Ba Shi Ba. Some were still preparing to ascend to immortal, like western deserts and Moli. Gu Yue Fang Xiang, who was inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 23-22. Southern Border. Deep in a certain earth trench, Kong Ri Tian inspected the Gu formation one last time, confirming that there were no problems. In the last dozen or so days, he had carefully chosen this location, and had even set up several Gu formations in the surrounding 10 li. Even though I am not skilled in formation path, I can still set up mortal Gu formations. With these Gu formations, you will be able to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. With my guidance, you have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Kong Xing's will of providence appeared in Kong Ri Tian's mind, he said with a smug tone. Kong Ri Tian nodded. Ancestor, do you have any other advice for me? Kong Xing Tian thought about it. Don't be greedy, but make good use of it. You walk the Qi path. When you ask about providence, ask about Qi path. Don't ask about the secrets of other paths, you will get much less than Qi path. There is a limit to what I can learn, you cannot ask for unlimited things. Furthermore, don't ask about Qi path's questions that are too broad and high level. Don't ask about rank 8 or 9 Qi path immortal Gu recipes, you will not get all of them. Even if you get an incomplete immortal Gu recipe, it will not even contain half of the contents. Kong Ri Tian engraved these words in his heart as he nodded. Then I will ask some questions that are related to Qi path, but are questions that are currently within my reach. That is the right thing to do. Kong Xing Tian laughed heartily. Kong Ri Tian began to undergo the tribulation. Heaven and earth Qi fluctuated, forming a 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation. The flying wheel was powerful, it flew in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. Kong Ri Tian endured it with difficulty, he became a rank 6 Gu immortal and obtained a high-grade blessed land. Kong Xing's will of providence sighed. Your luck is terrible, you actually encountered such a tribulation. This tribulation is special, it will last for 3 days and 3 nights, even if you destroy the flying wheel, it will regenerate again. To protect you, I expended almost all of my immortal essence. I have already warned you not to go and provoke Xiaoyan. Kong Ri Tian was confused. What does this have to do with Xiaoyan? Kong Xing Tian said. That Xiaoyan's luck is like you before you obtained Xing Tian's true inheritance, it is not bad. More importantly, he was Shang Xian's subordinate. This girl's luck is no small matter. If you deal with Xiaoyan, your own luck will first be exhausted against Xiaoyan's and Shang Xian's luck. Your fate Qi is low, so you triggered the 3 heavens flying wheel tribulation when you went through the tribulation, which almost exhausted all the celestial essence I had left. Kong Ri Tian's face darkened. Back then, he attacked Xiaoyan and tried to frame another demonic path Gu master, Bao Tong. In the end, it caused an accident. He didn't expect that the flames of nature actually contained another layer of immortal material flames. Kong Ri Tian was not a Gu master back then. He did not want to expend his precious immortal essence to let Kong Xing Providence use his Gu immortal methods, but in the intense battle, he destroyed the free will fire and ignited the immortal material inside. The flames of the immortal ingredients burned the entire mountain range. The situation was out of control. Xiaoyan and Bao Tong were trapped in the fire. With the help of Kong Xing's will of providence, Kong Ri Tian managed to break through. He did not expect that the aftereffects of this conflict would affect his immortal ascension. Kong Xing Tian sighed. It seems that I underestimated Shang Xianci. Unless your cultivation level and strength completely surpass her, do not go against her. Even the people close to her shouldn't act rashly. Kong Ri Tian gritted his teeth. Ancestor, aren't you exaggerating a little? Humph, ignorant child. Fate Qi is mysterious. Back when Qi path dominated the world, there were already many people who studied its profundity. Do not underestimate Fate Qi. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. I believe that when this person created Luck Path, he definitely used Fate Qi as a reference. You are already a Gu Immortal now, you should know more. Gu cultivation paths do not exist independently, they influence each other and are interconnected. Fate Qi is the connection between Qi Path and Luck Path. Eventually, Kong Xing's will of providence persuaded Kong Ritian. Gu immortal cultivation is much more profound and mysterious than Gu master cultivation. It is all thanks to ancestors' help, otherwise, even if I became an immortal alone, I would not know anything. Kong Ritian sighed. Next, he asked, then what should I do from now on? What's most important? Kong Xing's will of providence did not hesitate. Little guy, even though you became an immortal, you did not have enough heaven and earth qi. You could not raise your vital gu to an immortal gu. This qi path gu worm is very important to the entire Xingtian true inheritance. Kong Ritian immediately realized. So now I should refine this immortal gu? Kong Xing's will of providence snorted coldly. Hee, you are truly ignorant. What immortal gu can you refine? Even if you go bankrupt, you will not have any hope of success. Do you know that most rank 6 gu immortals do not even have a single rank 6 immortal gu? And most rank 7 gu immortals are searching for the first rank 7 immortal gu in their lives. This situation is the same for venerables. Think about how hard it is to refine immortal gus suitable for gu immortals. Kong Ritian was tongue-tied, his heart shook. Isn't this too difficult? Kong Xing's will of providence sighed. Gu immortal cultivation is not easy, it is far riskier than gu masters. Lad, you need to learn how to survive. Every immortal aperture calamity or tribulation is a test for you. Your starting point is already much higher than ordinary people, but you cannot act rashly. Especially refining immortal gu, it is very likely that you will go bankrupt without any gains. Kong Ritian was troubled. Then what should I do? O ancestor, you told me that my vital gu needs to be refined into an immortal gu, but you also told me that refining immortal gu is a dead end. What good ideas do you have? Don't keep me in suspense, okay? Kong Xing's will of providence snorted again. Lad, now you know to listen to me? Earlier, I told you not to deal with Xiao Yan, but what did you do? You are still too inexperienced. Yes. Kong Ritian quickly apologized. Ancestor, I will definitely listen to your suggestions in the future. Kong Xing's will of providence saw that this junior admitted defeat. He did not pester him anymore, saying, You are quite lucky to have met a refinement path venerable like Fang Yuan. If you want to refine immortal gu, transact with him directly. Wait. You want me to transact with him in jewel yellow skies? Aren't you afraid? Before Kong Ritian finished, Kong Xingtian rebuked. It is just a rank 6 immortal gu, do you think a great venerable would care about it? I know what you are worried about, aren't you worried that Fang Yuan had a relationship with Shang Xinci? You did nothing to Shang Xinci. Kong Ritian heard this and thought back, he felt a stab in his heart. Kong Xing's will of providence was right. Kong Ritian and Shang Xinci had interacted several times, he had suffered losses. Previously, he was chased by Shang Xinci and Wu Ji because of Xingtian's true inheritance. Next time, he had suffered a huge loss during the tribulation against Xiao Yan. Shang Xinci was living well, but he, Kong Xingtian, suffered more and more. Then let's go to Jewel Yellow Skies and talk to Fang Yuan's will. Eventually, Kong Ritian said in a muffled voice. Western Desert. The sandstorm had stopped. Mo Li had rank 6 cultivation level, he bowed deeply to the Featherman Gu immortals in front of him. Thank you for your help, friends from E-Clan, otherwise, I would not have been able to become a Gu immortal alone. Mo Li thanked sincerely. After the battle for Sandheap Blessed Land, he was saved by Western Desert's mysterious superforce, E-Clan. Mo Li came to E-Clan's headquarters. After interacting with them, he found that E-Clan's Gu immortals were all Featherman. This time, with the help of E-Clan's Gu immortals, Mo Li succeeded in his immortal ascension. E-Clan Gu immortal Zhou said, Mo Li, you are too polite. You are the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. You are Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. Back then, E-Clan's ancestors were able to survive because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's help. And because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, E-Clan was able to conceal E-Clan for so many years. Our E-Clan is greatly indebted to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. We have always believed that Lord Demon Venerable would not die quietly. This time, we helped you because we want to repay Lord Thieving Heaven's kindness. If one day, Lord Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable revives, our clan will definitely follow him. So you and I are on the same side. Emoli felt a surge of warmth when he heard the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Yi's words. Central Continent. Wei Wuxiang stared at the chi lump in his immortal aperture with a heated gaze. Just earlier, he had passed the tribulation and became a human path Gu Immortal. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, and the remaining heaven and earth chi was enough for him to refine his vital immortal Gu. His vital Gu was Thief Gu. It was already surrounded by heaven and earth chi. I heard that even though Gu Ting, Sun Yuanhua, and the rest advanced to immortal, they did not refine human path immortal Gu. But I am different. A few days ago, I was sleeping at night when I suddenly had the urge to pee. I was forced to wake up. But I had a burst of inspiration and actually comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe. With this immortal recipe and so much heaven and earth chi left, I can definitely obtain Thief Immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, it was not a waste to comprehend the immortal recipe despite wetting my bed. Even though Wei Wuxiang had entered the derivation immortal formation, his memories were changed. He thought that he had truly comprehended Thief Gu's immortal Gu recipe with inspiration. However, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wei Wuxiang grunted. The heaven and earth chi were completely exhausted. His vital Gu was heavily damaged and fell. I actually failed the Gu refinement? This is impossible. Wei Wuxiang could not believe it. I used heaven and earth chi to advance my vital Gu. This is using the power of heaven and earth to refine Gu. It has nothing to do with my refinement path attainment. How could I fail? Wei Wuxiang could only think of one explanation. Don't tell me, because immortal Gu are unique, I failed? Wei Wuxiang thought of this and shook his head. In his opinion, this was even more impossible. Because this meant that someone had already refined Thief Immortal Gu. Thief Immortal Gu was created by me. Who could be ahead of me? Unless the world itself has Thief Immortal Gu. Strange, the human path of heaven and earth should not have developed so deeply. Wei Wuxiang fell into deep confusion. Chapter 23-23 Celestial Court. Another Gu Immortal walked out of the derivation immortal formation. This female immortal wore golden armor. Her cloak flickered with golden light as it hung down from her shoulders to the ground. She was tall, her shoulders were broad, her long legs were eye-catching when she walked. She was tall and beautiful. Her nose bridge was high, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and narrow. Her aura was outstanding. It was as if she was born to be a noble, above all mortals. People would lower their heads unconsciously, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only look at her feet to avoid offending her. She was Qin Dingling. After Qin Dingling walked out of the derivation immortal formation, she quickly recovered. She turned around and looked at the derivation immortal formation behind her, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. She was excited. This time, she entered and left the formation with great gains. The most important thing that made her so excited was that she could see the great hope of Celestial Court defeating Giant Sun Immortal, Heaven refining Demon Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in this derivation immortal formation. Why did she say that? Because the effect of derivation immortal formations on Gu cultivation paths was too strong and powerful. Like this time, Qin Dingling had great gains after entering the formation. This was not just a huge improvement to her own strength, it was also a huge boost to the entire luck path. Because after she entered the formation, the luck path of heaven and earth took many steps forward in a short period of time. It was greatly developed. What did this mean? It meant that as long as a luck path Gu Immortal like Qin Dingling entered the derivation immortal formation more often, their luck path would develop even more. When enough times were accumulated, there would be a breakthrough in quantity. It would lead to a qualitative change. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal would be kicked out of luck path Supreme Grand Master Attainment Level. Supreme Grand Master Attainment Level was when a Gu cultivator's understanding of a certain path was on par with heaven and earth. When Qin Dingling entered the formation this time, the formation used her as the core, using Celestial Court's vast number of true inheritances to deduce all sorts of new results related to luck path. These new results were just the accumulation of quantity. Giant Sun Immortal only needed one look to see through all the profundities. Because these luck path results were still the profundities of current luck path, they did not transcend the limits of heaven and earth. It was just a quantitative change, not a qualitative one. However, when the quantity was accumulated to a sufficient level, there would always be a qualitative change. Once there was a qualitative change, the entire world's Luck Dao realm would rise by a level, and the Giant Sun Immortal's realm would fall behind the world. Then he would no longer be a Luck Path Supreme Grand Master. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would no longer be a Dao Lord and would not be able to refine the natural Luck Path Dao marks. To the Giant Sun Immortal, this would be an extremely heavy blow. It's a pity that the Giant Sun Immortal has always kept his luck a secret, not allowing it to spread. Otherwise, if there were more Luck Path Gu Immortals like me, we would enter the Derivation Immortal formation more often. There would be a higher chance of kicking Giant Sun Immortal out of Luck Path Supreme Grand Master Attainment Realm. Qin Dingling felt very regretful. After entering and exiting the Immortal formation, she could not enter again for a long time. If she forcefully entered the formation, the results would be lackluster, and it would even cause irreparable damage to her. It was too late to start nurturing Luck Path Gu Immortals now. Only a top rank 8 Luck Path Gu Immortal like Qin Dingling could push the development of Luck Path forward. Of course, it was not impossible for other Luck Path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. It was just that they had not reached the peak of Luck Path yet. It was very unlikely for them to break through the limits of heaven and earth. As for the Celestial Court, they lacked motivation to try this. The difference between the investment and benefits was too great. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden Soul nodded at Qin Dingling with a smile. The two brushed past each other. Fairy Maiden Soul entered the Derivation Immortal formation, vanishing without a trace. She was a Soul Path Great Expert of the Celestial Court during Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This time, she would definitely have huge gains. It would push forward the development of Soul Path in this world. It is a pity that the current Celestial Court lacks a Refinement Path Great Expert. There are many Refinement Path Gu Immortals in the 10 Great Ancient Sects, but there are only a few Rank 8 Refinement Path Gu Immortals, and none of them are Great Experts. They have not reached the peak of Refinement Path. Qin Dingling thought about it. The Celestial Court's Derivation Immortal formation completely displayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's strength and terror. However, it was still very difficult to kick the other Venerables out of Supreme Grand Master Attainment level. Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Soul Path, and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's Refinement Path. These three aspects required many great experts to cultivate. The Celestial Court had the Derivation Immortal formation. Rank 9 Derivation Gu was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was still in a wild state. It absorbed heaven and earth primeval energy. Thus, the Derivation Immortal formation expended very little immortal essence. But the Celestial Court lacked crucial people. Without enough Gu cultivation great experts, it was hard to kick out a Venerable with the Derivation Immortal formation alone. Maybe Celestial Court's development of human path is related to this? Qin Dingling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She could only see some aspects of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. She could not see the whole picture. Eastern Sea. There were no ripples on the sea. It was very calm. Guyue was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. The three Qi of heaven, earth, and man had already surrounded him. Guyue gritted his teeth. He tried to coordinate the three Qi and slowly compressed them. I must succeed. Only by becoming a Gu Immortal can I save my mother. Also, after becoming a Gu Immortal, my strength will rise greatly. I will be able to find my father more easily. Guyue wanted to encourage himself, but soon, his attention was drawn to another matter. At this moment, he felt providence. He was about to learn from nature. You must succeed. Mermaid Gu Immortal Lien Ke Xian floated in the sky openly, right beside Guyue Fangxiang. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Unfortunately, no one could interfere in the process of 3-chi harmonization, otherwise, Lian Kuxian would have done it for Guyue Fangxiang already. This time, she had accepted the mission on the mission board and accidentally met Guyue Fangxiang, deceiving him that there was a suitable place for his immortal ascension. The truth was, Fan Yuan had secretly opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance and lured Guyue Fangxiang into the 5 regions. Guyue Fangxiang was undergoing tribulation, Fan Yuan was hiding far away, he was not idle either. He was secretly activating a rank 9 Heaven Path killer move. It was not obscuring Heaven's secret, but steal Heaven's secret. After this killer move was activated, it could steal the knowledge of providence during the Gu Master's immortal ascension. The first core of the killer move Steal Heaven's Secret was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, the second core was rank 8 Immortal Gu Great Thief Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, his motive was to sense heaven and earth, he wanted to learn from nature again. Under normal circumstances, Gu cultivators only had one chance to learn from nature in their lives. It was when a Gu master ascends to immortal, using the qualitative change in their aperture to explode into a small immortal aperture world, they would obtain the recognition of providence and communicate with providence. At this time, the Gu master would ask about providence, and providence would answer the Gu master's question to a certain extent. This opportunity could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the degree of dispelling doubts was also limited. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable succeeded. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. Just by activating rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu, the Gu cultivator could directly ask about providence and get the answer. It could leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Gu immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. By using Heavenly Secret Gu with other Gu worms to undergo tribulation, they could probe the contents of the calamities and tribulations in advance, and make targeted preparations. And in terms of concealment, obscured Heavenly Secret was the best killer move. If Fan Yuan used rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu alone, he would not be able to get the answer from Providence. Because Providence did not like Fan Yuan. In the destruction of Fate Gu, Fan Yuan was one of the culprits. Providence had always wanted to get rid of Fan Yuan. How could Providence give Fan Yuan the answer in this kind of conflict? Fan Yuan was deeply aware of the benefits of natural inspiration. When he participated in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, why did he use so many outstanding killer moves? Other than making deductions himself, he had secretly used the immortal ascension of many Gu masters in his immortal aperture. Using the convenience of natural inspiration, he saved precious time and energy. Without these killer moves, Fan Yuan would have been killed by the 2 venerables. Thus, natural inspiration was a huge factor in Fan Yuan's victory in Crazed Demon Cave. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to use natural inspiration again. Fan Yuan wanted it too. All Gu cultivators knew the value of natural inspiration. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created rank 8 Heavenly Secret Gu for this. But what about Fan Yuan? He created the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret. He had created this killer move long ago, but it was only at rank 8 level back then. Its power was very limited. It could be said that it had no practical value at all. He spent too much immortal essence and gained too little. It would be better to directly order the Gu Master to ask him the questions he had set when he was in a natural state. But this was all in the past. The current situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. The reason was rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Where did rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe come from? Truthful floating ice. This was Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement. It was the Crazed Demon formation's grand achievement after absorbing the chaos outside the world. From the 8th layer onwards, Crazed Demon Cave was isolated from the 5 regions. The Crazed Demon formation was no exception. And during the process of Fan Yuan refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu, he did it in his sovereign immortal aperture, isolated from the 5 regions. That was to say, the Gu cultivation world did not have the recipe of rank 9 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. In this aspect, he was above the entire universe. Rank 8 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move had limited power, but Rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move was above the universe. It was above Providence. Every time Fan Yuan used natural inspiration from other Gu masters, he would use Rank 9 Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move. The gains were unimaginable to outsiders. As long as something happened in the world, Fan Yuan would have a chance to learn about it. Under normal circumstances, Gu Master's natural inspiration was limited. This was because of Providence's restriction. But Fan Yuan's Thieving Heaven's Secret Killer Move directly stole it. Whether Providence was willing or not, it had to get lost. Chapter 23-24. During this period of time, how many Gu Masters in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture underwent immortal ascension? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, Hair Monster Grotto Lord, Dule Warrior, Duo Lua Warrior, Rock Warrior, Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, and Chong, Yiji, Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, Bing Yuan, Bing Shue, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Shizong, Kuexian Hong, Rotten Egg 6 Immortals, Xiao He Jian, Green Forest Great Sage. Only now did Gu remember. Most of the Gu immortals that Fan Yuan sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave had revived. Except for those Gu immortals who died in the chaotic disaster. But Fan Yuan did not directly revive them as Gu immortals, he only allowed them to have Gu master cultivation level. On one hand, it was to conserve resources and prevent too many people from dying. On the other hand, it was for this opportunity. Fan Yuan had always been far-sighted. He was also good at making plans. It was just that many times in the past, his plans could not keep up with the changes. But now, his cultivation level was rank 9, he was a refinement path venerable. Fate Gu was also destroyed. There were only a few existences in the world that could interfere with his plans. Fan Yuan had purposely saved up, and during the Immortal Ascension tide, he had obtained extremely huge returns. In just a few months, just in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture alone, over 30 Gu Masters ascended to Immortal. This did not include Eastern Sea, the Two Heavens, and other super forces under Fan Yuan. Wu Clan, which was in the limelight, could not compare to such results. But Fan Yuan concealed it completely, not a trace of it was leaked. And only a small portion of the benefits from Gu Immortal Ascension belonged to those rank 6 Gu Immortals. Most of the other benefits came from stealing heavenly secrets. This was something that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not have expected. In fact, Fan Yuan himself did not expect his gains to be so huge. He obtained a large number of killer moves, Gu recipes, immortal Gu houses, immortal formations, the construction methods of battlefield killer moves, the best methods to nurture countless resources, the most detailed map of the 5 regions, the locations of many wild immortal Gu, and so on. After satisfying his current needs, he dabbled in human path, pill path, painting path, star path, luck path, and so on. The results surprised Fan Yuan. He was pleasantly surprised. Just by trying, he obtained Musician Immortal Gu recipes, Thief Immortal Gu recipes, Soldier Immortal Gu recipes, Sergeant Immortal Gu recipes, and a vast number of Pill Path and Painting Path Immortal Gu recipes. He obtained many profundities of Luck Path, Star Path, and Soul Path. All of these were of great help to him. Now that Fan Yuan looked back, it was still the human Tao that surprised him the most. Who would have thought that human Tao has developed so much in this world? Fan Yuan did not know about the existence of the derivation Immortal Formation. It was all because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment. However, the root of the problem was the Immortal Evolution Array. The core of the derivation Immortal Formation, derivation Immortal Gu, was rank 9. It was not refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, thus it was still a wild Immortal Gu. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to refine it, but she could only use derivation Immortal Gu in this situation. Once the derivation Immortal Gu was refined by someone else, it would become useless. Limitless Demon Venerable had tried it before, thus, in the Crazed Demon formation, he used wild derivation Immortal Gu as the core. However, the two deepest layers of crazed demon cave were isolated from the outside world. Thus, even if derivation immortal goo was wild, it was not a problem. Celestial Court was not like this. Celestial Court had annexed too many immemorial 9 heavens fragments. It was filled with providence. It was the largest heaven vein node of the 2 heavens. During the confusion of the 2 heavens, Celestial Court mobilized countless rank 8 experts and sent all of its immortal goo houses to defend it. In the end, after star constellation Immortal Venerable refined Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, she made an emergency move and stabilized the situation, preventing spectral soul demon Venerable from finding them. But the derivation Immortal Formation was located in Celestial Court. It was noticed by Providence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not conceal this providence. As long as it was in Celestial Court, Providence was one of the foundations of Celestial Court. But other than Celestial Court, where else could she place the derivation Immortal Formation? None. At least not in Central Continent. Thus, everything that happened in the derivation Immortal Formation happened between heaven and earth. It was not that star constellation Immortal Venerable did not notice this, she knew about it long ago. But it was not a problem. At least, it was not a problem in her opinion. Why? Because Providence did not want to see any Venerable in the current era. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. How could Providence allow the dead to revive? Not to mention Fan Yuan, he was an otherworldly demon, a complete otherworldly demon. He was one of the culprits who destroyed Fate Gu. Only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was favored by Providence. But his mind was not clear. Even if he wanted to deal with Celestial Court was tightly shut, he could not find or enter. If he entered, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be afraid of him? She could use this chance to eliminate him. Just like how Fan Yuan did not expect the derivation Immortal Formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did not know that Fan Yuan had rank 9 heavenly secret Gu. And most importantly, Fan Yuan created the killer move Thieving Heavenly Secret. Whether Providence was willing or not, as long as Fan Yuan used natural inspiration, he could wantonly steal heavenly secrets. The 3 Qi enveloped Gyue, he was starting to use natural inspiration now. Seeing this, Fan Yuan stopped his distracting thoughts. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it. Maybe I can ask for information about Celestial Court. No matter how Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tries to conceal it, my Thieving Heavenly Secret killer move is at rank 9 level. If she wants to resist it, she will need to have a qualitative change in her rank 9 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. No matter how many Wisdom Path Dao marks Celestial Court had, it was only a quantitative change. When Gyue wanted to detonate his immortal aperture and become a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Fan Yuan's mind shook. Immortal Formation derivation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable hid it so deeply. I only discovered it at the final stage. So that's it. Amazing, as expected of the number 1 Wisdom Path person in history. At this moment, Fan Yuan could not help but feel admiration towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually had such a method to rapidly push the development of all paths. The divine might of Wisdom Path was truly terrifying. Such an enemy was truly worthy of respect. Northern Plains. Giant Sun Immortal slowly stopped refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. It's about time. Giant Sun Immortal observed his surroundings. He had a unique method of refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. He did not stay in one place for long. He refined all the luck path Dao marks in one place before moving to another place. Giant Sun Immortal used a wide range of refinement methods. After refining 60% of the luck path Dao marks in every place in Northern Plains, he gave up and moved to another place to refine. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal started to refine Northern Plains Dao marks. After experiencing the declaration of great love, Fang Clan joining the alliance, Spectral Soul Annihilation, the 3 Venerables fighting for Light Gu, and the Immortal Ascension Tide, Giant Sun Immortal finally refined 60% of Northern Plains down marks. The whole of Northern Plains was covered by him. At the same time, he did not forget to manage his rank 9 Immortal aperture. He went through several calamities and tribulations. He created many resource points. The foundation of his rank 9 Immortal aperture increased greatly. His Immortal essence production also increased. As time passed, the foundation of the Venerable's Immortal apertures would increase rapidly. They would have more Immortal essence. However, the current Giant Sun Immortal's Immortal aperture was far from enough. It was far from Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal's first life's rank 9 Immortal aperture. Because it did not annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, it had been tortured by calamities and tribulations for many years. After passing the tribulation, its down marks increased greatly. Giant Sun Immortal did not have the sovereign Immortal aperture. He could not annex a bigger one. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal also cultivated Blood Path. Thus, if he wanted to annex Longevity Heaven and maximize the benefits, he still needed a lot of accumulation. In terms of foundation, Longevity Heaven could not compare to Celestial Court. After all, Celestial Court had the Immortal apertures of at least 3 Venerables, while Giant Sun Immortal only had his previous life's rank 9 Immortal aperture as his foundation. But Longevity Heaven had a huge advantage. Celestial Court could not compare to it. This was the future. After Giant Sun Immortal's blood path matured, he could annex Longevity Heaven. His strength would rise to a terrifying level. After resting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal started to prepare a killer move. Once the killer move was activated, with the amplification of 60% of Northern Plains luck path down marks, it formed a sky full of golden light that dyed the sky of Northern Plains. Alright, with this luck path killer move, my bloodline descendants will be able to undergo tribulations in the future. This included not only the Immortal Ascension calamities and tribulations, but also all the calamities and tribulations that the Gu Immortal would face in the future. Under the effect of this luck path killer move, the killer move would become easier to deal with. At the same time, the killer move's power would increase or decrease. If the Gu Immortal had excess strength, the luck path killer move would increase the power of the calamities and tribulations. After passing the tribulation, the Gu Immortal would obtain more Dao marks. On the contrary, it would weaken the calamities and tribulations, ensuring that the Gu Immortal could pass the tribulation safely. This luck path killer move was Giant Sun Immortal's latest modification. It involved the profundities of heaven and earth luck and all living beings' luck. In the future, it could be linked with other self-luck killer moves. It had incredible power. When Giant Sun Immortal refined most of Northern Plains luck path down marks, the entire Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains benefited from him. The mystical power of luck path was also being displayed on a large scale. In the future, Giant Sun Immortal planned to use all sorts of luck path killer moves to strengthen the whole of Northern Plains. It would allow himself, Longevity Heaven, and the Huangjin tribes of all sizes to not just undergo tribulations. They would also have good variables in everything they did. It was good luck path. If the Gu cultivator had the ability, they would first experience bitterness before sweetness. They would first be suppressed, then they would gain even greater benefits. However, these luck path killer moves need to be modified. I need to consider them carefully. Giant Sun Immortal pondered. These luck path killer moves could not be used too often. Killer moves would leave down marks on them. If they were used too often, the whole of Northern Plains would turn into a luck path environment. This method had a huge flaw. Under the conflict of down marks, other paths would be greatly suppressed. It would be disadvantageous to the growth of other Gu Immortals. Thus, this was a delicate situation. Giant Sun Immortal had to find a balance. This matter is not urgent. I need to consider it carefully. Giant Sun Immortal thought as he activated his investigative killer move again. This time, he was not investigating the Venerables, he was investigating Northern Plains. Soon, a vague map of the luck distribution appeared in Giant Sun Immortal's mind. Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. In his first life, he used this killer move. The effect was quite good. But now that he used it, it was much more blurry, especially at the borders. Previously, the 5 regions were separated, they were not closely connected. Thus, it was easier to investigate a region's luck. But now, the 5 regions are united, the 2 heavens have become dark realms. To reach the investigative level of my previous life, I might need to refine all of the luck path down marks in the 5 regions. Giant Sun Immortal came to a conclusion. He quickly stopped using his killer move. He used 2 immortal killer moves consecutively. They expended a lot of immortal essence. His immortal essence reserves reached a critical level again. He needed to rest for some time before he could continue refining Northern Plains down marks. Otherwise, if the Venerables fought, he would be in danger. Chapter 23-25 Eastern Sea. In the dark depths of the sea, Fan Yuan's true body concealed his tracks as he snuck into this place. A huge translucent bubble gradually appeared in his field of vision. It should be here. Fan Yuan understood in his heart, stopping his footsteps and carefully inspecting it. This bubble was very unique. It was formed from the eruption of an underground volcano, the surrounding seawater, and the chi tides that came here in the past. All sorts of factors created this hidden underwater world. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path, these 4 down marks formed a paradise here. This place was very hidden. Unless a Gu immortal encountered it by accident, it would be hard to find it. I'll call it 4 path bubbles for now. Fan Yuan used his investigative method to inspect the surroundings. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly, and let out a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had long wavy hair. It was Fan Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was low, but he cultivated dream path. Because of the special mission this time, Fan Yuan sent him out. Otherwise, he would have been hiding in the sovereign immortal aperture, spending most of his time researching dream path, only helping out and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture's situation. Fan Yuan used his method to carefully help Meng Qiuzhen enter the bubble. 15 minutes later, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was once rank 9, but it was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to be given to Fan Yuan. During the Fate Destruction War, because Fan Yuan wanted to complete the Red Lotus plan, Wisdom Gu became one of the Gu refinement materials. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu perished as a result. But the heavenly Tao was clear. Life and death corresponded to each other. Under the influence of Providence, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon created in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden in this bubble. After Fan Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he learned of the locations of many wild immortal Gu. Wisdom Gu was the most important of his gains. Thus, he made a move personally to prevent any accidents from happening, to ensure that Wisdom Gu was obtained. Everything matched the information in Thieving Heaven's secret. Meng Qiuzhen used dream path methods and easily suppressed the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Inside the large bubble, even though there was an underwater volcano and the surrounding deep-sea fish, there was nothing that could threaten Meng Qiuzhen. As for Fan Yuan, he had too many down marks on his body. It was very likely that he would burst the bubble with just a palm. Therefore, it was most convenient to use a clone for this matter. The rank 6 Wisdom Gu was quickly refined by Fan Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Fan Yuan was a grand refinement path venerable. Refining a rank 6 wild immortal Gu was a simple matter. For venerables, using rank 9 immortal essence to refine rank 8 immortal Gu was no pressure. The hard part was refining rank 9 immortal Gu. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life's refinement of rank 9 Wisdom Gu, or Giant Sun Immortal's failure in refining Love Gu, they were both examples. After the Fate War, to think that Wisdom Gu is in my hands again. And this time, there is no Giant Sun Immortal tampering with it. This is Wisdom Gu that belongs to me. Fan Yuan felt a faint sense of joy. As for raising Wisdom Gu and returning to rank 9, Fan Yuan felt that this was not an urgent matter. With the killer move Thieving Heaven's secret, after stealing the Heaven Path information, Fan Yuan greatly improved on his Wisdom Path deductions, as well as his Information Path information gathering. After obtaining Wisdom Gu, Fan Yuan secretly returned to his original location, continuing to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks. Furthermore, he had to stop frequently, giving off a feeling of lacking immortal essence and being half dead. He sent his divine sense into the sovereign immortal aperture. Recently, another huge project had been completed in the immortal aperture. For this project, Fan Yuan had excavated all of his subordinates' immortal material reserves, among which Eastern Sea's Hua clan made the most contributions, earning a huge sum of contribution points. As for the construction method of the brocade cloud lump, Fan Yuan had to use Thieving Heaven's secret to explore Providence's background before he succeeded in modifying it. This huge brocade cloud lump was 10 li in size. It slowly floated in the mini 9 heavens. Every once in a while, they would travel from one day to another. Brocade cloud was an immortal material. It ranged from rank 6 to rank 9. The brocade cloud that Fan Yuan had right now could be seen as an accumulation of similar immortal materials. Most of them were rank 6, 30% were rank 7, less than 10% were rank 8, and there were almost none at rank 9. And the feeding of rank 9 heavenly secret immortal goo required a large number of rank 9 brocade clouds. Fan Yuan was still far from the standard of a single feeding. But it was not a problem. The higher the rank of the immortal goo, the lower the feeding frequency. According to the current situation, there was still a long time before they could be fed. This period of time was enough for these brocade clouds to grow. There was plenty of time. Goo nurturing, refining, and feeding rank 9 immortal goo was a test that Fan Yuan had to face. He had 3 rank 9 immortal goo now. They were Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Advanced Refinement, and Heavenly Secret. The first 2 were closer to the people, they were easier to feed, while the final Heavenly Secret goo was more troublesome. But Fan Yuan had already taken precautions, he had already resolved this problem. All in all, feeding rank 9 immortal goo was not the biggest problem for Fan Yuan now. He just needed to work hard. After all, he was already a venerable, he had Eastern Sea, one of the 5 regions, and a super force with variant humans in the 2 heavens. Through his declaration twice, the highest end business in Jewel Yellow Skies was his immortal goo refinement business. Adding on the sovereign immortal aperture's deep foundation, perhaps only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were stronger than the sovereign immortal aperture. The Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven immortal aperture, Fan Yuan had already seen it. Jewel Yellow Skies was a special grotto heaven, it mainly traded with goo immortals, its foundation could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. After this period of development, the sovereign immortal aperture was gradually going through a qualitative change. In the past, the sovereign immortal aperture might have been a patient on the brink of collapse, just a little bit, and the situation would have gone out of control. But now, the situation had not only stabilized, it was also improving rapidly. There were 2 main reasons. One was that during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao vein construction finally had its first wave of huge results. Fire path, wind path, and water path man-made Dao veins had already completed the first ring. The first set of earth path Dao marks had already been completed for the 3rd ring. This had a huge effect on the sovereign immortal aperture's stability. The effect could be said to be instantaneous. The sovereign immortal aperture's goo immortals could clearly feel the abnormalities in earth path, fire path, wind path, and water path were rapidly decreasing, they were no longer common. The second reason was that more than 30 goo cultivators under Fan Yuan had ascended to immortal realm. The number of goo immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture increased sharply. With sufficient manpower, Fan Yuan easily mobilized a group of goo immortals and sent them to various places in the 5 regions to retrieve the wild immortal goo that Fan Yuan had found. Several days later, some goo immortals returned successfully. Some of them brought back resource points that had not been discovered by the world, while others directly obtained wild immortal goo. Among them, Fan Yuan obtained the wild time path immortal goo, moon. At this point, he had collected all the immortal goo, year, moon, and day. After obtaining the latest detailed information, Fan Yuan's subordinates had a clear target, they had a high chance of success. The results of stealing Heaven's secret were far from just these. Fan Yuan refined the Tao marks while secretly unraveling the truthful floating ice. He was also modifying his killer moves. Because after stealing Heaven's secret, he had a large number of finished products to refer to, the modification of killer moves progressed rapidly, especially compound killer moves. Fan Yuan even started to construct his combat system on a large scale. All along, he did not have much success in this aspect, but after stealing Heaven's secret, he obtained a large amount of information. It was extremely valuable to Fan Yuan. However, the Gu immortals returned one after another. Even though most of them succeeded, a small portion returned empty-handed. Most of the hidden resource points were moved back, but a small portion suffered huge losses or were even destroyed due to earthquakes and tsunamis. They lost the value of being moved back. As for wild immortal Gu, they were all moving away. Fan Yuan was not surprised. Providence affected people's hearts. Providence allowed one to think. Fan Yuan had always been Providence's focus. How could Providence not react to his sudden large-scale collection of hidden resource points and wild immortal Gu? The heavenly Tao emphasized balance. It would naturally do everything it could to restrict Fan Yuan from becoming stronger. Thus, such a reaction was within Fan Yuan's expectations. For this, Fan Yuan's arrangement was to place the important immortal Gu and resource points in the early stages of the collection, thus he gained a lot. As for the following ones, their value was lower. In comparison, Fan Yuan gave up on them. But it was meaningful to fight for them. Fan Yuan gradually digested the results of stealing Heaven's secret. During this process, he gained a deeper understanding of this killer move. Stealing Heaven's secret gives me a terrifying advantage in terms of information. It completely makes up for my weakness in information path. However, if I use too much of this information, Providence will quickly adjust it. The value of this information will decrease greatly. Furthermore, grotto heavens like longevity heaven will not be investigated by stealing Heaven's secret. The stolen killer moves, combat systems, and other precious information will be of great help in modifying killer moves and creating combat systems. However, since Providence knows about it, it must have happened in the world. Others might know about it too. And Providence also has many things that it does not know about. For example, the true inheritances of venerables. Providence can remember them, but it cannot modify killer moves on its own. The gains I obtained in painting path, human path, pill path, and other aspects were mainly because of the formation derivation. Stealing Heaven's secret could be used for investigation. It could save Fan Yuan's energy and time in deductions. The effect was excellent, but there were still flaws. Fan Yuan still had needs for information path and wisdom path. But this need was mostly satisfied. It was not as urgent as before. Stealing Heaven's secret killer move mainly relied on rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. Once rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's recipe is known by Providence, the Heavenly Tao will react and steal Heaven's secret killer move's effect would not be as strong. Stealing Heaven's secret also relied on natural inspiration. It could not be used freely. Fan Yuan was already planning to nurture the Gu cultivators in his immortal aperture. He would nurture and accumulate Gu immortal seeds. At every crucial moment, he would let a group of them ascend to immortal. Chapter 23-26. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the secret room, Fan Yuan was sitting in a circle. More accurately speaking, there were a large number of Fan Yuan clones. This secret room was huge. Fan Yuan's clones were newly formed. They were formed from human path Gu worms. Among them were Gu Master Level Doctor Clone, Alchemist Clone, Constable Clone, Craftsman Clone, as well as rank 6 Gu Immortal Level Skinned Shadow Clone, Talented Girl Clone, Soldier Clone, Sergeant Clone, Musician Clone, Thief Clone, Farmer Clone, Dancer Clone, and Blacksmith Clone. That's right. After the 10 children of human path entered the derivation immortal formation, their human path research results were all obtained by Fan Yuan. Then, he managed to refine all of them. As long as he had the Gu recipe, with Fan Yuan's refinement path cultivation level, he could easily refine Gu worms of these levels. This caused the 10 children of human path to fail miserably when they attempted to refine mortal Gu during their immortal ascension. During this period of time, Fan Yuan's clones were in closed cultivation in the secret room. they comprehended human path cultivation and gained some insights. Even though these clones are of low level, they are still quite outstanding compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone methods. For example, the investment is low and they can take shape quickly. Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect clones, on the other hand, need to cultivate continuously and start from scratch. And these clones, as long as they have human path goo worms, they can instantly form the corresponding goo cultivation clone. Human path goo worms formed clones, goo masters had apertures, goo immortals had immortal apertures. But be it apertures or immortal apertures, they could not produce primeval essence or immortal essence, they could only store. Human path clones could not cultivate on their own. The clone's strength was limited to the level of the human path goo worms. Human path clones shared the same attainment level as the main body. Human path clones cultivated human path as well as other paths. For example, the musician clone cultivated human path as well as sound path. The farmer clone cultivated human path as well as earth path and wood path. The skin shadow clone cultivated human path as well as transformation path and shadow path. All in all, these clones were not useful to Fan Yuan at the moment. They were too weak, the strongest among them was only rank 6. Among them, Fan Yuan shared the same opinion as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He also felt that the most valuable thing was the alchemist clone. These clones mainly cultivated the Dao, Refinement Dao, and Pill Dao. Although it only covered the ranks of rank 1 to rank 5 goo masters, it had a huge impact on the grassroots goo masters. If Fan Yuan's subordinates did not undergo immortal ascension on a large scale, these human path clones would still be of some use. But now, to Fan Yuan, they were not very useful. Furthermore, it could be a huge flaw in the obscured heavenly secrets. Fan Yuan willed as the human path clones in the secret room returned to their goo worms. Their states were very similar to Fan Yuan's supreme immortal physique, but there were also differences. They could freely change from the state of goo insects to human form, but Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed on the human body, leaving only the need to feed the goo insects. But then again, normal people also needed to eat something once in a while. I'll leave thief goo behind. At the next moment, Fan Yuan willed as he destroyed most of the goo worms in the secret room. Central Continent. At the deepest part of the starry sky calculation formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected a secluded domain of heaven and earth inside the formation. This secluded domain was like a cage, but also like a lantern. Back in the battle in Kray's Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used it to fight against other Venerables. This was the Wisdom Path secluded domain, mental realm. The legends of Rinzhu had records of it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed her mental realm inside the starry sky calculation formation. Using the power of the formation, she secretly extracted emotions. As long as they were negative towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or the Celestial Court, they would be absorbed into her mental realm. Using this method, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ingeniously made countless living beings in Central Continent feel more positive towards the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. This undoubtedly raised the cohesiveness of Central Continent to a higher level. The mental realm needs to store emotions. The more emotions there are, the greater the power of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. But it also needs to be controlled. Sometimes, having too many emotions is as bad as going too far. You will be misled by the mental realm. Just like the legends of Rinzhu wrote, it is best to have calmness goo and determination goo to suppress the mental realm. Unfortunately, I only have calmness goo, I lack determination goo. Thus, there is an obvious upper limit to the amount of emotions that can be stored in the mental realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to activate it secretly to prevent it from being exposed to the other Venerables and causing trouble. By then, even if Fan Yuan lacked immortal essence, he could use the chance to extort Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention in setting up the starry sky calculation formation. She managed to deceive the other 2 Venerables. After all, the other Venerables could only see the rough details of the starry sky calculation formation. After the inspection was completed, good news reached star constellation Immortal Venerable. Oh! Among the 10 children of human path, someone has already raised musician Gu to an immortal Gu. Very good. It seems that the reason why they all failed was because of Providence's interference. Raising the rank of immortal Gu during the Immortal Ascension Tribulation is essentially using Providence to help one refine Gu. Maybe because of human path, Providence was not willing to help. But the artificial refinement after that was a success. Star constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed. When she found out that the 10 children of human path had all failed, she had many doubts. Including the fact that there was a traitor in Celestial Court, the problem with derivation Immortal Formation, the other venerables hiding in Celestial Court, Providence being exposed, and so on. But after knowing this news, star constellation Immortal Venerable's doubts were greatly reduced. Half a day later, the first batch of Gu Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Immortal Killer Move, Endless Learning. Star constellation Immortal Venerable slowly activated the Killer Move. The Killer Move's light blue light spread down along the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. In a certain space inside the formation, the Gu Immortals had been waiting for a long time. It's here! Someone muttered with excitement on his face. The Immortals were stirred. Soon, the Immortals' expressions became extremely solemn. They were immersed in the indescribable profundity of the Great Tao. Under the influence of the Killer Move, the Immortals' attainment levels of their respective paths rose slowly. As time passed, when they reached their limits, some Gu Immortals would start to hallucinate. At this time, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation would activate, and send these Gu Immortals to another space inside the formation to recuperate. Endless Learning was a human path killer move. It used Book Mountain and Learning Gu as the cores. It could allow the Gu cultivator to produce their own true meaning and absorb it to raise their attainment levels. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already used this move in Crazed Demon Cave. She was now using it on the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. The nurturing intent behind this move was much clearer than in Crazed Demon Cave. How much the Gu Immortals could gain depended on their aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences. It is hard to imagine that there is such a method in this world to raise attainment levels directly. This was personally used by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is naturally extraordinary. She can break through all the impossible. According to rumors, dream realms can allow Gu cultivators to raise attainment levels. In my opinion, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method has completely surpassed the dangerous dream realms. Exploring dream realms is very dangerous, but attainment levels are endless. How much we can gain from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's human path killer move depends on ourselves. It can only help us produce true meaning. After using it once, we will need to accumulate and experience for a long time, otherwise, our gains will be much lower next time. The Immortals gradually broke free from the illusion. They woke up and conversed. Not long after, the Immortals flew out of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Among them, 3 Gu Immortals stayed behind. Among the 3, Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu Immortal Tan Ku took the initiative to find Ancient Soul Sects Yang Feng and Spirit Butterfly Valley's Dian Pu. After some discussion, Tan Ku used his Immortal Gu to exchange for Yang Feng's resources. He also used Yang Feng's immortal materials to exchange for Dian Pu's other Immortal Gu. After this transaction, the 3 sides were very satisfied with their gains. It is all thanks to the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. After understanding our needs, it mediated between us. Otherwise, how could we know each other's situation and what we want? Dian Pu sighed. At this moment, the 3 Immortals won together. They all felt the benefits of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Ever since the Starry Sky Calculation Formation gathered the information of Gu Immortals, this happened frequently to the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Thus, Gu Immortals from other small sects were attracted to report their information to the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation only mediated this point, but it allowed the whole of Central Continent to start a more reasonable and outstanding resource allocation. Undeniably, this had a huge effect on raising the strength of the whole of Central Continent. The three immortals had little interaction, but because of this transaction, their relationship became much closer. On the way back, the three immortals talked about the human path that had been widely spread in Central Continent's Goo Master world recently. During this period of time, human path cultivation had already become a huge trend among the lower echelons of Central Continent. This was naturally because the Celestial Court had instructed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to work together to promote it. It seems that the Celestial Court is determined to develop human path. That's right, the 10 children of human path that our sects chose have already become Goo Immortals. The Celestial Court has high-level human path research results. Now is the time to promote human path. But I still feel that it is a little rushed. But since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made this decision, there must be something that I did not consider thoroughly. It is a pity that our path has already been decided. The price of cultivating human path is too high. Tanku, you are smiling. Do you have a solution? I am only making the Goo Immortal seeds in my immortal aperture cultivate human path. Haha, I did the same. Central Continent's Goo Immortals were gradually sensing the benefits of the starry sky calculation formation. They also had a common understanding towards the bright future of human path. However, Tanku did not know this. Even though his action was the same as many Goo Immortals, he was the one who helped a minor character to rise up in secret and become a legend in the distant future. Chapter 23-27. Quick, cultivate this! Inside Tanku's immortal aperture, Fang Clan's middle-aged rank 5 Goo Master was passing a cultivation method to Wang Xiao'er. What is this? Godfather! Wang Xiao'er was confused. Wang Xiao'er had his own secrets. He was not of the Fang clan's bloodline, but a prisoner imprisoned by Fang Dongxi. But after Dong Fangxi died in battle, his immortal aperture was invaded by Xiao Yihu, causing chaos. Wang Xiao'er took the chance to escape and mingled with Fang Dongxi's Fang clansmen. Subsequently, they were sold to Jewel Yellow Skies. Tanku was one of the Goo Immortals who bought these human slaves. He bought a group of Fang clansmen, including Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er started a new life in Tanku's immortal aperture. Tanku's immortal aperture naturally had Tan clan's bloodline, thus, Fang clan's status was very low, they were all slaves. But there were also people of higher status among the slaves. For example, this middle-aged Goo Master in front of Wang Xiao'er. This Goo Master was quite unlucky. When Dong Fangxi's immortal aperture was in chaos, his entire family died. The middle-aged Goo Master was disheartened. He had no intention of remarrying, and seeing that Wang Xiao'er was in a similar situation as him, he was also alone and had no one to rely on. He found him pleasing to the eye. His age and appearance were similar to his son. He decided to adopt him. Anyway, from the middle-aged Goo Master's point of view, Wang Xiao'er was a Fang clan's bloodline. The middle-aged Goo Master knocked on Wang Xiao'er's head, scolding with a smile. What are you suspecting? Why would foster father harm you? I will tell you the truth. The Goo Immortal who bought our clansmen came from Central Continent. He saw the aptitude of our group, so he bought us. Now that he has passed down the human path cultivation method, if we can cultivate it successfully, we will definitely be able to raise our status. He might even become a Goo Immortal in the future. Wang Xiao'er was dumbfounded. But soon he had doubts. With such a precious cultivation method, why didn't that Central Continent Goo Immortal cultivate it himself? Why didn't he leave it to his descendants but to us? The middle-aged Goo Master clearly knew many Goo Immortal secrets. He was very knowledgeable. He continued to explain. Goo Immortals have different cultivation paths. Human path is one of them. Since this Central Continent Goo Immortal has already become an immortal, he definitely cannot cultivate human path. Also, not everyone has the talent to cultivate to become an immortal. The path of human path has just been developed. Central Continent's Goo Immortals are giving out these methods mainly to try it out. Therefore, the geniuses of his bloodline had to leave behind a portion of their essence to pass on his cultivation method. The rest of the Tan family and us are the only ones who cultivate the human path. The human Tao sect is indeed very bad. When I was living in our blessed land, I had never heard of it. But we have no choice. If we don't cultivate, we won't have any hope at all. Shower, you will live here for the rest of your life, always being stepped on by the Tan family, being ordered around like a slave. Are you willing? Wang Xiao'er hurriedly shook his head, his face solemn. Then please teach me, Godfather, I am willing to cultivate. Wang Xiao'er had obtained a large amount of human path information, which helped him improve his understanding of human path. There were also several gu worms. They were human path gu worms. They were the foundation of human path cultivation. After the middle-aged gu master taught Wang Xiao'er personally, he let the latter cultivate by himself. On this night, Wang Xiao'er was so excited that he could not sleep. He cultivated by himself. An immortal gu was awakened by him just like that. The immortal gu's consciousness actually communicated with Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er was extremely shocked. Self-gu? Self-gu was so tiny, it had been hiding in Wang Xiao'er's body all along, no one had discovered it. He remembered that this was a famous legendary gu in the legends of Renzu. Filled with joy and disbelief, he read the legends of Renzu overnight. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 38. After falling into the river of time, Renzu and the other two woke up. The three quickly climbed onto a nearby floating ice. Even though it had only been a short while, they had all aged. The river of time contains time gu, our lifespan will be washed away by the water. Great strength, true Marshal sighed. Renzu felt regret. Always encountering good things is not a good thing, it will instead become a bad thing. It is not good to be happy all the time, it is too easy for people to stop moving forward and forget about time. Carefree Wisdom Heart said with joy. Quickly look at our hearts. The three looked at their own hearts. They found that they had a lot of suppressed emotions in their hearts. But when they fell into the water, most of them were washed away. This discovery made Renzu and the other two very happy. Next, they continued to move forward on the floating ice. Every time they encountered bad things and felt bad, they would wash their hearts in the river. This will pass. Their bad moods faded with time. Every time they encountered good things and were about to forget themselves, they would wash their hearts in the river. This will pass. Their good moods also faded with time, they were not too engrossed in it. Cognition Gu saw that the three of them were washing their hearts. It could not help but remind them. It is never time that heals the heart, it is the heart that grows old. Old age is not the worst thing, the scariest thing is the old heart. Don't wash your hearts anymore. Renzu and the other two heard this advice and stopped. But they could not wash their hearts, their speed fell again. Let me help you. At this time, a gu worm flew out of the water and landed on Renzu's body. Renzu and the other two saw this gu worm and were very happy. This gu was familial affection gu. With the help of familial affection gu, Renzu and the other two shared their emotions. If one was happy, he would split his happiness into 3 equal parts. If one was sad, he would split his sadness into 3 equal parts. Renzu and the other two used familial affection to comfort and share their burdens. They moved quickly and steadily. But good times did not last. The emotions accumulated in the three's hearts became more and more. The three felt very tired, they could not bear it anymore and were gradually getting hurt. Emotions were heavy and sadness was heavy. The situation soon became worse, the three's hearts were heavily injured, they could not bear any more emotions. Carefree Wisdom Heart took out a cage at this time and held it in her hand. This is the mental realm that I created, let us place our emotions inside. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal agreed. They placed their emotions inside the mental realm. Immediately, the truthful floating ice revealed its original shape in front of the trio's eyes. They were just pieces of floating ice, the three had the same feeling towards the floating ice. A person's emotions had nothing to do with anything else, only their mental realm. What is this? Carefree Wisdom Heart found the gu worm in the floating ice. The goo worm replied. I am calm goo. The truth was cold and quiet. This was the most appropriate attitude when facing the truth. Renzu and the other two finally arrived at the center of the truthful floating ice. But they did not find self-goo. So self-goo is not here. Renzu was disappointed. Initially, people would think that they were the center of everything, but that was not the case. The center of the truthful floating ice did not have self-goo, but there were three other goo. The first was rule goo, the second was convention goo, and the third was practice goo. Rules and convention goo had been with Renzu for a long time. After Renzu's heart was eaten by the predicaments, rules and convention goo thought that Renzu was dead and left. They came here to create the truthful floating ice with practice goo. Any truth had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. The three goo continued to create the truthful floating ice, then watched as these floating ice floated away under the influence of time goo, gradually sinking. Rules and convention goo saw Renzu and was shocked. Oh human, so you did not die? Renzu asked them how to find his own goo. Rules and convention goo pointed at practice goo and said, It can help you. Practice goo replied, Oh human, you have experienced too many things, after such a long time, you have all changed. Self-goo is the same, even if it is right in front of you, it is very unfamiliar, you will not be able to recognize it. What do we do? Renzu was very vexed. This is actually very simple. Practice goo smiled. Isn't it enough to know yourself? That's right. Renzu and the other two's eyes shined. Practice goo continued. For humans, knowing themselves is the most important, and also the most difficult thing in the world. Great strength, true martial, you are an expert with ability. If we work together, there is a high chance of success. Ability goo smiled. Doing practical things can make me stronger. Carefree wisdom heart was very supportive. She lent serious goo to great strength, true martial. Great strength, true martial and practice goo worked together and started to work. They first created a floating ice. It was very small, like a ball. It enveloped great strength, true martial and practice goo. There was a layer of light around the ice ball. Renzu and carefree wisdom heart stood on the ice ball as they floated. They saw year goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great strength, true martial shook his head. No, self-goo is smaller than it. They continued to work inside the ice ball. Ability goo got stronger. The floating ice ball became bigger. There was a layer of water around it. While floating, Renzu saw moon goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great strength, true martial shook his head. No, self-goo is smaller than it. Great strength, true martial and practice goo continued to work hard. Ability goo got stronger again. The floating ice ball became bigger. There was a layer of water around it. Renzu saw day goo. Is this self-goo? Renzu asked. Great strength, true martial shook his head. No, self-goo is smaller than it. The stronger the ability, the more minuscule it was. Finally, the floating ice ball became the biggest. There was a layer of water around it. Renzu and the other two floated along the ice ball and found self-goo. So self-goo is so small. Renzu's heart shook. Cognition goo sighed. Compared to the entire world, to everyone, a single self-goo is very minuscule. Chapter 23-28. Deep into the night. Wang Xiaoer looked at the thin volume of the Legends of Renzu. His eyes were bloodshot from excitement. He was breathing heavily. The human path cultivation method that foster father gave me was not wrong at all. The Legends of Renzu is truly a human path classic. I found out now, the content of Renzu discovering self-goo actually contains the various attainment levels of a goo master's cultivation. Light, water, ice, and crystal. Renzu and the other two obtained the space path and time path immortal goo year, moon, and day in the river of time. Does this mean that goo masters need to spend years and years to accumulate their attainment? My attainment level is too low. I can only see this shallow level. According to the human path cultivation method, the most outstanding goo immortal venerables in history had many comprehensions from the Legends of Renzu. They created many human path killer moves. Even though I cannot compare to them now, I have extraordinary hope. Self-goo, It had always been hidden in my body, but when I started cultivating human path, I found it. It is definitely a human path immortal goo. The legends of Renzu describes many goo worms, but in my opinion, self-goo is the most unique and legendary. Ha ha, with this immortal goo, human path is the most suitable path for me. Cultivating human path is definitely the most correct path. Almost at the same time. Sovereign immortal aperture, inside mini Eastern Sea. Ha! Mermaid goo immortal Tang Qiong could not help but laugh. My tribe joined Fan Yuan and lived in the sovereign immortal aperture. This is definitely the best choice. She could not conceal the excitement on her face. There were a total of 3 mermaid goo immortals. They were recruited by Fan Yuan earlier. They led a group of mermen to station in mini Eastern Sea and lived here ever since. The 3 mermaid goo immortals had a clear division of labor. Yuzi was in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points. Lian Kuxian was in charge of diplomacy and liaising with other tribes and forces, while Tang Qiong was in charge of guarding the merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the sovereign immortal aperture. The important settlements of the various clans needed at least 1 goo immortal to guard them at all times for them to be safe. Tang Qiong had just received a decree from Fan Yuan, which revealed an obvious message. In the following days, Fan Yuan would increase his efforts to support the outstanding disciples of the various clans. He would spend a huge amount of resources to help them cultivate and raise the goo immortal seeds of each clan. Because of this, Fan Yuan even gave the goo immortals in charge of the various clans a target. Every year, each tribe would nurture a certain number of goo immortal seeds. If they met the requirements, they would be able to establish the Great Love Alliance. If they didn't meet the standards, they would be punished. Not only does Lord Alliance Leader treat everyone equally, he also has a benevolent heart, helping us variant humans by allocating such a huge amount of resources to nurture goo masters. Throughout the generations of venerables, there has never been a great being who cares for our race as much as Lord Fan Yuan. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cannot compare to Lord Fan Yuan in terms of help to us. When Tang Qiong thought of this, tears welled up in her eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped variant humans was because he saw that the variant humans were in danger of being exterminated. He could not bear to see them die. He helped them. Fan Yuan, however, was different. Fan Yuan not only provided a fair environment for the variant humans to live without discrimination, he even supported these variant humans and allowed them to grow stronger. This was unprecedented. Tang Qiong had been fighting hard in the Merman Imperial Court. She had been through many trials and tribulations. She was suppressed by the humans. As a mermaid goo immortal, she lived a life of being bullied. She felt immense pressure both physically and mentally. But now that she was inside the sovereign immortal aperture, she felt a sense of enlightenment. Even though fighting in the sovereign immortal aperture was more tiring than in Eastern Sea, she had to fight with her life on the line. It was normal to not sleep or rest for more than 10 days. Sometimes, her liver might even explode. But Tang Qiong liked this place more and more. Until now, she loved this world and this sea area. Because here, there was fairness and equality that the 5 regions could not provide. Because here, there was hope. Because here, as long as you worked hard enough and risked your life, you would gain as much as you put in. Because in this place, you can clearly feel that you are constantly improving, and that your own tribe is rapidly developing and strengthening. Tang Qiong's divine sense entered the information path Mortal Goo again. She looked at the information that she had already read several times already. Fan Yuan's decree encouraged all the tribes to procreate, the more the better. There were rewards for having more children, and rewards for having good children. Fan Yuan also had a clear target for population growth. Those huge amounts of cultivation resources would be distributed to the goo immortals of the various tribes in a few days. Among them were a large number of relic goo, unpolished jade goo, wood element goo, water element goo, man triumphing heaven goo, and others. Relic goo could raise a goo master's attainment level, while unpolished jade goo and others were rare mortal goo that could raise the aptitude of the goo master. Their essence was to engrave down marks of a certain path on the goo master's body. Unpolished jade goo could engrave earth path down marks. it was suitable for Rockman goo masters to raise their aptitude. Wood element goo was suitable for mini-men, water element goo was suitable for mermen, man triumphing heaven goo was suitable for those pure humans without goo master aptitude. It could forcefully awaken their apertures. With these resources, the tribes will have good days. There has never been a venerable like Lord Fan Yuan who cares so deeply for his people. No matter how ordinary these people are, his love is like the sun, like the warm wind, it will spread to every one of them. He is truly the great love immortal venerable. I am so lucky to be able to follow him. Tang Qiong thought of this and could not help but feel agitated. Hot tears flowed down her cheeks. Fan Yuan, who was deeply respected by Tang Qiong, had just used obscured heavenly secret again. There was no helping it. The gains from stealing heavenly secret were too much. Even now, there were still goo immortals going back and forth, bringing back cultivation resources from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and other places. The most valuable were the information about the 5 regions, Fan Yuan's modified killer moves, and the construction of his combat system. All of this caused the scale of Fan Yuan's luck to rise greatly. Thus, Fan Yuan had no choice but to use obscured heavenly secret again to reinforce the effect on his body. During this period of time, Fan Yuan did not refine a 4th rank 9 immortal goo. On the surface, he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path down marks, but secretly, he was digesting the gains from stealing heavenly secret and deducing many things. As for unraveling the truthful floating ice, it was once the most important task, but now, it was no longer the focus. The expected gains from unraveling the truthful floating ice were no longer huge. This was already reflected in Fan Yuan's luck. Fan Yuan's luck inspection could only see a portion of it, but it was very useful for him to use it as a reference. Everything related to rank 9 heavenly secret goo was Fan Yuan's greatest secret. Obscured heavenly secret and stealing heavenly secret were included. Precisely because of stealing heavenly secret, Fan Yuan started to pay attention to the mortals in his immortal aperture. He acted quickly and decisively. After understanding the value of these mortals, he started to nurture them. Tang Qiong and the others did not know the truth. Fan Yuan's immortal material inventory was very rich, but he lacked mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had already produced many types of mortal materials on a large scale, but nurturing mortals required many types of mortal materials. The sovereign immortal aperture had to communicate with jewel yellow skies and conduct transactions to satisfy this need. The policy was implemented, cultivation resources were not a problem, but Fan Yuan wanted to do better. He calculated and found that he had many methods that could help nurture these mortal goo masters. For example, blood skull goo, bone flesh unity goo, guts goo, and rank 1 to rank 6 second aperture goo. Aptitude was very important to goo masters. Back then, Fan Yuan used blood skull goo to slaughter his own clan and obtained a great aptitude. A great aptitude helped him a lot in his cultivation journey. At the same time, a great aptitude had a higher chance of becoming a goo immortal seed than B or C grade aptitude. If one had poor aptitude, they would reach their limit at rank 3 or 4. How could they advance from rank 5 to rank 6? Blood skull goo's effect in raising aptitude is even more outstanding than would root goo, water source goo, unpolished jade goo, and pure gold goo. Maybe I can use blood skull goo to massacre a large number of people, then use human seed to revive, and then use blood skull goo to massacre again and again. This way, I can get many a great aptitude goo masters. The terrifying cultivation plan lingered in Fan Yuan's mind. He thought of bone flesh unity goo again. This goo worm had been a huge help to Fan Yuan when he was still a goo master. It could purify primeval essence and assist in cultivation. Not only could it help Fan Yuan break through to a small realm, it could also break through to a big realm. It was really useful. But to refine this goo, I need twins. It is a bit troublesome. Fan Yuan did not need 1 or 200 bone flesh unity goo, he needed tens of thousands of bone flesh unity goo, and then put them into the sovereign immortal aperture in large numbers. Only then could he form a steady stream of goo immortal seeds in the future. I have not had the time to comprehend the human soul cultivation method. I tried it before but made little progress. So Guts Goo can also be used to nurture Goo immortal seeds. A strong soul is very helpful to them. As for second aperture Goo, it is only the icing on the cake. Fan Yuan could not refine rank 6 second aperture immortal Goo to nurture them. He could at most take out rank 1 to rank 5 mortal Goo. Right now, second aperture Goo was clearly a heaven path Goo worm. Rank 6 second aperture Goo needed lifespan Goo as a Goo material, and lifespan Goo was the most classic heaven path Goo worm, containing heaven path Dao marks. Rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Goo used the 10 extreme physiques as the Goo material. It was an immortal fetus and not an immortal aperture, thus it was a human path immortal Goo. Fan Yuan concluded that he needed to accumulate Goo immortal seeds. He first needed a large number of people. Variant humans and humans did not matter. Fan Yuan did not plan to purchase outsiders for the time being. It was better to nurture Goo immortal seeds in the sovereign immortal aperture. They were more loyal. Variant humans were naturally the most loyal. Fan Yuan was more at ease with variant humans. With more people, there would be more Goo masters. But to have Goo immortal seeds, the Goo master's aptitude had to be raised. This required the mortals to not only have many children, they also had to have many siblings and relatives. It would be convenient for a large-scale massacre in the future. It would be best if they had more twins. That way, during the massacre, they could also refine bone-flesh unity Goo. Twins? Fan Yuan pondered. It seems I need to find Giant Sun immortal. I've told you many times, he is most proficient in giving birth. Chapter 23-29. Giant Sun immortal had a strange expression. Just earlier, he and Heaven refining demon Venerable had completed a transaction. Both of them obtained what they wanted. But Fan Yuan actually has a need for procreation. What scheme is he plotting? This transaction made Giant Sun immortal feel suspicious. But he was also clear that it was hard for Goo immortals to procreate with Dao marks. And in terms of Goo immortal procreation, he, Giant Sun immortal, was the most outstanding among all the venerables. Among all the venerables, who could have more children than Giant Sun immortal? Back then, in order to have more children, Giant Sun immortal did not hesitate to search for countless beauties and build 5 harems. If not for Fan Yuan having a need for this transaction might not have been completed. Sigh to think that at this time, I would still benefit from you. Zhu Zhu. Giant Sun immortal muttered a name as a scene appeared in the depths of his mind. Northern Plains. There were many tents in a tribe that had temporarily set up camp. A tattered tent's curtain was pulled open as the middle-aged Giant Sun barged in, shouting, Zhu Zhu, what coup did you secretly use on me again? The middle-aged Giant Sun bared his chest, revealing his muscular body, but there was a pig's head on his neck. Zhu Zhu saw him and smiled. It worked! The middle-aged Giant Sun was furious. Zhu Zhu, I was discussing important matters with the elders, but this happened all of a sudden. You will make me a laughingstock if you do this. Zhu Zhu sighed. I am sorry, husband, but I only want a child. The middle-aged Giant Sun was stunned. He deflated as his anger dissipated. It is my fault for being useless. No, it is my problem. My body is half a Goo immortal's body. It is all my problem. Zhu Zhu stood in front of Giant Sun, holding his pig's head with both hands as she said with deep emotions and hope. This time, I used the transformation path Goo. Do you know? This is called a sowing pig, an extinct mystical beast. In autumn, male pigs would eat until they were fat and strong, and then spit out a kind of crystal flower. When spring comes, the crystal flower will bloom. The sow will eat the crystal flower and give birth to a new life. The middle-aged Giant Sun's eyes lit up. So powerful? Zhu Zhu smiled at him, took his hand, and pulled him to the bed. Come on! The middle-aged Giant Sun laughed, roared, and pounced on Zhu Zhu. There was a flag on top of the tent they were in. The flag began to sway as if it were being blown by a breeze. However, it only lasted for a few breaths before the flagpole stopped moving. Giant Sun's voice came from inside the tent, filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Zhu Zhu, I can't do it anymore. Zhu Zhu smiled. Don't worry, I have my ways. Soon after, Giant Sun let out a low roar again, and the corners of the tent began to tremble as if a strong wind was blowing. This time, it lasted for a dozen breaths. The tent suddenly fell silent. Giant Sun panted. I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore. Zhu smiled. It's fine. Watch me. The third time, the tent shook violently, as if a strong wind was blowing. However, this non-existent gust of wind only blew for about 20 breaths of time before it stopped. Giant Sun panted with difficulty. I'm sorry, I really can't do it anymore. Zhu smiled. Don't worry, I still have my ways. Wait. Wife, Giant Sun said weakly. You have too many ways. Your husband admires you, but let me slowly. Zhu said modestly. Although I have many ways, they are not very effective. Sigh, the strongest is still the human ancestors' method. All the humans in the 5 regions and 2 heavens are descendants of the human ancestor. Giant Sun immediately patted his chest and promised. Wife, don't worry. One day, I will comprehend the human ancestors' method. We will definitely have many children and grandchildren. The memories came to an abrupt end. A sense of disappointment and frustration lingered in Giant Sun Immortal's heart. He had already grasped this method in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have left behind so many descendants? However, he could not teach this method to Zhu. He would never be able to see her again. His children were also not of Zhu's bloodline. Recollecting his thoughts, Giant Sun Immortal's expression became calm again. He inspected the results of this transaction. He had obtained a large number of blood path research results from Fan Yuan. Although he had been secretly deducing blood path, Fan Yuan's research results still saved him a lot of time and effort. Other than that, there were a total of 5 blood path immortal goo. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined them all and threw them into the blood sea. Blood sea. Giant Sun Immortal's gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven's land, looking at blood sea. Even if rank 9 light goo recovered, it was not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. However, without rank 9 immortal goo, Giant Sun Immortal could use blood sea as a temporary substitute. Dao marks scattered in the world, resource points that produce Dao marks, the top resource points, secluded domains of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of heaven and earth, goo. These 4 represented the different levels of Dao marks. Secluded domains of heaven and earth could be considered half rank 9 immortal goo. Goo immortals used immortal materials to form killer moves, immortal formations, and so on. Immortal materials were consumables. They could not be used to stabilize their form, they could only let Dao marks flow out. But secluded domains of heaven and earth could be used as the core for a fixed period of time to form killer moves. Fan Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Dang Hun Luopa Seal were examples of this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable already has a mental state. Fan Yuan might also have a refinement sea. Blood sea is my foundation to resist them. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had worked together with Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo. He knew of Long Hair Ancestor's grand plan. Giant Sun Immortal felt that refining the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth was the most important thing in this short period of time. Obtaining a suitable rank 9 immortal goo was unrealistic. At this time, secluded domains of heaven and earth were the best substitute. Among the venerables, Fan Yuan has the highest chance of obtaining a rank 9 immortal goo. In terms of potential, he has the greatest. Fortunately, he does not have enough immortal essence to refine rank 9 immortal goo. Once he starts to refine goo, that will be his greatest weakness. By then, even if I have to work together with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I need to stop him. If Fan Yuan succeeds in refining a rank 9 refinement path immortal goo, it will be much easier for him to refine rank 9 immortal goo in the future. His advantage will snowball unstoppably. It will accumulate faster and faster. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself. Blood sea was surging with waves rising and falling, its scale was slowly expanding. Giant Sun Immortal nodded to himself. With the addition of 5 blood path immortal goo, the speed at which blood sea is forming has increased again. It will be completely completed in about half a year. Blood Sea was still in its embryonic form. Even though the embryonic secluded domain of heaven and earth could be used as the core of a killer move, it would be at a disadvantage and expend a lot. For example, Fan Yuan's embryonic refinement sea and human sea, even though human sea was once complete, it needed to be filled with a sea of people to be considered a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal's expression changed slightly. An intense luck path intuition appeared in his mind. The last time he had such a feeling was when he revived Emperor Light. And Emperor Light's revival indirectly brought about a rank 9 light path immortal goo. What about now? Giant Sun Immortal could not help but show some anticipation. Even though reviving others would expend the embryonic blood sea, he did not hesitate. He activated the immortal killer move, Birth of the Will, again. Swish, swish, swish! Blood Sea surged, creating waves that were tens of feet tall. Blood Sea was rapidly expended, forming a whirlpool again. Light and shadow intertwined as a rank 7 goo immortal appeared. Who is this? Yao Huang could not recognize him. Giant Sun Immortal's expression of anticipation became even more intense. Because this goo immortal's revival expended a bit more immortal essence and blood sea than Emperor Light. And he was only a rank 7 water path goo immortal. Are you Fei Wu? Yao Huang stared for a moment before exclaiming in shock. Fei Clan's last first supreme elder, Fei Wu? Giant Sun Immortal frowned slightly. He remembered now. Fei Clan was once a super clan in Northern Plains. They had a genuine Huang Jin bloodline. Fei Clan's first ancestor was not Giant Sun Immortal's son, he was a descendant many generations later. But Fei Clan was very famous in Northern Plains history. It was just that this reputation was not good. Fei Clan was a super Huang Jin force that self-destructed. Fei Wu, as the last first supreme elder, had an undeniable responsibility. Many people thought that he was incompetent and greedy. He dragged down Fei Clan and caused it to be destroyed. During his tenure, he used up a vast amount of Fei Clan's cultivation resources. He almost emptied Fei Clan. Fei Clan's other goo immortals were lacking in resources. Their strength grew slowly. They naturally started to fight amongst themselves. And the outside world also gave Fei Clan huge pressure. But Fei Wu did not deal with it properly. His attitude towards the outside world was weak. Fei Wu even gave away many of Fei Clan's resource points to satisfy his own cultivation needs. But his cultivation level did not rise much. Fei Wu's performance was disappointing again and again. Eventually, he led Fei Clan to explore one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains. In the end, a terrifying beast tide appeared in the forbidden area. The beast tide destroyed Fei Clan's territory and even attacked Fei Clan's headquarters. Most of Fei Clan's goo immortals died in the beast tide. The remaining people were annexed by other Huang Jin super tribes. After the beast tide dispersed, Fei Clan was destroyed. Fei Wu died miserably in the forbidden area, and Fei Clan's territory was completely divided by the other super tribes. Fei Clan became a laughingstock. The future generations would remember it as a negative example. Such an incompetent and muddle-headed person, the culprit behind the destruction of the entire clan. Why is he here? Yao Huang was bewildered for a moment. After understanding the reason for his revival, Fei Wu reacted and knelt towards Giant Sun Immortal. This unfilial descendant Fei Wu pays respect to ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal had already activated his luck inspection method to observe Fei Wu's background. He was shocked to find that Fei Wu's luck was not small. It far surpassed ordinary rank 7s, but it was still weaker than ordinary rank 8s. More importantly, Fei Wu's luck was closely connected to a certain existence far away. This existence's luck actually affected Giant Sun Immortal himself. Giant Sun Immortal was a rank 9 venerable, but his luck actually affected him so intensely. Soon, Giant Sun Immortal's voice penetrated the ground and reached the surface of the blood sea. The truth is often buried deep in history. Fei Wu, my descendant, tell me the truth. Chapter 23:30. Giant Sun Immortal's words shook Fei Wu's body and mind. He showed a moved expression. Ancestor is wise. The so-called internal strife in Fey Clan is only a disguise. In truth, if not for the beast tide erupting in the forbidden area, how could our Fey Clan be destroyed because of this? In my previous life, I expended countless immortal materials and resources, but I did not exhaust Fey Clan's foundation. After that, I opened up the forbidden area to take away the one Chi-Z in the depths of the forbidden area. However, the legendary immemorial beast, one Chi-Z, had already recovered a lot. He was not delirious. We fell for his scheme and were drowned in the beast tide. However, our Fey Clan retaliated with all our strength, but we did not let one Chi-Z succeed. His will completely dissipated in the end. What a pity! If not for one Chi-Z's interference, our Fey Clan would have dominated Northern Plains. We would have an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone. We would have become the #1 Huang Jin tribe. To a certain extent, we would be on par with Celestial Court. Yao Huan heard this and stared with wide eyes, asking questions. One Chi-Z? Isn't that the earliest legendary immemorial desolate beast to appear in history? According to legends, he was killed by primordial origin immortal venerable. How could he still be alive? An endless supply of immortal Yuan stone? Could it be that Senior has discovered the secret of Celestial Court's immortal Yuan stone production? Giant Sun Immortal was silent. If reviving Fei Wu only gave him immortal Yuan stone, it was nothing much. But according to the results of his luck inspection, this Fei Wu was of great help to him. In the Blood Sea, Yao Huang became more excited. He clapped his fists. Good, Senior Fei Wu revived at the right time. As long as we have this, we will be able to produce immortal Yuan stone, our reputation will rise and we will catch up to Celestial Court. This is definitely an opportunity. Celestial Court has already stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone to outer immortals. Once we do so, we will give outsiders the impression that longevity heaven surpasses Celestial Court. The more Yao Huang spoke, the more excited he became. Celestial Court stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone? Humph, that is because they have no way of producing it. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he straightened his upper body and sneered, showing his certainty. Oh? Stand up and tell me in detail. At this moment, the giant Sun Immortal descended onto the Blood Sea and landed in front of Fei Wu. Yes. Fei Wu bowed deeply again before standing up. Then I will start from the beginning. Fei Wu said slowly. We all know that between heaven and earth, there is an endless amount of vitality, and a spirit spring produces Yuan stone, but no one has discovered that an immortal spring produces an immortal Yuan stone. Wild goo worms, be they mortal goo or immortal goo, can absorb primeval energy and activate their own power. But once it is refined, the goo worm will become a personal possession and lose this ability. Goo worms can only use primeval essence and immortal essence. The primeval essence and immortal essence here include the goo worm's owner and other goo cultivators. For example, once a goo worm is lent, the goo worm can absorb the primeval essence and immortal essence of other goo cultivators. For example, an immortal goo house can absorb the immortal essence of the goo cultivator stored inside the immortal goo house. What is the root cause of all this? According to my research, the reason is that both true essence and celestial essence contain our will. Wild goo worms contain providence, they are objects of heaven and earth, thus goo are the essence of heaven and earth. When we refine the goo worm, we expel the providence inside and replace it with our own will. At this point, the goo worm becomes a personal possession and the will inside cannot obtain the recognition of providence from the outside world, thus it can no longer absorb primeval energy from the outside world. When it is lent to others, the will inside the goo worm recognizes the other goo cultivator and can consume their primeval essence and immortal essence to activate it. Different kinds of immortal essence contain different wills, thus they can be consumed. This is also the last resort of many rank 6 goo immortals when attacking blessed lands with owners. Yao Huan was puzzled. What does this have to do with the production of immortal Yuan stone? No rush, listen to my explanation and you will understand. Fei Wu waved his hand with a smile. Our aperture produces primeval essence, and the immortal aperture origin core produces immortal essence, these contain our will. Then are there no Yuan stone and immortal Yuan stone? Of course there are. The yuan stone produced by a spirit spring contains the tough and solidified primeval essence of providence. It is just that there is too little providence in primordial origin, it is easily overlooked. However, this heaven's will always secretly enter our minds when we are absorbing primordial stones, affecting our thinking. This is one of the methods providence uses to control us. Unfortunately, most goo cultivators in the world are attracted by the recovery of primeval essence after absorbing yuan stone. They do not notice this. Even if they notice it, it does not matter to them. Because providence is more ubiquitous than air, it is normal to have some in yuan stone. The immortal yuan stone distributed by the celestial court is actually the same as yuan stone, it also contains providence. Why did the celestial court distribute the rank 6 immortal yuan stone? This is actually a huge scheme of the celestial court. During primordial origin immortal venerables era, the celestial court purposely distributed immortal yuan stone. These immortal yuan stones were spread to the variant human goo immortals of that time, they were used by them. Providence infiltrated them. Back then, providence protected humans, they rose to power and replaced all the variant humans. During star constellation immortal venerables era, star constellation immortal venerable merged with the Tao, she could distort providence and greatly influence providence. Immortal yuan stone was even more widely circulated. When goo immortals use these immortal yuan stones, it is equivalent to them being infiltrated by providence and being influenced and manipulated by the celestial court. Yao Huang heard this and his mouth opened slightly. Is that the case? Then can we imitate the celestial court and distribute immortal yuan stone to achieve a result that is beneficial to our longevity heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can merge with the Tao like star constellation immortal venerable and alter providence. Yao Huang was somewhat impatient. Even if we cannot achieve the same effect, as long as there is an endless supply of immortal yuan stone, it is extremely beneficial to longevity heaven. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal yuan stone? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, listen to me. To produce primeval essence, we need a person's will and aperture. To produce immortal essence, we need a person's will and immortal aperture. To produce yuan stone, we need providence and spirit spring. What about producing immortal yuan stone? Yao Huang blinked. To produce immortal yuan stone, do we need providence and immortal aperture, or providence and immortal essence spring? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 goo immortals do not have the confidence to undergo tribulation again, so they annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragments. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven, and rank 8 goo immortals will become caged birds, unable to take a step out of the grotto heaven. These grotto heavens all have providence and immortal apertures. Why can't they produce immortal yuan stone? As for providence and immortal essence spring? This is the conjecture of celestial court's immortal yuan stone. They think that celestial court obtained the only immortal essence spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal essence spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed. Senior Fei, don't keep us in suspense. Even Giant Sun Immortal said. Just say it. Fei Wu did not dare to disobey Giant Sun Immortal's orders. He sighed with regret. Then I will say it. According to my research, a spirit spring is essentially an ordinary heaven path resource point. It contains heaven path, water path, and earth path Tao marks, thus it has the appearance of providence and spring water, and produces yuan stone that is hard and solidified. The heavenly Tao seeks to balance all living beings. It will absolutely not produce a resource point like immortal yuan stone. Immortal essence is the most basic. Without immortal essence, no matter how many immortal goo you have, they cannot display their power. And the widespread circulation of immortal yuan stone greatly increases the chances of goo immortals surviving calamities and tribulations. The production of immortal yuan stone can only be done by humans. However, even if it is done by humans, it cannot bypass providence. It needs the infusion of providence for immortal yuan stone to be produced. Thus, a dead knot is formed. Fei Wu clearly pointed out that to produce immortal yuan stone, providence was the most crucial factor. If Providence were to take the initiative and be willing to do it, it would go against the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao. It was clearly impossible. But this was not absolute. In history, Celestial Court was able to do it. During Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's era, it used the uniqueness of Yi-Chi-Z to produce Immortal Yuan Stone. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Yi-Chi-Z committed suicide, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fused with the Tao in her later years and altered Providence, allowing Providence and Celestial Court to cooperate and continue to produce Immortal Yuan Stone. So, what is so special about Yi-Chi-Z? Since he has already committed suicide, how can he revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked directly. Fei Wu immediately answered. Yi-Chi-Z is not his full name. His full name should be Primordial Yi-Chi-Z. He is a very special legendary immemorial desolate beast, similar to Di Zhangxing that appeared in the future. When a Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal, there is a crucial step, that is to absorb heaven and earth Qi, using human Qi to mix and harmonize the three Qi. If the harmonization of the three Qi succeeds, the three Qi lump will be compressed continuously, becoming smaller and smaller until it reaches its limit. This lump is primordial Qi. This is the foundation of primordial Yi-Chi-Z. As long as a Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal and produces primordial Qi, even if he is destroyed, he can revive. Initially, during the immemorial era, he was discovered and enlightened by a beastman expert. Thus, he obtained an immortal aperture, and his strength rose all the way until he became a legendary immemorial beast. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable went on an expedition against variant humans. Yi-Chi-Z fought with the Immortal Venerable and was defeated and captured. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable announced that he had already killed him. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable imprisoned Yi-Chi-Z and used it to produce Immortal Yuan Stone. Yi-Chi-Z lost his freedom. He was extremely unwilling and tried to break free. He tried many methods, but they all failed in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who took over. The latter was more skilled in scheming than the former. She was extremely shrewd. Yi-Chi-Z could only commit suicide in despair. This was the reason why he once committed suicide in Celestial Court. Yao Huang did not understand. Then how did he produce Immortal Yuan Stone? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered to himself. So that's it. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal finally understood why the killer move Arise of Time resulted in Fei Wu's revival. Because his revival could indirectly replenish Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence. This was more practical and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal than Rank 9 Light Gu. It was just that luck path itself was a variable. Giant Sun Immortal could make variables beneficial to him happen, but he could not control the specifics. That was because it involved the fates. Chapter 2331. Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's confusion and laughed, happily explaining. When a Gu Master becomes an immortal, there is a fortuitous encounter. It is called natural inspiration. What is the reason for this? Heaven and earth Qi contain providence, human Qi contains human will. At this crucial stage, the three Qi fuse, providence and human will converge. Humans can ask about all kinds of mysteries, seeking the truth and answers of heaven and earth. This is because providence recognizes human will. Why? In my opinion, once the aperture changes, it becomes an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures are fruits and gains to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is happy to see this happen, thus favoring human will. Primordial Essence Single Qi Child's specialty is that his body is Primordial Essence Single Qi, which is the fusion of the three Qi, thus he can obtain the favor and recognition of providence at all times. Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. Doesn't that mean he can always use natural inspiration? Fei Wu shook his head. Strictly speaking, that is the case. But the truth is not like that. We all know that the three Qi need to be harmonized to become primordial essence. If the three Qi lose balance, the Gu cultivator will die. But each Qi child is not like this. Losing balance of the three Qi does not threaten his life, but he will lose his rationality. To harmonize the three qi and maintain their balance is too difficult. We have all experienced immortal ascension. We need to do our best to harmonize the three qi. This state lasting for half a day is enough for us. Primordial essence single qi child, on the other hand, has to face this process from start to finish. Thus, when he exhausts his mental energy, or gets tired of harmonizing the three qi in his body will lose balance. Providence's human will get entangled and become chaotic, causing his mind to become muddled. In this situation, he cannot even think normally. How can he use natural inspiration? But no matter what, as long as it is the primordial essence single qi, Providence will always favor human will. It is willing to help human will. If it is an ordinary Gu master without an immortal aperture, they can only communicate with Providence and use natural inspiration. But each qi child is different, he already has an immortal aperture. Thus, when his mind is clear, his immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When his mind is muddled, it will produce immortal yuan stone that contains Providence. The medicine sovereign finally understood everything. Primordial origin immortal venerable was too unique, using his unique body. Primordial origin immortal venerable obtained the immortal yuan stone. But primordial origin immortal venerable only gave out rank 6 immortal yuan stone. But after primordial unity Chi Child died, even though star constellation immortal venerable had merged with the Tao and could alter Providence, there was a limit to it. She could not completely destroy Providence. Thus, the celestial court could only produce rank 6 immortal yuan stone. Fei Wu continued. Back then, I accidentally found the primordial Qi seed in the forbidden area. He was in a state of confusion and was buried deep underground, unable to move. When I conversed with him, he spoke incoherently and didn't answer my questions. However, he was filled with hatred towards the 2 venerables of the celestial court and kept cursing them. After a few more times, I've accumulated results, and I've deduced many truths through guesses and guesses. I mobilized the entire Fei clan to seize the primordial Qi seed. He spent immortal materials to modify the killer move in an attempt to control it. However, when the preparations were complete and we were about to enter the forbidden area, the primordial Qi seed actually had its own consciousness. Helpless, we could not stop and could only continue fighting. Fei clan was exterminated, but the primordial Qi seed was also trapped by our Fei clan's method. If there is no mistake, he is still hiding in his original location. Ancestor only needs to use him. Giant Sun Immortal nodded and immediately brought Fei Wu to Jade Ring Forbidden Area. Northern Plains' 10 great forbidden areas had countless desolate beast groups. Immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants were not rare either. Super forces had the ability to expand, but if they made a mistake, they might trigger a terrifying beast tide. Fei Clan was an example of a failed exploration of a forbidden area. Jade Ring Forbidden Area had towering ancient trees. From the outside to the inside, there were more than a dozen rings. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the environment would be. The primordial Qi seed was hidden in the 6th ring. With Giant Sun Immortal personally taking action, he could easily reach it. Fei Wu had just revived and did not have any Gu worms, but he could guide him. Facing his ancestor, he did not hide anything, he revealed everything. After some deductions, Giant Sun Immortal came up with a luck path modified killer move. Using this move would affect Fei Clan's arrangements. After removing the arrangements, Giant Sun Immortal took out a large black bead from the depths of the ground. The black bead was as large as an elephant, its surface was smooth and its aura was deeply concealed. This is the result of my Fei Clan's efforts. Even a legendary immemorial would be sealed by my clan. Fei Wu sighed deeply when he saw the primordial Qi seed again. His grand ambitions were in vain. Fei Clan was exterminated, but he was fortunate enough to revive. All his efforts in life to help his ancestor were not in vain. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed for a while and combined with Fei Wu's information, he understood the primordial Qi seed's details. The primordial Qi seed was a lump of primordial Qi. But when its consciousness completely recovered, it would turn into a human form. It would be extremely lifelike, indistinguishable from a normal person. And when it did not harmonize the 3 Qi, when the 3 Qi were in chaos, it would be a lump of primordial qi. When the heaven qi was abundant, it would float up. When there was more earth qi, it would sink into the ground. When he fought with Fei Clan, he had not completely recovered his consciousness, and could not display his full strength. Fei Wu and the rest had indeed made ample preparations. The killer move they deduced was especially effective against the primordial qi seed, thus it was able to imprison him. Although Fei Wu only had rank 7 cultivation, Fei Clan had many rank 8s, they had immortal goo houses and the foundation of a superforce. Of course, the most important thing was that the primordial qi seed did not have consciousness, its strength had fallen sharply. Once it lost consciousness, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not keep Fairy Myrtle, Ing Wu Xie and the rest. The world had changed. By now, the power of Fei Clan's killer move was already very weak, almost reaching its limit. But even if the primordial qi seed regained its freedom, with its current state, it would still remain at the same spot without any consciousness. Giant Sun Immortal used the primordial qi to inspect the depths of its immortal aperture, and immediately found many rank 8 immortal yuan stone. The immortal aperture origin core's production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing. Providence always suppressed one's will, causing the legendary immemorial immortal qi seed's immortal aperture to accumulate a large number of rank 8 immortal yuan stone. Rank 6 immortal yuan stone did not have much meaning to Giant Sun Immortal, but rank 8 immortal yuan stone was different. Giant Sun Immortal was overjoyed, but he also found a problem. There was a lot of providence in rank 8 immortal yuan stone. If he wanted to absorb these immortal yuan stones, he would need to get rid of these providence. It was slightly troublesome. If he did not handle it well, it would affect the efficiency of the immortal yuan stone converting into immortal essence. For example, a rank 8 immortal yuan stone, after getting rid of providence, could only convert half a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. Rank 6 immortal yuan stone did not have this problem, because there was too little providence. Giant Sun Immortal thought. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used qi seed back then. He also had rank 8 immortal yuan stone, but he purposely spread the rank 6. He probably did not want the variant human goo immortals to suspect him. But during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, qi seed committed suicide and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered providence. She could only use the origin core of the Celestial Court to produce rank 6 immortal yuan stone. It's just that, where did these rank 8 immortal essence stones go? Was it used up or is it still hidden? If it is hidden, why did we not discover it when we attacked the Celestial Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rob the Celestial Court's treasury and let him obtain it? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. Later, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and turned into a puppet. If he obtained this batch of extremely valuable rank 8 immortal yuan stone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would take the chance to take it back. But it was clear that up until now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had always been lacking immortal essence. No, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if this is all her disguise? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. A solemn expression appeared on his face. If she has a lot of immortal essence, why is she lacking immortal essence? What is she using it for? Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could no longer investigate her situation. As for Fan Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal could easily investigate him. If that is the case, O Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you hiding, and how deep are you hiding it? Giant Sun Immortal looked towards Central Continent. Eastern Sea. Any Venerable has talent that ordinary geniuses cannot surpass. Fan Yuan had already studied the gains he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal's transactions. He had obtained what he wanted. Fan Yuan had already refined the rank 5 Blood Skull Goo recipe. He had only used rank 4 Blood Skull Goo earlier, but Giant Sun Immortal had already developed it to rank 5 recently. Even though it was a Mortal Goo recipe, it was an advancement that surpassed the limits of the world. This showed how talented Giant Sun Immortal was. Rank 5 Blood Skull Goo only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from a relative. It was not like rank 4 Blood Skull Goo, which needed to be slaughtered. There was also the method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to reveal the results of his yin-yang path that he had secretly researched. Back then, in 88-point Jinyang Tower, there was the Giant Sun Immortal inheritance of yin-yang path. The content was for two Gu immortals to cooperate and prolong one's lifespan through intercourse. But this method had a flaw. If one side's lifespan was extended, the other side's lifespan would be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one side's lifespan to the other. Right now, the yin-yang path research results that Giant Sun Immortal traded with Fan Yuan were far more comprehensive and complete than those in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal had great ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin-yang to explain all things in the world. This was similar to how Feng Jioge wanted to use sound path to sing about all living beings in the world. But as Giant Sun Immortal's strength and vision continued to rise, he realized that his yin-yang concept was too crude. He eventually gave up on it and did not continue creating it. Even though there were some results in yin-yang path, it was far from a qualitative change and could not truly become a brand new path. At most, there were only many paths mixed in, as well as some scattered small results occasionally. The yin-yang coitus life extension method was one of these small results. As for abortion Gu, placate fetus Gu, multiple births Gu, pregnancy Gu, reincarnation Gu, dead fetus Gu, and so on, they were other small results. Multiple births Gu was what Fan Yuan wanted. Rank 1 was one birth Gu, it could give birth to a second child. Rank 2 was second birth Gu, it could give birth to twins at once. Rank 3 was triplets, rank 4 was quadruplets, rank 5 was quintuplets. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.